time. But if you look on the opposite side, Malin just has a lot more EXP and gold to work with in her own jungle. So we need to see the response from Falcons, because it looks like it's on towards Daisy's side.
Okay, there's kind of a bit of a reaction here for Sev and Violet, but it looks like for Twisted, you're just waiting for an objective to actually spawn out. And it's all about maintaining the tempo, not yet really the diving in here for Twisted Minds. But still, it's a Raimundo and Sev in the vicinity of the neutral objective.
Let's see what Sa is going to take. It's really important to have the correct ults for the right situation. And so far, it's a 50-50 with both sides controlling two opposite ends of the turtle pit.
Maybe it's best if she could copy or be in the vicinity where Livy is at. And that is exactly what she's doing. But no, she is going to copy Violet's ultimate rather. But still, it doesn't make sense. She slowly backs away. Maybe it's all because Melee is still not ready yet. Falcons here still focusing onto the turtle. Sev will be securing that one. The box is here. And it's going to be a takedown immediately onto Livy. Free hit here for Twisted Minds. Follow up instead here for Falcons. And they get a double kill as early as possible here for Violet. And not stopping there. Forcing out the flickers. Immediately taking out the jungler. That's too much of advantage here for Falcons.
Zero hesitation from the side of Falcons. Zero hesitation from Violet. A really good way to zone out Malin, who can close that distance and hop into the pit if she finds the angle. So far, Falcons have controlled this very, very well. They've already forced out a bunch of battle spells from the side of the Twisted Minds. And at this point, Daisy just trying her best as Zev is getting chucked down.
Okay, that's a hefty amount of damage that Daisy is inflicted on. And Violet yet again with a kill. That is immediate. That is immediate annihilation here for Team Falcons. And it's quite looking good. They're preventing the snowball. They're preventing Melee to actually get those numbers rolling as fast as possible.
Now there are bigger things happening in play. All these early game deaths coming in from Daisy, it's going to start affecting the mid and later stages of the game. Daisy is not going to be strong enough to be able to one-shot some of the backliners. Zev is probably the only one, but even then, you're going to need that Petrify, which is coming up in 2 seconds. For now, another kill should be happening here. Fatal links into the next, but again, out of position and no control over the goal to support.
Okay, that is kind of tricky here for Twisted Minds. There are a lot of mishaps happening around the map. Even the AOG committed here for Raimundo. Chin Chao definitely will survive, but at what cost? She is kind of delayed in terms of the XP right now, and even the gold shields has already been kind of staggered over here for Team Falcons. Now we also have to take notice that Twisted Minds really doesn't have the capability to assert their dominance yet, all because of what Daisy has gone through in terms of the aggression here for Raimundo and as well as Violet. But now they try and level things up here onto the mid lane. How? Okay, just on standby, reserving the Frigid Breath if ever. And Team Falcons yet again starts off with immediately getting a neutral objective yet again.
Now, finally, Blackjack is one early as they're going to make the attempt on towards the turtle.
Sí, creo que sí es la primera partida, sí, la primera partida. Falcon contra Twistment, algo así, Twistment.
Initiation onto the members and the jungler yet again caught in the crossfire. Even a shadow kill, I think that might be it. It is early double kill yet again for Violet. Daisy trying to run away.
Es una de las partidas para hoy.
Daisy trying to run as fast as she can, but the Void Crystal and Void Blast will be enough to ensure a kill for Falcon.
Good flicker coming in from Livy, just a little bit off, just a little bit more damage to secure it, and Livy is willing to sacrifice her defensive tools for this upcoming fight. Keep in mind, in 84 seconds, the next neutral objective will spawn, and we have yet to see a single tower be destroyed 5 minutes into this game. I think
el de Falcons contra Twisted Minds. Esa es la primera partida. Después de esta viene la de Falcons contra Mena. Bueno, Falcons Mena contra Foot. Y luego, bueno, no sé por qué ayer cambiaron los versus.
Now she's also going to have a harder time to ensure those kills because for Team Falcons, it's all about the discipline and
y luego pasamos a cuartos de final ya.
They are built for that, especially with the box that Vivi can create with her real-world manipulation.
Look at how crazy this goal difference is. 1.8k for an EXP laner of Violet's caliber. 5-0-0 having the perfect game and making sure that they are blunting the tip of the spear that Twisted Minds needs to be able to get into that back line and threaten Liv and threaten Zev. At this point, I think that Twisted Minds, either they figure out a way how they want to progress this fight, or they anticipate Raimundo catches.
Oh, yet again, what a great catch here for Raimundo, forcing out a shadow here. It's all about surviving the next few clashes that Falcons is attempting to do. Cow with a frigid breath. There's going to be a copy though, or the Amira. Oh, but instead it's Daisy falling down immediately. Front runners are being melted down here from Twisted Minds. And that's the thing. We were expecting Daisy to have fun. We were expecting her to get access to the back laners for Falcons. But instead, it's Falcons getting easy access to her. Oh! Decides here for Violet. It's Sad trying to run away with a copied version. And instead, it's a turret being taken down. It's Falcons getting most of those advantages.
They know. Oh, and Jin Chao gets caught by this. Unfortunately, not enough damage. Really good timing from Jin Chao.
Como lechuga. No, que ya estamos bien podridos.
It seems that Daisy is the most jumpy in these types of situations. Everybody else is just a little bit calmer.
Las partidas de ayer estuvieron muy buenas. Muy fuera del meta que hemos visto o que conocemos acá de la región del norte. Iba a ir por unas pastillas, esperen. ¿Por qué me va a dar alergia por el frío? Bueno, por el frío calor. Espérense. Esa no era. Era ETA.
Immediate takedown, and all of that fell onto the hands of Sev. That's a 107 onto Hardy. Meanwhile, on the top lane, it's Liv and Raimundo versus two members. AOG here just to save her, ensuring a kill as well. Kill is pretty certain for Liv with the free hits. Main lane may not be safe anymore. It's Raimundo following up with the taunt. There's going to be the fatal links committed here by Cow, but no, it's Twisted Minds failing to do a trade against Falcons. Plus, a quick transition and conversion of a kill onto a turret as well.
Outplayed by just two members, a 3v2 scenario, and somehow it is still in Liv's favor. Getting hit by the Petrify, getting hit by the full combo coming in from Daisy, but not enough to trigger the shot residue to guarantee the kill. Either ways, Twisted Minds are in very dangerous territory. If we were talking about, well, I would say it's more of a K2 situation rather than a Mount Everest. Once we get to 10K, that's when it's Mount Everest. People are gonna die going on the way to the peak.
And that's the thing. Daisy is dying out
volví a
here.
olvidar algo.
All because
Me
of
levanto por una cosa y dejo la otra. No era.
double or back-to-back
Es que quien está despierto está ahora.
onto the early phasing of our game. Now,
Me encanta cómo ponen las salidas de Lord.
They got this skills or skits that they could contest this Lord. It will be better if they just leave things be and prevent the next
Lo chistoso es que hace frío, pero yo tengo un calor de los audífonos y las luces y todo.
BMI, Sev is attempting to isolate the members of our Twisted Minds. A chase down and a petrified play out to Sev. She will be able to escape. Okay, there's going to be a deadly magic here.
Se va a salvar, se va a salvar.
Run away.
Zev's out. Violet's gonna cover as well.
Oh, wow!
It's the
de la
escape of a
copia.
lifetime. The magic trick works, and now the whole team is out of position as they're looking to crack open inhibitors.
That worked wonders here for Sev. And that is how you caught their attention here. What a great move here. Very seamless transition for Violet as well. And all of that, they just wasted a lot of time here against Twisted Minds.
So much because of that. And now we are here at the peak of Mount Everest. You better bring your oxygen tanks because not everybody can breathe this high up with that much gold in the bank. 11K lead so far, or a minimum of 10. We know
y la van a agarrar rápido porque las partidas de ayer fueron de más de 23, creo que una de 32. Las partidas de ayer estuvieron bastante 28 minutos. Uy, qué buena agarrada de Sora. Muy buena agarrada de Sora. Si ve dando soporte desde afuera, sabe que no le van a llegar. Muy buena jugada.
And that's going to be a 4-woman down, eventually a wipeout, and a game 1 win for Team Falcons.
Beautifully done by the Falcons. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. First turtle, we punish this
y lo importante es cuántas horas practican para poder hacer eso, la verdad. Practican un montón de horas.
That is how you slowly choke out your opponents.
Pero un montón de horas.
Where it matters the most, right? In terms of early warming up, compromising the whole rotation here for Twisted Minds. They were actually dependent on what Daisy could do, actually for Cow as well. But without those two, definitely an easy kill here for Falcons.
Capitalism wins again. That 10k gold lead is just too much. But we're
O sea, trataron, pero sí se metieron muy agresivos. O sea, no había cómo contener.
Another matchup here, and hopefully that match point isn't enough to break their confidence. Back to you, Reflections.
Is in our DNA.
Muy buena jugada. Me encanta cuando salen sus comerciales.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice.
Map number 1 for Team Falcons Indonesia. Twisted Minds, wake up. You're not dreaming. This is real, and your tournament life is on the line. You want to make it to the knockout stage, you need to fight hard. Coming the next 2 maps. My goodness, let's talk about it and break it down, because Team Falcons Indonesia doing everything, it seems, and Maylane was getting punished.
Yeah, I gotta say, looking at that game, they understood that, all right, Maylane this time is on a damage dealer. We got to get to her as fast as possible. And that was off of Violet, man. Violet on that Sora. Just keep on, number 1, winning her lane, and then dominating like the jungle of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and the fact that we were, of course, expecting a bit more of the proactive gameplay, since they were on mostly aggressive setter types as the fronts. It's an Atlas, it's a Yu Zhong, but the matchup in the XP lane didn't go their way, and the mid duo too. I think it all fell down for them when they really lost out hard on that EXP lane matchup.
Well, we got a play to look at. Let's take a look at one of the great moments from match number 1, and it's most likely going to be the very end, and it is in fact Lavelle, as obviously this is where Team Falcons Indonesia start to close the vice grip and eliminate map number 1 for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, looking at that play itself already shows what happened the entire game. Violet, you go in, you pull them towards us, and then we will win based off of range, because as we're looking at the draft later on, having Valentina is great, but she doesn't have the same range as the Eve. So
es que también tenía muy buenos picks para copiar.
Falcons will hit first, and then Twisted Mind is just trying to get close enough to deal damage, but you don't get close enough.
Yeah, on paper, the Valentina stealing away the Sora's ult should do a lot for the team, but at the same time, you're not really able to use it to an advantage. You see multiple instances wherein they're just using it defensively rather than them actually being aggressive enough with the Valentina gameplay, and they could not reach the targets. They could really not find a way around this lineup from Team Falcons ID.
Was I seeing that? Was it 16-1 in overall kills?
Yeah.
That's nuts to me. I mean, like, you think about it, that just wasn't, where was Twisted Minds? Seriously, what did they need to do coming in to map number 2? Because I think we talked about the hero selection, and it almost seemed like that they were trying to force a little bit too much. Well, hey, we'll talk about that in just a second. I mentioned, though, the implications. You got Twisted Minds, you've got Team Falcons. Both are playing for the club championships. Trev, how's things shaking up?
Yesterday in MWI, 4 keys got crushed.
Me gusta que tenga días, o sea, cada día alguien diferente, porque eso le da como más frescura.
Team Vitality, the frontrunners in this competition, are still looking likely to take the 1,000 points and the title of MWI champion home. They faced off yesterday against Gen G, which was a rematch of the grand finals of 2025, and swept them clean down to the lower bracket. Today, Gen G will face off against Na'Vi, who have been looking incredible in the club championship after a big win in Fatal Fury last week. Virtus Pro still hanging on to their last life, and the same can be said for the 2 Falcons team. After heavy investment, it doesn't seem to be playing out the way that they wanted. Stay tuned for more in the club championship.
There. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here.
And
now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best.
Well, Trev mentioned it. For some of these orgs, it's a heavy investment into the games that their competitors are playing. This is no different, right? Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, both tried to gain the club championship points. And for Twisted Minds, again, they currently sit at 0. Twisted Minds need to stay alive here for the hopes of a Twisted Minds club championship race moving forward. It's only week 2, it's early, but you fall too far behind, you'll just simply never catch up. Now, going back to the hero discussion, you mentioned something that I found quite interesting. For some of the hero picks, you mentioned it was an expression of skill.
Yes, honestly, coming in from both teams, this is one of those high risk, high rewards kind of draft where if you die 2 times, that's it. That's the end of the game, because this is a very punishing meta now that the jungle gives more gold. Because what happened in that game was Falcons ID won so much that Twisted Minds could not farm up so that they didn't have the item. So it was like trying to chop down a tree with nail clippers. You will never have enough damage to do anything against Falcons ID.
That will take some time if you do it with nail clippers. But that's, I think, also on top of the fact that we felt a bit more of an adjustment from Twisted Minds, because we're more used to seeing them play the utility type of approach. But I think Falcons ID just did their homework so well too. The Mathilda ban hurt them so much in a sense that it kind of made them hesitant to just prioritize their utility jungler overall. And at the same time, them picking it for last, resorting to an assassin, and having to also pay attention to Chin Chao. I think they had to do some certain significant adjustments from their end.
And I got a key talking point I want to bring up to both of you out there. But for all of you at home and also in the venue as well, check it out. My Champion Pick. It's here. 2 champions, 1 game. My Champions Pick event is now live. From July 27th, submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 and 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under at MLBB Esports for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My Champion Pick now live. Get involved. It's some good stuff coming your way. Now, again, going back to the hero selection, again, it was a bit drastic. I mentioned the coach, though, for Twisted Minds, knowing the Indonesian playstyle, coming from Indonesian himself. Of course, players also represented on both sides. Do you think he tried to get a little bit too tricky, thinking like, okay, I know the mindset of the Indonesian team on the opposite side for Falcons Indonesia, but maybe he just did a little bit too much?
Indonesia as a region, they're a very fight-heavy region where it really is very, very short games just because you win the first 3 minutes. After those 3 minutes, it's very hard for you to make a comeback. So I think that's why both coaches tried to draft a little bit more risky and kind of hope for the best. I want to see them pull that back just a little bit and try to help out Chin Chao just a little bit more. I feel like she can get more help. She could eventually get them the W.
A bit more for Twisted Minds, I feel, because again, we mentioned how risky these lineups already were, and the fact that they are both very team fight heavy lineups. They do really like to brawl. The moment that they lost out big on that early game, on that EXP lane specifically, then it was very difficult for them to scale back into a position where they could just really constantly fight back.
How do you deal with Violet? Because she was disgusting out there. Absolutely nasty. Violet, even within the first 4 or 5 minutes, up to 5 total kills. She's clearly a problem.
I feel like they're going to change just a little bit on the strategy, because what happened in that game was that the mid duo tried to make sure that the mid duo of Falcons ID does not move. I think this time they're like, you know what? Let's help out the EXP. How about 3 people go there? How about 4 people go there? If they can shut down Violet early, maybe the game would have looked different.
Yeah, maybe give Sa the more Sa type of heroes that would just really catch them off guard.
Have more range.
Have more range, movement around the map, because with the Valentina, range given, it's not so good as the other mid lane picks out there, but I think also movement really restricted, because she really wasn't able to get the advantage in the mid lane up against the counterpart, up against the E.
My biggest concern, though, for Twisted Minds, they lost that so quickly. Now they're immediately going into map number 2. The regain is going to be so hard.
This is something that I have to talk about, because in Stream B, even after losses, Chin Chao was smiling, having fun, same as Maylin, and this shows their their veterancy, right? They've been here since 2021. They've suffered losses before. They know how to recover. And looks like part of that recovery is banning out that Sora. So quite unorthodox. We haven't seen a Sora ban for quite a while. Speaking of, Twisted Mind is going to be the first pick, and then Falcons ID on the second one. They're playing Flying Clouds for this one. Sora as well as Atlas banned out.
But you know, Sora was also used by Daisy on Twisted Minds, and she had a phenomenal job with it. So wouldn't you think maybe, even though banning it out is a bit risky, why not try to risk the fact that you might be able to get Sora yourself?
I doubt that they'd prioritize it for first pick though, so there will be a greater chance that Team Falcons ID will get their hands on it all over again if they don't take it out here, because they prioritize it the same even knowing that the Valentina's open in game number 1.
The other possible answer might be this time, maybe Daisy has to go for a tank, like a proper tank, so that you can actually have an assassin in the jungle, because again, the EXP needed farm, right? The mid needed farm, jungle needed farm, gold needed farm. So losing 1,000 gold kind of feels like losing 10,000 gold.
And because they went with an Atlas, which is a setter type, which is more like a bruiser rather than someone who could, less of a bruiser rather than someone who could just keep standing in front of your way.
He doesn't slow down their rotation. If he tries, he'll die.
Yeah, so that's why I think there has to be some adjustments, because the EXP and the roamer definitely are the anchors of the team if they just really want to spread out the gold that way.
And by the way, you mentioned over on Stream B, they were smiling after a loss. I just saw a smile there. So Twisted Minds is coming back into this. They're feeling good. They are not phased by that early loss.
Because I feel like they understood why they lost, right? Like that's part of the reason why they're still okay. It's like, it's something you can solve. It's not something that they're too strong. It was just our mistake.
Yeah. So now the Marcel gets open.
Oh, Marcel. Okay.
This is gonna change things quite a bit because we barely see it open here in Stream A. But the fact that Falcons ID have already secured the carry yet again, I feel like this is gonna be a staple in their lineup up against Twisted Minds. And now you might want to think twice about what the option in the jungle is going to be again.
Brigitte, I really feel like carry is going to be a big priority in MWI, maybe even MSC, because carry counters so many meta picks right now in the EXP as well in the jungle, where before this, we hope for Gord to be that tank killer.
El punto es poder checar a la
carry, which, you know, is why she was designed the way she was designed.
Oh, the Paquito gets picked up. So Twisted Minds are still going for a...
This is going to be Esme.
Okay, this is
going to be Esmeralda fighting as the Paquito, wins the lane, as well as the counter is not there anymore. I don't see why not pick up an Esmeralda here.
Yeah, at least for Twisted Minds, though, they revert to something that's more common to them. It's the utility lineup and a damage EXP. So maybe just maybe Daisy gets a bit more comfortable here. But again, the presence and possibility of a direct counter to her lane. That's what we have to watch out for here in Red 3. Does Falcons ID do finally pick it up? Or do they just really want to play confident and show us something else?
Yeah, I feel like the correct answer is going to be Esmeralda, but hey, like you said, maybe they want to go for a very different direction, because maybe they want to pick up the jungler now before it gets banned out. So yes, they do pick up the Esmeralda. So now
la verdad es que a pesar de todo, ayer yo pensé que el hecho de tener a Kai no iba a ayudar, pero la verdad la ejecución fue bastante buena.
Yeah, I think on paper you would want to go for the Claude, since you already have to answer the Eve, not directly winning against the carry, but that's pretty much a given considering the way the meta works right now. And you need a bit more of shred and DPS, as you mentioned, because you have an Esmeralda on the other side.
Yeah, and now look at this. They're batting out the shred. They're batting out the Gord. So this Esmeralda will eventually become a very big problem, because even though the Claude builds Demon Hunter Sword, it's going to take some time for you to take out the shields of Esmeralda, especially because you have a Paquito, you have an Akai. They're going to give shields over to this. In fact, even a Marcel, right? Every member of Twisted Mind has a shield that Esmeralda can absorb. So the likes of a Claude might not have enough damage to even break the shield.
How deep can Sa's hero pool go to? Because we've seen like attempts to even use a Lunox to answer against these kinds of tanky heroes, but does she have it in her pool, and will she be comfortable enough to play it? Arguably so, though. I think she will have enough space. She's paired up with a Marcel. They also have the Akai on their side. She will have the Brilliance to temporarily keep herself safe. But range. range might be another issue for Twisted Minds if they do decide to go for the Lunox route.
Sí, una Lunox. Sí es cierto, o sea, está Sushin, pero no hemos visto Lunox y creo que Lunox podría contestarle bastante bien a un Sushin. Ahora, ojo, mucho mago de Falcons, mucho mago. O sea, ya va bastantito de mago, tiene que tener cuidado.
But I wonder if the Kaja was banned out here because we're already assuming it's a Nakai
Se modificó, ¿verdad? Espérame.
jungle.
Part of the strength of Kaja. Remember how game number 1, Falcons completely control the jungle?
Yeah.
Kaja is amazing at that. You know, the passive as well as the basic attack can steal many camps away.
Oh, yeah.
And again, there's a carry. Cho is a good partner with carry, same as Kalia, same as Kaja. Anyone that can catch, carry's happy with them.
That's true. That's why they probably took a bunch of the pick-off-centric roamers out.
Voy a silenciar
they
de este lado, espérame, ¿por qué?
Just yet, though. They go ahead with the Harley. That's a lot of magic damage we're starting to see from Falcon's ID.
I feel like Harif will have enough burst, actually, and ironically enough, to deal with Esme, but again, it's so risky. But that's the problem right now. Every single pick for Twisted Mind is pretty risky, so they still go with the Claude. They're going to try to roll with this again. The mid is going to be the most important one. You need some kind of burst so that your early game is not as difficult compared to game number 1. Because again, this is tournament life.
Yeah.
Lose here, you're going to go home.
Someone who's not as easily caught, someone who can probably also kite because you're expected to run around a lot of times. It's a Harley, it's an Esmeralda in your face. Apart from the fact that you have to deal with the range from the Eve. So Sa is really taking her time thinking about this, but she will default back into her Kagura.
Because I asked her in an interview, your Kagura was amazing. Do you feel anyone else will use the Kagura? And she's like, maybe, but I'm the best. I'm the best Kagura. So I feel like this is do or die. This is her telling her coach, I don't care if it's not good on paper, I want to use my best hero.
Yeah, and maybe just be very specific with your targets too, because the Kagura, once it's actually farmed up, can deal decent amounts of damage, especially to the likes of the Harley and the carry altogether. So maybe they will just really try to focus fire majority of their burst damage onto one. We also don't know what the Paquito is actually going to try to build from this point onwards. So that can be another layer to the burst damage that we're expecting from Twisted Minds. But Falcon's ID, the roamer, is it a Cho?
I feel like a glue will be fine here. They don't have the damage profile to take down a glue. But looks like they're going to go for the Hilda. So the Hilda is just to match the Marcel. We're going to have a woman-on-woman defense, making sure that the Marcel is always marked. I got to say, Brigida, looking at Twisted Mind, they're drafting like their life depended on it. And now Falcon's ID, they're trying their best to counter every single pick of Twisted Minds.
But will it pay off? That's the question. For Team Falcons Indonesia, they struck hard in map number 1, and Twisted Minds are forced to come back to protect their heart in the tournament. The key, will it get crushed after this map, or will we go the distance to a map number 3? It's up to them to decide. Athena, Gideon, let's get it started.
Me encanta cómo presentan, bien geniales. Tienen energía súper brutal.
So far, this game is really going to boil down to how those first couple of minutes is going to go. Because, man, Team Falcons with a draft like that, trying to cover every single position is kind of wild.
It looked like a chess match, actually. Answering each and every move that we've seen Twisted Mind try and take. Actually, for the Kagura, I'm a bit concerned. Although, it's all about the mechanics and the pilot, right?
That's true.
It's all about who uses the perfect timing as well here for Twisted. Immediate!
Cuidado.
Interception here for Twisted Minds, and the punish onto Seb. First blood here for Count Daisy. Violet might fall as well. It's Daisy right up front.
They're so
with
smart.
an early double kill.
They're so smart. They're so smart. This is the first time we're finally seeing the counter jungle actually happen. You're predicting your opponents, giving them no information, walk up to try and invade, and instantly body slammed into them. And you've got a Paquito who's strong at level 1 to make that happen. That was great. And now Litho for free.
Great minds do think alike. And now it's Cal on to Levy and Raimundo. Now we see some action. Now we see the countermeasure that Twisted Minds change from game 1, now reflecting heavily onto game 2.
Me encanta cómo se ve la parte de los emblemas.
This is the best start possible that we can see from Twisted Minds' side. However, it's not over just yet. Just because First Blood was given over doesn't necessarily mean that the entire game is over. It's just going to be a little tough for Zev to come back into it. And I think Violet, unfortunately, just does not have the base stats to contest with Paquito until first items are purchased.
Yeah, and it's actually one of the analyses earlier onto giving Daisy a hero that could actually withstand and do some action. And now it's up to main lane to actually try and bear some of the responsibility to setting up bigger and better team fights here for Twisted Minds. And now onto the top lane is going to be Chinchao yet again being targeted. There's Sev onto the side lanes. Very nice BMI out here just to disengage.
Yeah, they didn't see the BMI, unfortunately. They could have waited just a little bit longer just in case it times out and see whether the mistake was going to be made. But with the Deadly Magic already gone and information on where Zev is, this should be a pretty free turtle as Raimundo opens up the map to see Kao.
Okay, Violet is there as well. They're still waiting for that big square, that big RWM that TV might do, but instead they just focus on the trying to level things up here for Twisted, not giving them any more kills than necessary.
Oh man.
Life from party.
And Zev in position to try to make another attack and another attempt on that top side. Mid gets attacked instead as Twisted Minds are sending the reinforcements.
Okay, now they react. It's Chinchao yet again being left defenseless.
Uy, sí sale. Uf, qué buena curación.
Enough of a shield to get back and survive. And now it's Kao living some of those free moments with a chucking shot, but all is still good. No kills yet, just yet here for Team Falcons.
Yep, and now they're going to take their time as Twisted Minds know that they have enough of a lead to start stealing away some spare change from Falcons. In this case, one of the small camps, Zev just has to watch.
Okay, it's all about maintaining their tempo as well. Main lane committing the heavy spin. Raimundo will be falling down. What a smooth transition for game 2 here for Twisted.
Yeah, Raimundo, a little should be careful here because at this point, Twisted Minds, they don't mind just ripping the ult. They don't mind just finding even more picks. They already have the lead. They're not going to play from behind. They're showing that they have enough dominance to play ahead. Can Zev steal this away in time? Zev does not have retribution just yet.
Okay, she's just rushing through everything.
Oh, no, sí se la
It looks like it's still melee lane here.
Le dan el paso, pero...
Okay, onto the top lane. They go for the counter punish. Raimundo onto the back targeting Kao. It's it again going in with the golden orb, but no one is caught here onto the side
segunda
of
partida se está yendo rápido. Ayer la verdad sí comenzaron un poco más tarde.
Trying to push back a little against Suitsed.
A slight adaptation.
Uy, buenísimo.
Committing a damage, but still isn't enough to actually turn it into a kill. Now, across the map, there was also an attempt here for Team Falcons, but unfortunately, though, it doesn't succeed. It doesn't still equate onto any kills. 4 minutes into the game, and they still haven't found the right rhythm yet. Maybe here under the turtle, they will.
It's all about adaptation. Now, Violet trying to maintain as much pressure as possible to create that space. Sa needs to clear that midway before they get it, and now the fight starts to begin.
Oh, now it's Raimundo forcing out Daisy. Missed position here for Twisted Minds. Still, it's Sa follow up closely with the Thrasho and Seimi umbrellas being thrown all over the bush. Neutral objective still up. They might not reset this one as Twisted continues their dominance here onto the top lane. Raimundo and the rest of Team Falcons will disengage and not contest the turtle anymore. Sa, and again with Yin Yang overturn, Liv trying to run away. Golden Aura as well, looking for the side steps just to try and survive. And she will not, even with the flying clouds, still isn't enough time to actually help her.
Very nicely played. So far, Twisted Minds are coming out of this with 0 deaths. The kill score is 4-0. Falcons have yet to find something against them. However, the lead isn't running away just yet. Despite what happened in the early game, Zev is still trying to make plays across the map. Now getting caught. Is this going to be a death?
Okay, it's going to be the magic trick here. Trying to run away, but it looks like there is no way out but to go down here for Sev.
I mean, they made the attempt, right? Try to clear up the wave really, really fast so that Violet has a little bit of time to kind of maintain control, or could have gone to roam had that wave been completely destroyed. But at this point, Zev is getting targeted hard by Twisted Minds. They are not letting this transition into the mid game go to waste like in game 1.
Okay, now they're finally maximizing what their composition is made for, right? Immediate turnarounds. And it's all about delaying things up here for Team Falcons. Now they're trying to find a way to somehow let Liv farm up as much as he can. But for Twisted Minds, they just did a really great job onto finally getting an answer back for Daisy here, especially for that Paquito wonderful pick.
And so far, it's been doing wonders. Oh, another yin-yang reaction with a Sky Piercer on top of it. Sa finds the pick of a lifetime, and Zev continues to get punished.
That is just messy here for Team Falcons. An early 0-3 onto your jungler, and now it's Twisted Minds written all over the map. Even Liv will have a hard time trying to find the right lanes to stay and farm up as much as he can.
Yeah, the worst possible outcomes have already come true. Chinchao just needs to scale because Sa and Daisy are strong enough to take out Zev and Liv if they are exposed to the enemy. Now, Twisted Minds gonna take their time with this. I think they want to extend this lead even further. They didn't bother invading the orange buff, but they just want the turtle first. Seems like they're not going to overextend. They're playing it by the book. Very textbook plays.
Okay, it's all about maintaining composure here also for Twisted Minds, and we do like that they don't do this flashy, unnecessary movements across the map unless it's really necessary. All about clearing up the lanes, not letting any lane turret being destroyed here for Team Falcons. And Daisy, she is confident enough that she could hold over on the two members, even forcing out some of the poker tricks here for Sev. And for Twisted Minds, if ever they committed, they were ready for any rumble. They were ready for battle immediately.
It's a gradual climb at this point. 4.5 is starting to come into dangerous territory for the Falcons. They have yet to find anything. Not a single kill on this game. Not a single turret on the map. Yet they understand one thing. We can scale. We just need to hit our item power spikes. How do we stop the bleeding as they now try to intercept this dive?
Okay, now they put some pressure onto Raimundo. Heavy spin will miss out most of the heroes here for Team Falcons. But now
siento que se posiciona muy cerca. Pero estuvo bien. Kill por kill.
It's going to be at cost of her own life. Chinchao and the rest of the members of Twisted Minds still got a better trade onto that one.
And now they continue.
Fue la cagura. Ah, sí fue la cagura que se llevó Ivy. Pero ¿quién se llevó la Ivy?
Unfortunately for Livy, it did cost her absolutely everything. Last tier 1 turret here on the bottom side finally destroyed. Mid needs to be cracked wide open before Twisted Minds can accelerate this game any further. They're just limited by the structures that Falcon continuously tried to defend.
And also because of Twisted Minds, the change and the momentum they're facing as well, and Sa finally getting her hands on the hero she's most comfortable with, right? She's doing a great job onto checking each and every bush, preventing what happened onto game number 1 with Sev, just targeting all over again onto their core damage dealers. Vision is everything here for Twisted Minds.
It is, and right now Daisy holding a very powerful position, but Violet's going to expose it first. I see a Genius Wand being purchased. Pretty greedy here, considering everything that's already happened in the early stages of the game. And I would have imagined, at least with the composition that they have, shredding that MR is vital for Violet and Levy. At this point of time, there should be an attack from the Falcons, but it seems like they don't have enough manpower or the resources. They will find one as the Lord goes into the hands
of Twisted Minds.
So the baby steps here for Team Falcons. Taking those small steps might matter later on, as long as they don't get full-on annihilated here by Twisted Minds. And somehow, Sev is still doing a great job onto somehow balancing out the longer lanes here against Twisted Minds and preventing that macro falling onto the hands here for Chinchao and the rest of the gang. Lord will be marching onto the top lane. Twisted Minds trying to find another person to actually take down here, but for Falcons, it's all about clearing up, making it safer, and Sa being inflicted a lot of damage here, but still will survive.
Still survives, And now we see the Falcons, again, maintaining these waves really, really well. Twisted Minds really lost a lot of confidence once Kao ended up going down. They didn't have their dedicated man, person, woman to walk into these bushes and absorb that kind of deadly damage that we're expecting from the Falcons side. Actually, let's pull up the item list before. Zev should not die here. They'll be able to get out. Even deadly magic being used. Malin takes little to no damage. I'm assuming Malin already has Radiant Armor as Xin Chao backs up. Let's look at this, right? Yep, Radiant Armor, Chastise Pauldron already done for Malin. On the opposite side, it seems that Zev even more. First item decided to go for concentrated energy just to survive the early game. And now with the Genius Wand, provides a little bit of utility for everybody else. Oh, Daisy played that well. Good composure.
Okay, it's all about maintaining the lead here for Twisted Minds. They're not letting any cracks here to be seen by Team Falcons. And now they slowly somehow negate some of the jungles, the macro as well. They're trying to somehow control it against Team Falcons. But for now, it's still Sev focusing onto the small things here onto the map, trying to and get a single person out of Twisted Minds. Raimundo for the follow-up! Immediate shutdown onto Daisy. They've got a plenty bounty right there here for Team Falcons. Now it's next on line. Flicker as well committed just to try and escape that one. But no, it's Livy with a shutdown kill. Have seen here for main lane. Trying to corner out Livy, and they will do so with Chincha with a double kill. It's 2 on the 3, and Sev will get those numbers as well, and Team Falcons kindly get a very beautiful play here. Chincha forced out onto her Flicker. Now we see some action happening here on the map.
Really, really tough for Chincha, especially because, again, you're coming to the point of the game where you already have your Trinity items. It's just maintaining the Art of Thievery stacks on top of the Golden Staff stacks. Daisy nearly one-shotting Zev, but the counterplay is just too much. Just like predicted by our studio, Violet on this Esme is a problem.
Just let her cook, right? And she ate well enough to actually absorb some of those shields. Not some, most of the shields here from Twisted Minds. And now for Team Falcons, they were just waiting to pounce on their prey. And now finally we see the tables have been turned. Now they got the chance to take down an objective, and then top of that, a possible takedown yet again. Ramona onto Sa. They're forcing out Twisted out of their position. Xinjiao goes in with a blazing duet. Immediate shot out onto Seb. And they go in and take the Lord as well in the process. Liv and the rest of the gang tries to go in with a trade-off. Just enough to finally get an advantage. Shutdown immediately onto Chinchao. They continue here on the purple buff side. And it looks like for Twisted Mind, they got a Lord, but at the sacrifice of 2 members.
Yeah, not 100% sure how that was going to start playing out here. Fortunately, if Chinchao survived, I think there was definitely an opportunity for Twisted Minds to take this back. But look at the gold lead, despite getting the Lord, despite doing everything correctly, minimizing the damage, Falcons still walk away positive despite that.
That was a very smart move actually here for Team Falcons, just waiting. And then Raimundo focusing solely on Sa, preventing the burst from ever happening. She was just so far. And even though Xinjiao was has managed to actually reach Sev and the rest, but one thing is for sure, the rest of the gang, they were willing to take the risk and they took it. That is a high reward play here for Team Falcons. And now it's Violet being targeted. Even if Radley was committed on her, but they were not successful. That is huge info here for Team Falcons.
Just not, unfortunately, just needed a couple more attacks
bastante.
Which is the main win condition so far for Twisted Minds. If you look at the items and already max builds are starting to come. One last item to complete the full set. A Winter Crown coming in from Chinchao.
Confirmo, ¿qué es eso? ¿Quién hace eso en la actualidad?
Together to get a maximized blazing duet, and hopefully that's going to be enough to bait out everything from the Falcons.
Yo pensé que todo esto que tengo aquí, negro, era natural. Soy un mapache. Soy un mapache.
Could possibly come from,
o un panda. Soy un
the
panda.
most crucial piece
Más un panda.
alongside with Saa. And Raimundo is just doing a great job onto spotting out those 2 critical members here for Twisted Minds. And looking at the Dabidat ranking, she is the key to
Soy
all
un poderoso
the
panda.
fights that Twisted Minds would be able to win onto this clash.
¿Qué tal, Frost? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Listo para ver la MWE? Uy, qué buena. Pero se le fue, sí, no, lo iba a contener.
To hold on to the economy and stop the bleeding. This is a really great showing of veterancy, not only by the Falcons, but creative, adaptive plays from Twisted Minds. Because now
me encanta cómo juegan, o sea, bueno, o sea, me está gustando cómo juegan. Yo nunca había sido tan fan hasta estos tiempos. Bueno, porque es dinámica. Uf, ya somos 20. Ya somos como 20.
Take most of the farms as well when it comes to the minion waves, and now they focus onto getting Daisy out of position. That was a really close call here for Sev. Now they come back. There's a positive position here for Team Falcons, and they could attempt another gank if ever, but Twisted Minds, they're just not letting things go walk by.
Me gusta lo que estamos viendo.
They show that Harley in the mid lane, Twisted continue to respond to it. They gotta play this slow, and now Raimundo might.
Lo peor es que ya me voy a acostumbrar a hacer temprano live. Ya me dieron ganas. Solo porque no quiera, sino a veces es muy complicado con los tiempos y más por la tarde. Y más por la tarde. Entonces es bastante complicado después de los torneos, entonces tendrá que ser temprano. Y temprano es bueno. O sea, tengo más tiempo en la mañana. Qué angustia así rankear. Luego de angustia, imagínate jugar y que estés en un evento presencial y que todo el mundo te vea jugar bien o mal. O sea, está difícil. Qué angustia. El horario de sueño lo tengo dañado. Bueno, dejaré el directo de fondo mientras me hago mi cafecito. Gracias. Yo no traigo cafecito, hoy traigo otro vasito. Otro vasito de helado. Esta es la versión red.
What you mentioned, that was beautifully played out here also for Twisted Minds. Very smart targeting for Mei lane. And Cow directly assassinating Sev. Started
Ahí va el Lord, todos peleándose por allá y el Lord por su lado.
Now the Lord will be marching onto the bottom side.
Now this is where it's going to get a little difficult here, because Twisted Minds don't exactly have the greatest ways to zone their players off without having to commit really big ultimates. And in this case, it's that heavy spin, unless we see Daisy flicker, which isn't up for another 36 seconds.
Yep. But they're making it worth it, right? For Raimundo.
Oh my god.
She is just suffering, bro. She's just suffering onto what Chin Chao and Gao is doing. It's Daisy yet again finding Sev across the map, across the jungle, and now they're left to defend. It's only going to be 4 members here onto the top lane, and main lane and the Ross will be slowly disengaging. That was an immediate answer for Team Falcons, but that was a close call, by the way, for Sev.
Oh, can they save the turret? No! The inhibitor turret gets broken down. Even if it survives at 1 HP, at least it would have prevented the ever-constant flowing wave from Twisted Minds' side, and a long wave, the long lane of which Falcons must consistently deal with. Look, Lord is spawning 75 seconds away on the bottom side. It's so far away to deal with, and they really need Violet to open up that map because nobody else can do it, not even Raimundo anymore.
She isn't, right? She is not really enjoying her time right now because for Team Falcons, that's halfway across the map. And you wouldn't want to waste a time for Violet to just clear off the waves. You want her to be present when it comes to crucial team fights. Now, we see her purchasing the Winter Crown as well.
Wait, we're seeing a movement from Twisted Minds. It looks like they want to invade on the top side to maybe try and go for an intercept onto Violet. But they've already spotted this out, right? Raimundo, great positioning here to give the information necessary. Falcons ready for the counterattack.
Okay, Raimundo still is baiting herself here. Just debating whether they should go for a kill, but Violet onto Daisy. This is what we're talking about. She is shocked.
Yo acá no me ha dicho, no estoy dormida, no estoy dormida.
There were multiple members. That is a different case. So Team Falcons needs to be really careful onto sending Violet alone across across the map.
Falcons, again, that counterattack, had it happened at the 40-second mark of when the Lord was going to spawn, they probably would have their ults back up for when the Lord actually spawned to fight once more. But it's just too risky. It's 15-13 so far, and Twisted Minds, both sides are all at max build, with Twisted Minds with a little bit more economy to start item swapping in the middle of these fights. We'll see whether that's going to matter in just a little bit, because you can tell Falcons, they're the ones who have to press the charges. Twisted Minds, they can just wait. Look at that top wave. It's building up fast.
Yep, they have the luxury to take things slow when it comes to this Lord take. And as we've mentioned, it's always going to be a -1 here for Team Falcons just because of that base art being destroyed here for Twisted Minds. And now they commit. They saw that there are not a lot of members here for Team Falcons to try and contest this one out. It's Liv trying to fall back here with a free hit. And Violet with the Falling Storm will be able to hit Sa. But process is going to be taking too long here for Team Falcons, but immediately get in with the kill. What a way to get off the Lord and get another kill. Xin Shao with their multi-spark off. And a double kill here for the carry.
Obviamente que nadie va a estar para hoy.
They were able to get a Lord, a kill as well, and now they slowly make their way through the map.
Genuinely beautifully played by Falcon's side. I thought maybe for
Que es
sure
muy
that this
matado
was going
estar
to be a Lord
todos
beside
los
Twisted
días
Minds, but the target priority from Falcons
en
in the
gracias.
middle
Va a estar
of the
muy todos
scrum
los días
was
en
just
stream a
too much
esta
to
hora.
deal with. And now, with the immortalities, they're looking for the end game as Daisy. They're going to have to recall. Yeah, it looks like they've accepted what's about to happen. And look at Libby, so far behind with the RWM ready to punish.
Okay, they know it's going to be the jump here for Daisy. She's taking the risk. We'll be able to eliminate Raimundo, but the Lord is so full of HP. It's in Team Falcons focus fire onto the base and winning over this match onto a 2-0 sweep.
From deadpan silence to all smiles on the side of the Falcons. What a difficult battle this had to be for the Twisted Minds. They were the ones who were leading the charge. They were the ones who were setting the tempo.
La jugaron cierto.
Experience and most importantly, their patience.
Hoy voy a hacer el de ayer y el de hoy.
Definitely, now they rise as legends.
Sí, porque así cuando vea que gana, solamente se las hago. Me explico, ya no tengo que esperar. Y luego no me contestan, entonces está difícil.
What a game. If this is what we're expecting from our very first series, I don't know what's in store for later on today. The quality is already going up, and we are seeing some high-level ideas being implemented here in MWI. Let's look at this replay one more time here at the end of
es que le lograron remontar, pero
that closing moments, both Daisy and Sa desperately trying to not only clear this wave, but they needed to pull the Lord's attention. And unfortunately for the Falcons, they said, no, we will not let you aggro the Lord. We will not let you distract our minions. And they made sure, hey, we're not baiting this out. We're playing this good and honest.
They're playing it right to their strengths. And the redemption now continues. For the side of Team Falcons.
Soy muy jugado. Bueno, deja dentro del game que no me acuerdo de la idea. No, nadie se acuerda, casi todos es pegado. Ay, no, qué horror. Se le fue el audio.
From your former teammates.
Well, this is my first time to holding the key, so I'm so excited. But then I feel bad for my teammate also because Ika is from Indonesia also. But she tried her best.
¡Ay, qué bonito! Eso, cuando dignifican a su contrincante, es lo mejor. Muestra la calidad de jugadoras.
You know, anything you would like to say to all of the Indonesian fans who are supporting you back home?
I know for the first day,
su pausa meter estuvo larga.
It's a little bit bad for us, for our perform, but I think from yesterday until today, we bounced back, and then I think maybe we can rematch with Vitality.
¡Ay, qué bonitos brillitos!
Yes, and with this
bueno,
win,
coloritos salieron.
You have made it to the knockout stage and extending your tournament life. Falcons, Indonesia.
Ya te tomé cap.
Ay, no, qué feo. For that very important moment, we have a tradition here at the Esports World Cup. This is the key crushing. Congratulations again to Team Falcons, Indonesia, punching that ticket into the knockout phase. We got to make sure we careful here. stuff get real serious, making sure that our key master lets you know exactly how it's done. Okay. We've seen the respect on stage, but at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, there can only be one when it comes to competition. Nothing is given, everything is earned. Oh my gosh.
Lo hace muy lento.
Oh my.
Qué feo. Asustó a todos.
You see the reaction there. Congratulations again, ladies and gentlemen. They are officially qualified for our knockout stages.
Tercer día, y la verdad es que se han jugado bastante bien las chicas. Lo están haciendo bastante. Es que esa es la parte bonita, Frost. Esa es la parte bonita. Hay muchas cosas detrás de que lo hacen un poco más complejo que solamente eso, ¿me explico?
En VG impulsamos el desarrollo profesional dentro de nuestra comunidad por medio de alianzas con empresas líderes en la región. Nuestros estudiantes tienen...
Well, the first key on day 3 has been crushed, and let me tell you, that key put up a fight. It was loud indeed, but at the end of the day, it's the reality of EWC. Twisted Minds, unfortunately, will not be progressing to the knockout stage, but for Team Falcons Indonesia, a clean sweep of 2-0 puts them in an excellent spot. During the match, though, Rose had a chance to catch up with some interesting people out in our audience.
We're having fun here in Paris, but I do have a few questions because it is an interesting match right now. We know that Falcon's ID is going up against Twisted Mind. Now, I'm pretty sure Funi is split because if you guys remember, Funi used to play in Falcon's ID, but her sister is in Twisted Mind. So how are we feeling about this matchup?
Actually, right now, I'm very nervous. I'm trembling nonstop. Oh my god, I almost cried. Oh my god.
Okay. Yeah, I can feel you're nervous. Yeah, but yeah, Funi, does this match makes you feel sentimental?
Yeah, I mean, on one side, it's my sister, and on the other side, it's my ex-teammate. So, of course, I feel a bit sad. Yeah, either Twisted or Team Falcons lose, I will end up crying. Pretty sure.
Oh no, please don't cry. Please don't cry, girl. Now, of course, we also want to ask Sabila. Now, Sabila, as the Indonesian reporter here on ground, I want to ask you, how do you think, or what do you think is happening with the Indonesian representatives here in MWI?
A mí me encanta el café, pero no sé preparar café. O sea, no sé, me sale mal. Me sale mal y no sabe rico. Es lo peor.
They lose 0-2 from Seita, but now we can see their step up from yesterday until today. I'm sorry, Funi, because as we know in the first game, we saw Falcon ID playing so good, playing so well, but on the second game, we don't know. But Falcon ID, you have to reset. You have to do your best because this is your last chance to go in a knockout stage.
Pero me voy a apagar tanto la cámara porque me voy a levantar. Pero espérame, ya vengo. O sea, sigo aquí. Solo me voy a levantar por algo allá. Y vengo rapidín ahorita que hay una medio pausa. Por decirlo de alguna forma.
Good luck, I love you. Whatever happens, either you're winning or you're losing, you're still the best good winner for me.
Oh, she's tearing up. Oh my god, so sentimental. Thank you so much, girls. Sabila, anything for the Indonesian viewers? Of course. Can I say in Bahasa, right? Yeah, go ahead. Alright. Teman-teman semua, satukan dukungan kalian untuk tim ataupun player Indonesia yang sedang berjuang di MWI at EWC 2026. Thank you very much, girls. That's it from us, and we'll see you guys next time.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Thank you, Rose and Sevilla, for catching up with some of the players out there in the audience. Funi, what a tough spot to be in. The tears were flowing. My heart breaks. The story that she has being out in the audience, having to watch those two teams. What's the story behind that?
It's so tough to be in her spot because, again, as previously mentioned by her, on one side, it's her sister who's fighting. That's why you see her tearing up just a little bit when she had to give her final message. But on the other side, she had former teammates. So she's very much familiar with the competitive scene. She's been playing in Indonesia for a while now. She knows for a fact how competitive it can be and how much of an achievement it is to be here in MWI at EWC. So I can only imagine how she feels for her sister because she's already made it to this point where you only need to win one series to make it to knockouts, but you have to witness her lose it out in such an unfortunate manner after dominating the game for so long.
That's why we framed it family versus the enemy. It's tough. It is for some of these matchups. I mean, it goes deep, especially with the history between certain rosters and teams and maybe even some people on our desk with some upcoming matchups. Let's talk about some actions throughout, though. Game number 2. Man, it was tough to watch. It really was, because Twisted Minds, at least at the start, were at the 4-minute mark, LaFell, and I felt like Twisted Minds were off to an excellent start.
It was perfect. And honestly, Taylor, that's why it hurts. Imagine playing perfectly for 19 minutes. And then the moment that counts, the final action when Sa, as the Kagura, she missed her ult. She could not kill the opponent's carry. That's at the point of the game you're like, I made a mistake. We cut our losses. Let's live to fight another day. But the mistake was they committed. They're like, no, we have to win now. They all died, and that was the end of the game. That's how crucial one mistake is at 20 minutes.
Absolutely brutal. We take a look at our second moment, and I believe we get deeper into game number 2. And this is where things might start shaping up for Falcons Indonesia at the 12-minute mark. Now, Bree, from this point in time, it's still relatively even. I believe Twisted Mind still has maybe a little bit of a lead, but you can tell Falcons Indonesia are creeping up.
Yep, this is a moment where Chinchao was actually still able to find the way around the objectives, but it was where also Falcons ID were gradually being more confident in just trying to fight back against these objectives as well. And that's when I think they've also acknowledged themselves that we're a scaling lineup. And for the longest time, indeed, Twisted Minds have dominated it because they've done it through sheer burst damage. But it also can arrive to a point where they too can rely on their sustain. They also can rely on their raw damage in order to fight back. And that's where I think we got to see them on a much more equal footing, where decisions really made a huge difference in the latter portions of the game.
And LaFell, we take a look at our third moment of the game. We get deeper in, and I think this is when you really start to notice and showcase Falcons Indonesia could pull this off.
And this is where the mistakes really start to show. If there were 5 women there, they could have protected their base. They could have extended this and then maybe end in the next fight. But the fact that they committed earlier on, at that point, once they die, I think every player from Twisted Mind, they knew it was over.
But even one mistake, right, which can catapult and snowball into ultimately a loss. During the hero selection, though, we did notice that Falcons quite literally picked just to counter the Twisted Mind setup. Do you think that late game setup with their picks ended up playing more of a role than we thought?
Oh yes, 100%.
Mañana empieza a las 4 de la mañana y termina
because Twisted Mind, they had a good advantage to just end the game early, but Falcon denied that. Eventually,
a las 9
Falcons
se
got the
supone.
items needed to finally fight back against
Son
Twisted Mind.
2 veo
So, yes,
5.
Twisted Mind made a mistake, but we gotta give credit where credit is due. Falcons slowed it down so much, they came back.
They did not be as reactive to what Twisted Minds were already doing across the map, and that's despite the Paquito leading up or actually having such a great time, even despite the matchup against an Esmeralda. That's why it also feels so frustrating for Daisy, because I believe it was an unfavorable setup for her.
She had a perfect game.
It was a perfect game for her nonetheless.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, it is heartbreaking for Twisted Minds, but that's how these tournaments go. Again, like I always love to say, making it to this stage is a massive accomplishment in its own right. Shout out to Twisted Minds for being one of the best teams out there when it comes to the MWI. Now, the question is, how do you be cool? I actually don't know, and Damascus, from what I'm hearing, you're gonna teach me? What do you got?
How to be cool.
Gentlemen,
I heard that today you guys have been a band banger, so I'm gonna teach you how to be cool in MLBB. So make sure you guys get this correct. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? How you feeling?
I'm feeling phenomenal.
I don't care how you're feeling. All right. This is the first question. Vengeance. What's a vengeance?
A vengeance? Revenge?
No, it's when you get killed at the beginning and then you just kill them back.
No. Bro, what are you talking about?
No, it's a skill. It's a skill. You know.
Oh, like a flicker. Exactly. It's flicker.
Stop. He pretends he knows words. He does not. He don't know what a flicker is.
Bro, I know MLB. Bro, what are you talking about?
I'm gonna forgive you. I'm gonna forgive you this. Okay, what's an inspire? It's easy. What's an inspire?
An inspire?
Yeah.
Martin Luther King.
You're not wrong.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a character's trait. Like there are tanks and there are inspire characters. They inspire the others.
You know what? You're the kind of people that make my mom cry. All right? This is not being
sorry,
cool.
Mom.
Okay, you know what? Last one. You guys have to get this because you guys have been hosts, right?
Yeah.
After a passionate game, you see the players standing up and then shouting to the opponents. What do they say?
Hacen muy largas las pausas.
No.
Why are you laughing? Bro, it's Mobile Legends bang bang, bro.
No, they shout. I love. You know what? I'm done. You guys are hopeless. You know, I hope someone else can do this because I'm out.
Bro,
see me on the gold lane, bro.
See us in the gold lane, brother.
Yeah.
We gonna remember this when it's time for vengeance and we inspired on the gold lane.
Ahí está ya.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Design characters for games that can emote and actually talk in
Vamos a
minutes.
cambiar rápido.
Vatos Gen 8.
Got pretty scared. I thought you were going to take them both down.
Dude, they were hopeless, man. I tried my best. Hearts out to them. You know what? Briggs, maybe you have more patience. Maybe you could have made them more cool.
I don't know how else to explain vengeance and inspire, though. Like, I think you're the best teacher to do that.
Well, you tried.
I tried. But honestly, they're very, very cool guys. You know, hopefully we get to hang out, but just not play MLBB.
Give them a second chance, if you will. I have faith in them. I think they can learn how to be cool. Hey, Mutan's got a special message. Let's listen in.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya. Tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2.
Genial.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang korona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step onto the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Bukan atau tidak,
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
no one is untouchable.
Let's fight. Hentikan aku kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
Oh, qué bonito. That's okay, confirmo. ¿Qué cambio de música
I don't
tan
know about
radical?
you,
Ahí
but I'm
está.
pumped up not only for MWI, but MSC as well, taking place here in Paris, France, at the Esports World Cup. LaFell, it's MLBB for like 3 of the 7 weeks.
Oh, dude, I love MLBB. That's why I've been here for like 9 years now. I didn't know until someone asked me. I was like, I've been here for 9 years, bro.
Yeah, I couldn't even realize. I didn't even realize that it's been here for 10 years
10
already.
years.
Because just yesterday we celebrated their 10th anniversary.
Yeah, she just hit 30.
Hey.
Oh,
whoa.
I am far from.
By the way, she's like literally like 22. Okay, now me, I'm 34. I'm the old man on the
I'll take that.
desk. LaFell, I don't know how old you are.
I'm 32.
32.
Me encanta que también
I'm the
ellos están
elder here. I'm
coordinados.
the elder, baby. Hey, Seda Esports over on the B stream ended up taking a big win. They stay alive. They move forward. They win 2-0 over their opponents. Now, this is a big deal, right? Because Seda Esports, man, coming into it, we kind of question, would they be able to redevelop the meta? They're representing a region that has been underrepresented. In this case, though, they managed to take down VP in a dominant way. We'll keep you updated with All Stream B. One more matchup to go there, but we need to head to the stage with Cheryl and Rob.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a true clash of titans. On one side, you have Team Gen G, who is last year's second place finisher at MWI. On the other, you have Team Navi, which of course was the champions in 2024 for MWI. Two amazing teams, two titans, but at the end, only one is going to qualify to the knockout stage.
That's right. Now, Gen G is hungry for that do-over opportunity, so they are going to do everything they can to secure this win. Whereas Navi PH is on their journey to redemption. But who stands in their way? Gen G, the very team that sent them home last year. Two powerhouses that is seen here on stage, but only one ticket to the knockouts. Let's do it.
Thank you, Cheryl in Hollywood. Rob TV, let's get it going. It's Gen G versus Navi, our second elimination match to move into the knockout stage. And this is a big one. It's a blockbuster matchup. You've got the 2025 EWC MWI runner-up of Gen G taking on the 2024 EWC MWI champions of Navi. This one means a lot, not only for the club championship race, but also for the history they both hold when it comes to the MWI.
Yep, I cannot believe we might just see a replication of last year take place here in another elimination series, simply because they meet yet again in the lower bracket where life is at stake. What if it just so happens to repeat? Because yesterday we saw that Vitality swept Gen G all over again, similar to last year's grand finals. And now could they be the ones to send back Vitality or Navi home again?
That's right, and you're obviously alluding to last year in the knockout stages. Navi ends up losing to then Gaming Gladiators, but now Gen G. This is a matchup of epic proportions, and for Gen G, they might not want revenge on Navi. They don't need it. They've already beat them before. However, they want revenge on Vitality.
Qué bonito se ven las
They want
sillas
the
con los nombres
championship.
atrás del
They fell
torneo.
just short last year. They want the main stage, but did they show enough yesterday to prove that they could beat this Navi roster?
I gotta say, I'm pretty nervous for this one. I'm guessing Brigida as well. You know, it's her home country, and for me, my sister's playing on Gen G, so hopefully they do very well. I feel like Gen G, they have this pride, they have this ego where they're really like, I don't care who you are, I just want to be the best. And the fact that they lost against Vitality might be dangerous for Navi, because Navi is the one that has to go through their wrath.
Yeah, and I think even in interviews, it reflects so much that they had a change in mindset even. Because even Ashley, in terms of her character, she no longer really wants to compete for the title Mother of Tanks. It's more of her being wanting to be known for something else. And I think every single time they go up on stage, you tend to just realize how much they've matured because they're just after the wins.
Now, as we get into our pick and bans, something to note, Navi has an extremely deep hero pick pool. 22 unique heroes in this tournament. We're talking debut picks of, Chip, Masha, Bauman. They know how to play around different team comps, and we're about to see a little bit of that now.
It's a deep hero pool, but I think very limited have worked for them. There seem to have been more
Su música de suspenso me gusta. Que le pongan esa sensación.
Best of one type of situations rather than best of threes.
Honestly, like their hero pool is deep. Honestly, because of that, they could not figure out what works. So they tried this, didn't work out. Now they try something else, didn't work out. I gotta tell you, Brigitte, Mirai is kind of like a talent manager.
Beleric, no ha faltado Beleric, verdaderamente. Creo que ha sido buena opción.
Right? Imagine if we didn't have our tags, right?
Fuera
She
ya,
has to be the one showing her tags so that we can all go in.
Oh.
A lot of teams have defeated Na'Vi by taking Mirai out first. So without her, no one from Na'Vi could advance forward. So I wonder if Gen G will use this information to take her out. I believe that's one of the reasons why they pick up the Beleric first. Because with the Beleric, Na'Vi won their very first game yesterday. And now, I gotta say, Briggs,
Harry Lilia,
this is already
buen
an
acompañamiento para el
anti-tank
Beleric y
meta,
la
anti-tank
Carry.
lineup coming
O
in
sea,
from
entre
Gen G.
ellos tres
Bring out the
tienen muy
Lilia
buen
as
combo
well
ya
to carry.
solitos.
Yep, and it's great ways to punish. If ever Na'Vi do overextend or put themselves in positions that are not favorable for them, but could they be playing it differently this time? It's a Freya XP and a Granger.
Natus.
That might just want to be a bit more safe because you have distance, you have range, but the Granger isn't the most meta of gold laners currently.
In this situation, it's not too bad because out of every mage in the game, Lilia has one of the lowest HP pools, so it's easier for you to stack up on the Skypiercer.
Yeah, and it seems like they just want a different route in the gold lane matchup.
I'm not so sure the route is okay or not. Let me be very clear because Na'Vi, every single game they play, they change the strategy. They play global ban without playing global ban.
Yeah, this is why I think even a lot of us are really searching for that identity of what does really comprise of
En la otra ganó
What
Falcons.
does Na'Vi
I have the answer.
establish in terms of their identity?
Honestly, their
Esta
identity
ocasión
is
se están
number
yendo
one,
rápido.
help out the mid duo first. That's step
Estamos
number
en el
one. They need
segundo.
to survive. Mirai is such a playmaker. And then number two, get not Ayanami on a hero like a
Espérense, porque quiero
Masha,
ver.
like a Benedetta, like an Esmeralda, someone that can dive all the
El
way
grupo
deep
uno.
into enemy territories and take down their damage dealer. She might die. Honestly, she might die.
Okay.
But the team is
O sea,
okay with
nosotros
that.
It's
estamos
more of
en
a
el
glass cannon situation for
Kamikaze all the way.
Alright. Because I think a lot of times too, whenever we see
Quiero ver
Na'Vi on
ver
the
cómo va.
defense, it's not like their gold laner or mid laner really goes down. It's just that they're forced to play from behind because their frontliners are always being punished or taken out
Grupo
every
B
single time. Which
está-
in this scenario hopefully is not just Mirai, because Keishi did pick up the Baksha anyway.
Yep, let's look at the bans here, by the way. Genji already
Yo creo
banned
que
out
vamos a ver.
two EXP laners,
Espérense.
ban out the Paquito as well as the Phovius, and then
Este es
two roamers here with the
Navi
Atlas as well as
contra-
Matilda.
Es que no me
Navi finish out their bans, Marcel, Herrera,
Ah,
Esmeralda,
Natus.
Akai, as
Natus,
well
¿no?
as the Sora. So
No, no, no.
they're really targeting Arya as
Es que no
well
me
as
sale conforme el
potentially a
Excel
tank
que
jungle
ellos
from
tienen
Ruby,
acá.
bringing in that Akai. I think that's a very good idea, kind of forcing
Ah, sí,
out
ajá, sí,
Genji
sí, sí.
to use
Natus
a damage dealer
contra
in the jungle, which I gotta tell you, it doesn't
Gen.
look like a very good assassin
Y
jungle
en el otro
matchup
está
here. If they have a Bellman, Genji might
Falcons
survive
contra.
this
Vamos a ver este,
Yeah.
vamos a ver este.
And
Este es el
at
que yo quería
least
ver.
so
Si silenciar este, vamos a ver.
Do it. X-Borg wouldn't be so bad. It's slow as
Y me
hell.
encanta que haya
Oh, wait,
dos
no, that's
sets.
better, that's better.
Uno sea rojo, rojo y el otro
Yeah,
sea
they did this.
así, obscurito.
They got away with it. They did this when they dropped Falcon Daisies the other day to face off against Na'Vi.
It seems like that's the theme of this draft. Just teams and players getting away with decisions we thought that they couldn't get away with.
That's been the theme of MWI, though.
That's true.
It's been really fun to just see how these ladies end up going through the draft here, just because it's a mix of that comfort, mix of the uniqueness of the way that they play, and it's very different from what a lot of the viewers would see from the other tournaments.
It's interesting that we're going into the second phase for Foot without the mid duo. Nothing for Nora, nothing for Zendaya just yet. And I love that Coach Koba's attacking that hard. Taking away the gourd.
Would they just go
What else is left? Would
Atlas Farsa?
Lilia even?
Yeah, we mentioned
the
Lilia earlier.
Atlas Lilia.
Oh,
Selena.
They banned the
respected.
One thing I would like them to consider, and because it is my personal bias for this pick, I would like to see a Sicilian.
Acá están como más
They
excéntricos
got the
los
box so that
picks.
they're safe. They have the Benedetta.
No más
that's
excéntricos,
their
pero
early
más
game
fuera de
rotational
lo
presence.
usual.
To make your late game even more deadly,
Yeah.
Hanabi Sicilian together, it's going to be tough to end the game. Considering that you have a Belleric and Carmilla, those two are just shredded by the two in the late. Yes, that suggestion is a little very, very late game minded.
Correct. How do you get there? It's one thing to say, oh, yo, I got a villa. But it's 2,000 miles away.
It's 2,000 miles, and we don't have a plane.
Thanks.
I mean, the Lily is still the safe pick that you can go for. Maybe if you want rotational speed, then you can go Farsa. There's not a lot of hard catch for you. You do need that range.
Yo se optaría por un
EXP
Sicilian
laner
tal
that will
vez.
dive you, considering that they banned out the Yuzhong and
Una farsa
Freya.
no sé. Un
Farsa isn't a
Moscow.
bad choice.
Buen acompañamiento para la ida y
Falcons
para
Vega
el,
may not pick up the Moscow.
para
They
el
know that
Belen-
footy sports are up to some shenanigans across
Valentina.
map.
Valentina.
So, stealing the RWM. That's it. You're happy with that.
Yeah.
Bueno, o sea, está bien.
Neve, we got
Está bien
Neve
porque
technically.
tiene picks
I don't know if there's a world
básicos
too where you'd
para la segunda
maybe take the
del
Raffle
otro
and
equipo.
Riot.
Yeah, possible too.
You know, lock them down.
Like if you know it's safe, if you can't find the Eve to steal the RWM, totally fine to steal the Wrath of Giant, even the ultimate of the Carmilla.
Yeah.
I pray she has a flicker. She needs to get out of there.
Yeah.
What's this last pick gonna be? They need
Atlas?
that Rome. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Atlas earlier on. Now that you have the Valentina here, it would even be another layer of just, you know, the Fatal Link's good enough to slow from it too. But it's
Oh!
Hey,
Nora. Nora, why?
No sé, siento que está muy
It's just, okay,
ligero.
I'm reacting this way because if y'all don't know, every time I get to be part of a cast that
Se
involves a
supone que
Hellkurt Rome,
es-
it doesn't end well for the Hellkurt Rome. But when I'm not there, the Hellkurt Rome plays like an MLBB god.
Hey, we're in Paris. Might
True.
change.
Contra
Might change.
Falcons.
And this is the. I don't know if I've ever seen Nora play Rome Hellkurt.
yeah, they're definitely
No
not.
sé.
But she's bringing out the.
I'm pretty sure that's something I would remember.
What if it's
unique?
Rome Boxer Jungle Hellkurt?
It could be. No. I think even with the change with
Breaking
Elgar-
my brain here.
Yeah. He's still a big threat, but like who are you mainly gonna be picking on here?
The Eve.
I guess the Eve?
The Moskov.
Sora. Oh, that's oh my. Oh, this is gonna be tough. You gave a lot of options for the Valentina. Wait, is there a way?
Yeah, this is a Sora into the
So, es
Valentina.
que ellos tienen aguante,
Just
pero
waiting for them to do
Oh
the
yes.
adjustments.
Maybe overloading the options? Because now you have really good options if you're Zendaya.
The overloading principle only really works if you have such a straight line towards the win. Here it's a little slower because you're all in on the Moskov.
Yeah. Well, Falcons mana, odds are in their favor. Belleric currently holding an 82% win rate in 11 games heading into today.
82?
82%.
My
The
goodness, what a
best
tree.
Rome pick today.
That is insane. We'll see if this is going to be the case here in our last best of 3 match for Stream B before we all move over to Stream A. We're going to find out here for the MWI here at EWC 2026. One team can move forward. One team's dreams will be knocked down after this series is over. And we'll see if that's going to be Foot Esports or Falcons Mena here in this first game.
ahí está Mena. Ajá.
Trying to see now the value of this Sora pick, considering that you're giving the shifting skies to the Valentina, which honestly adds an element to the lineup of Foot that they were missing. A big shift. And now that they have RWM,
Yep.
the ultimate of the Carmilla, the ultimate of the Belleric, the ultimate of the Sora, you can't go wrong with any of those 4 ultimates. You will get that set up.
It's almost guaranteed at that point. And maybe, shutting off the lights with Dark Knight Falls might help out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll second guess the follow through once that setup comes through. I think a lot of us want to know if this Hellkurt in the hands of Nora is actually going to be able to help. Mieko really showing why she loves this hand to be so much. She's actually doing fine against Names 1v1.
Winning the duel
Yeah,
with very little, no assistance at all.
Yeah, she's bullying that Moskov. There might have been an element also of them fighting for that gold crab, and then you get that extra bounce from the gold crab bouncing onto the Moskov, and then with the minions there, seems like Names just took the hit,
Yeah.
but then put her at risk.
I wonder where. Okay, there's Nora. I wonder, again, utilization-wise for the Hellcurt late game. Let's say late game. You know, are you mainly just that big threat to the back line, shutting off the lights when you're fighting around the objective?
Yeah.
You know, there's something to be said there because
Nucci forced to use that revitalize. I like the final blow. Eye for an eye. Nucci walks through it. She is fine. Will survive, but will back off.
It's something that we used to see a lot with the artillery mages, the Farsa and the Eves. Hellcurt, actually a natural counter to those two.
Oh, holding on to the Curse of Blood here by Zendaya.
Here we go. Lightning form on the shifting skies. Unohana very low. He's in trouble. Nocturne draws first blood.
Uy, conectó muy bien los dos. No creo que llegue, estaría dejando su línea muy expuesta. Mira, Hanabi sí le está dando duro al Mosco.
Hey, talked about the comfort picks on the side of foot. Nocturne look really comfortable playing that Sora. Great flicker to the side to make sure you get those fists up in the air to connect. And that was just a perfect start for Falcons Vega, for that turtle, for this game. The layering of all of their skills together, it is difficult to fight, even just looking at the Belleric.
Yeah, Nora didn't have a choice. You know, she was there, but she's like, yeah, I'm not jumping in on that. Because you have a very small window of opportunity when you're on this Hellcurt.
Sí, sabe que va a ser la víctima, no se puede acercar tanto.
Have. And, wow, what a cut up here by Unohana. Nocturne gonna go ahead and try to catch her, but again, this is what I was thinking. The damage potential early on from a Hellcurt plus a Benedetta could result into something, but Nora, for the most part, is just pretty much stopped in her tracks.
Well, now that the Hellcurt's level 4, things might change.
And they find Nana. RWM by Syrinx. Dark Knight Falls coming through, but Nora falls first. Nana gets taken down, and Nucci, 2 for 1. Good trade. Footy Sports able to recover.
Just got a preview of what I was thinking, right? Whether it's Dark Knight Falls or not, the RWM will select the final blow, and then here comes the Hellcurt cleanup. That can also be devastating.
This is worrying. We just saw potentially how wrong it could go for Falcons, Vega Mena, because they don't got to purify. That's a double petrify lineup.
Yep, and in that situation, I believe it was the ultimate of the Carmilla that Zendaya was able to steal away, meaning that it's not a good time when you're all sticking together. Fighting under a box, that's what Carmilla loves to fight against. While for Foot, they don't have a direct box. It's very free-flowing. They will have a box if Zendaya decides to steal the ultimate of the Eve.
Oh, Cujo rolling up, finds names, has no flicker, has no purify, gets taken down, and then the Turkish twist begins. They push down bottom, trading it for the turtle.
This is exactly what we saw them do yesterday, and now turtle looks to be security over here for Falcons Mena. Not much that can be said about that, but Foot Esports, I think they're happy with this. They're going to continue to play around.
Y con una Hanabi, y con una Hanabi para que vean. Hola, Síndrome, ¿cómo estás? Buenos días. Traen una Hanabi que le estaba dando una madrina a un Moscope. Con eso te digo todo. Y desde el minuto 3. Es Foot contra Falcons Mena.
Nocturne has Unohana's number right now.
Yeah,
Primera partida.
Sure. She just not in the position that she wanted to be in, so they do swap it up.
Está del lado
They've got Mieko up there now
azulito.
top. She's going to handle
Y la
that
poderosa
after
Hanabi
already taking down the bottom
está ahí.
tier 1.
Me gusta
This
porque
is
la
also
alineación
something that Falcons Mena want
no
to
es
take note of.
de aguante,
if Mieko's just doing
como
her thing,
usualmente
farming up,
hemos visto.
getting online on
O
this
sea, traen
Hanabi,
una
as we talked about, you know,
Benedetta,
how many times have we
Hellcurt y
seen the
Hanabi.
Hanabi pump out the damage late game? That's something to be cause of concern. Plus the ultimate that
Baxia
she
y
has,
Valentina,
which can
pero
really work really well with a
¿Empezaron bien?
Curse of Blood that
Dios.
Zendaya has been taking from that Carmilla.
Yeah, it seems like that's the only ultimate that she's been taking so far. But once they start to get really creative with it, Falcons Vega just get so annoyed. Still though, Falcons Vega has their own Curse of Blood.
Oh my lord, nowhere for Nora to go. That Wrath of the Dryad was
Da ganas de jugar una partida mientras uno ve,
Nothing
la verdad.
you can do against that. That's just perfect timing, perfect execution by Falcons Vega. A little bit more of that, and they can start building a lead for themselves. Still, it's good to see that right now it's anyone's game. It just depends on when you get to execute and how you do it.
Uh-oh. Mieko here.
Esos picks exóticas, sí. Pero mira, es que la van a saber hacer bien porque tienen mucha movilidad, entonces van a tener salida, pero Moscov también. O sea, el problema es que no tienen aguante contra el Beleric, la Carmilla y el Sora. Pero sí pueden llegar a tener mucho daño. Yo hubiera cambiado el pick de Benedetta, sin duda. Tal vez una Benedetta no, yo hubiera traído otra experiencia de un poco más de aguante. Porque mira, pueden entrar bien, pero se desgastan muy rápido. Y es ahí donde el aguante de parte del equipo de Falcons se los lleva. Espérense, dejen voy rápido.
Good attempt by Nora, that was the right call, but still an even better response by Falcons Vega. Now Foot will decide, let's play the foot twist. Foot twist?
The Turkish twist.
Ya vengo, espérame. Aquí sigo.
Foot twist.
Ouch.
I don't want to twist my foot, man.
Yeah.
Unohana versus 4, trying to clear the waves, and she gets hit by a Spear of Misery, and she will survive this time, keeping herself scarce, safe from 4 members of Falcons Vega. Man, I knocked her now, gets caught by 4 herself up top, and she gets taken down.
Ooh, the trades happening across the map, objectively and for the kills. Right now, mid lane, both tier 1s are up. Oh, Nora, where's she going?
Nora dashes through. Unohana looking for Storm. Holding on to that Petrify, uses it to escape. RWM, it's Zendaya who gets caught out. Nucci down to a third of her health. Oh, Mieko is too far off. Imagine the free hits from that Hanabi from this range. Nora looking for the engage, jumps in on Nana. And they will have to concede this tier 1 in mid.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nora couldn't get the right Terrify or the DPS to land.
And Nocturne pops it.
Y prendo el aire, me da frío. Ush, qué bueno. Es que exactamente por eso hubiera cambiado de experiencia.
Names has been pretty on point for the SODs because I said in the last match, I was like, you know, most of Moscow so far for MWI hasn't really been hitting the mark. Well, right now, Names in this game 1
es que, mira, hubiera cambiado jungla. Muchos van a decir que hasta el tirador, pero creo que en un punto podría ser lo que les ayude. Ya empezaron a luchar juntos, es que no hay de opción. Individualmente no van a lograr aguantar. Van a tener que empezar a hacerlo juntos. Ya estamos al minuto 9. Siento que estas partidas están siendo mucho más rápidas que las partidas de ayer. No sé tú. Voy a bajar un poquito el volumen porque siento que está muy fuerte. Ah, no, de mi lado. Siento que estas partidas están siendo mucho más rápidas.
Down in mid lane, they are getting ready to make their way. Foot Esports, there's Dark Knight Falls.
And the knockup from the Lord, Zendaya answers, Shifting Skies, RWM, Nora. Waiting for that last minute. And they find 1, 2 already. Nana falls. Nocturne still alive. Mieko throwing all of these free hits. Finds Nocturne. She gets a massive double and will score the Lord.
Oh, that's Hanabi for ya.
Es que miren, te lo dije, o sea, ya me dio calor.
Zendaya, they were all lined up.
O sea, juntos son buena opción, separados no la iban a hacer, la verdad. Y Hanabi es un buen pick, ¿me explico?
Oh man, that is just so unfortunate to get hit by that knockup at the Lord.
Focusear. Ajá, o sea, la están haciendo bien. Pero no seleccionaron ningún pick que pueda llegar a Hanabi o a Benedetta, ¿me explico? O sea, estas horas, Moscow tiene que conectar a fuerzas, pero para que lleguen a Hanabi está complicado.
After that loss around this Lord, they should be able to clear this out perfectly fine. Again, it's not a big disparity between itemization or economy. It's more so just getting a little.
Ya me dio frío. Es bien horrible. Mira, ahí está.
There is a massive swing. The map is blue, and
Qué nervios, qué angustia, qué suspenso.
That's right, yeah.
No sé si es porque traen una Hanabi, porque muchos van a decir, ay no, pero pudieron ser muchos otros picks mejores. Confirmo, pero es una Hanabi, me explico. Está dignificando el honor de las Hanabis. Pero también ese Moscop, ¿qué onda? Uf. Ahora, bueno, es que si no creo que se puedan acercar. La Hanabi les va a dar buen... No sé por qué se mete tanto. ¿Va a conectar? No, no conectó. Ah, sí conectó, sí conectó.
To the better of Falcons Vega, they should be happy with the defense. Names holds herself accountable.
Yeah, too deep, too early. Foot overestimated the lead that they had.
Cuidado. Pero la Hanabi, o sea, desde el minuto 3 ya llevaba casi media torreta y el Moscop le estaba sufriendo bastante. Que es ahí cuando le empezaron a rotar, no la dejaron a la Hanabi. Entonces, ya después mejor se fueron a jugar juntos las de Foot.
The lead should be at a comfortable about 1,000 for Foot.
For Foot, right?
Yeah, after that sequence,
son ejercicios para la espalda.
1,000 for Foot, and then maybe building back up because it's so hard to catch up to the farming speed of a Hanabi that is just allowed to do her thing.
Yeah, and that was just a Maleficon picked up by name. So if we get a chance to look at the items here, that'd be a good way to go ahead and look at things. Looks like we're gonna get. Okay. Almost there. Timer reset too. We went back in time.
Groundhog Day.
Not knowing the time right now is kind of throwing me off.
Well, Lord's coming up in 4.
Lord,
that's what we do know. That's the timer that we do have.
Me encantó que pusieran el Lord de Lady. Oh, ajá, me encantó que hicieran ese cambio.
Has to be thrown out. They know she's down there for names now.
Pokeando nada más atrayendo. Benedetta ya vio el Moscop, se va a quedar ahí. Pero tienen que tener cuidado porque si no, Falcons sí podría darles la vuelta, o sea, en una mala TF, ¿me explico? Los pejaron, se van a ir todos para arriba, obviamente. Se los dije. Y ahorita ellos van a tener el Lord y van a recuperar mapa. Para una batalla así, es que parece ese era el truco. Benedetta se tardó mucho. Se hubiera dejado ver un poquito antes y regresado a Lord. Uf. Buena de la IB. Buena de Benedetta. La remontan bien. Regresan. Se regresan por los minions. Las oleadas de minions le estaban haciendo push. Yo por eso siempre he dicho que despejen sus líneas. Siempre.
Late game Hanabi with a Valentina that can steal a curse of blood from the Carmilla. I've had nightmares about this exact scenario.
Into the base they go. Wave's gonna be cleared out pretty easily though. So Falcons men, they got a bit longer to go ahead and get ready to full defend against this.
Yeah, RWM is what's being held right now by Zendaya. Again, you have 4 out of 5 ults that would be just great in any
Y fíjate que a pesar de que lleva menos kills, ha tenido más control de mapa.
A little bit too greedy, but at least you look cool while doing it. Lord, marching up top. This is going to be a
diferencia era muy poca, aunque.
It's endable for Foot.
Casi
very endable. They just have to watch their own footing.
Most definitely.
Pun intended.
At worst, they take down both of these inhibitors, and then they just work towards the inevitable. Lord inside. Very low health on the mid inhibitor. All they need are minions, and minions come in within range from the top lane, and all that's left is bottom. Falcons, Vega Mena, they'll clean up the Lord, and they think they buy themselves time, maybe 2 more minutes.
Oh, I don't know if Foot Esports has to force a fight here or not. They still have this wave pushing up bottom. They want to fully expose the base turrets here.
Cuidado.
Stolen away, Zendaya swiping through.
Buena entrada y ve posicionándose bien. Benedetta si no alcanza a salir. Cuidado. Ush, la va a remontar el equipo de Falcons. Uy, la conecta bien. Adiós. Se los dije. Una mala TF y Falcons iba a remontar. O sea, Falcons tiene todo para remontarla. Tiene resistencia y velocidad. Pero se metieron mal. No tenían que haber... O sea, hubieran dejado pushar ahí y hubieran ido a la otra línea. No todos concentrados en una sola. Y menos con turreta. Me explico. Mira, la parte superior. Hubieran liberado presión de la línea de bot y hubieran ido para la parte superior. Mira, no te creo. Ya salieron. Recuperaron terreno en el mapa. Listo. ¿La van a intentar ganar? No, ya salen todos. Bueno. No, pero Benedetta.
A petrify
Bueno,
through the
bien,
front
bien, bien.
lines. Falcons Vega Mena have to watch out. This is their best chance to contest for this Lord in 30.
Ironically enough,
wow.
If Zendaya was more ready,
yeah,
her and Unahana could have gotten like 2 or 3 kills. If Zendaya was like quick enough to read that, okay, this is what Unahana's gonna do, let me steal an ultimate right away, pop that.
Yeah.
They could have gotten something out of that. Still, it's a defense. They didn't lose any base turrets. They still have turrets on the sides. It's just unfortunate. I feel like that was a moment to be had.
Coulda, woulda.
Okay, here we go. We got this is all caught up now. Our stats up here, the timing, Lord is up. You got a bit of a lead now. Team Falcons, Vega, Mena. Good thing they were able to defend that way, though, too. They hold on barely to that one turret. Now look at the play, though, up top. Potentially.
Me gusta, le hicieron bien, le hicieron bastante bien.
Zendaya this time. I feel like it's been more useful to actually use the Curse of Blood.
Yeah.
Because of the nature of the team fights.
Oh.
Dark Knight falls.
Nora pops the ult, finds Nucci, a blaster, forcing a Rather Dryad and the Revitalize, and RWM coming out from Cyrinx.
No, tienen que tener cuidado, no puede meterse así. Eso sale.
Nora re-engages, forcing a Nocturne to lightning form, shifting skies on out.
No me gusta el pick de Benedetta, la verdad.
That was their best chance to get a big team fight win, as Unahana was keeping names in the base, clearing up Indian waves, but they just didn't have the damage, or they didn't have the right positioning to make sure that Zendaya could drop a nice Curse of Blood so that Mieko could capitalize. Nora going to the base to send members of Falcons back.
And Names is back. Nana checking in as well. Nucci on her tail. And that was enough time and space because Unohana's doing the same thing closer to the pit.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Foot's doing the same thing we saw him do before.
Oh, Zendaya with a stolen Curse of Blood. Zendaya taking a lot of damage. Shifting skies once again. Nocturne says,
Falcon la va a remontar.
and Nocturne is Syrinx. A tag team of
O sea, Moskov conectando, llega y adiós a todos. Literal.
The free hits are enough, trading out for her as well.
Pero me molesta que Benedetta no está haciendo push. O sea, por lo menos si no estás rindiendo para una TF, por lo menos trata de hacer push, me explico. Maxia no se va a dar para limpiar.
This is definitely endable for Falcons.
Cujo alone versus 3 and a wave. They will pop her immortality. And Cujo can only delay the inevitable. Nocturne gets her.
Tratando de distraer, sí, pero no, o sea.
8 seconds before Zendaya comes in. Falcons of Vega Mena take game 1.
O sea, era obvio.
20-minute mark there. Falcons Mena make it happen with a base defense and a team fight.
Me gusta que ese escenario sea la combinación
you
de
have to defend
colores.
your base. You're forced to fight because you have to deal with everything else that Foot Esports was throwing at them. I think Foot Esports almost twisted their own gameplay.
Yeah, it felt like one of those scenarios where they were ready to go for a really great move, but then they realized there was a loose pebble on the floor, and then they just sprained their ankle just a little bit. They twisted their own foot. Again, it looked so good for them, but it felt like there was a bit of a miscommunication of whether or not they were going to go all in or whether or not they were going to reposition. The telling sign of that is when that Curse of Blood was dropped down, it looked like it was dropped at an awkward spot, at an awkward time, because the box of Foot was broken real quick by Falcons.
But to be fair, they never had a real box.
Yeah.
They're always freestyling. If anything, the only real box that they're playing with is the map. And I think they should have kept to their MO.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where the nature of Foot Esports, the way they play, it kind of ruined their game plan, I feel like, through the course of the game.
They got confused maybe 20-30% of the almost 20-minute game.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you're going
¿Cuál
like,
sigue? Déjame
clearly
ver a
they're
ver
going for
cómo
the
que
split.
sigue.
And then sometimes they're going,
Sigue.
maybe we can fight them.
Maybe not, yeah.
Yeah, so especially in the times we're in, clearly
Viene una pausa, creo.
Bottom lane, their priorities were clear.
45 minutos.
I think there was definitely more macro in this that they could have tweaked to take Falcons Vega off of their main advantage, which is clean, honest 5-on-5 team fights.
Yeah.
Así de 45 minutos una pausa.
Game in terms of who was winning the fights, but Foot were in the lead in terms of controlling the map. Their macro was giving difficulty for Falcons. We saw a lot of back and forth, but in the long run, it was the towers of Falcons that were going down. It was them having to scramble, deciding who to send back. Usually the Moskov. to clear up the minion waves getting pushed by either the Benedetta or the Hellcurt. It's just one slip up, and seeing that slip up makes me think we're going to be seeing full 3 games for our very last series here on Stream B.
Yeah, I really do think we go the distance for this one because, you know, for a while it was really looking like Foot Esports had this one, especially as they were about to take down the last base turret there. Names again with the Moskov, really good with the SOD, and even the timing, dealing with a Hellcurt have you. But yeah, this is one of those instances where you're like, what is the full game plan here that Foot Esports wanted to take into this fight? And they just duke it out. Anyway, Names clears things out, SOD lands, and this eventually wins them the game there.
Was that fight? Syrinx held on. Syrinx had the trigger discipline with her real-world manipulation. She used it at the perfect time to punish an awkward engaged start by Foot.
Syrinx may have had the cleanest game amongst any of the players here.
Oh, yeah?
The other 9, counting both her teammates and her opponents, Syrinx has my nod for MVP of Game 1.
That's why the Eve, best mid laner right now.
That's right.
Best mid laner right now. The value of just a real-world manipulation, the ultimate alone, is so valuable because we have a lot of these team fights that are forced because of also the popularity of the Belric, right? You know that there's going to be an automatic fight. Just like when the Atlas was really picked up a lot, you know you're going to fight around that ultimate.
So if Belric is the best roamer, Eve is the best mid laner, is it Moskov or Claude as the best gold laner? Esmeralda in the XP for sure.
I would still think Claude, but there's a part of me also, and it's sad because there's a presence of Belric. I like the superhero I got this moment that carries.
Me gustó que fueran los picks un poco exóticos.
Of just like, hey, all else has failed, but we're in the late game.
Yeah.
Here's our carry.
Carry too. So I guess it's that trio.
Yeah.
It's them 3 over there. Harith. I haven't seen a white-haired little boy in a while.
Very selective of when you can really make it work.
How about the jungle?
In terms of the jungle,
The jungle. Is it Baxia?
I'm still really.
He's the only first pickable.
Probably.
My personal favorite, Guinevere.
Oh yeah, Guinevere. Probably, but stats-wise, probably the Baksha.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't put Fred there. He's usually left alone, left open.
I haven't seen a Fred here all day ever.
It's weird. It's almost becoming like Baksha and Barrett's in terms of like jungle tanky picks.
Ling here and there.
Yeah.
Hirara too.
I think that would have started it, and then over the course of the days here, that's definitely fallen flat. But again, Foot Esports, mind you, the triangle, the win over here for Falcons, Mena. This was a hard-fought game for them to get back into this.
O sea, si no se hubieran empezado a meter mal las últimas 2 veces, la hubieran podido ganar. Benedetta haciendo push, tenía toda la movilidad para poderlo hacer.
Haven't seen the Hellcurt too much, and you could see some of the concepts of why you have this Hellcurt, but at the same time,
por ejemplo, no sé si se hubiera dejado el Lord
split pressure that maybe
y se hubiera fregado al otro lado.
when the fights break out, right? Because you just have that Vendetta plus the Hellcurt doing its thing, and a lot of times there's just so much tankiness to stop the Hellcurt in its tracks.
Still, I really appreciate the ideas that we've been seeing, plus the new interactive effects that we have in game. Happy Rhino Day to y'all. Okay, between us 3, who is who for the stickers?
I'm the Layla.
You're the
Layla?
Layla? Okay, you're the Layla.
So I guess I'm the Lilia.
You're the Nana.
Abarcó la segunda parte.
You're the Nana.
I'm the Nana?
You're the Nana, I'm the Lily. I feel like this is something I do more.
Yeah, you do. You actually do that pose.
Yeah. Not exactly, baby.
All right, I'll be the Nana.
That's how it looks. All right. So, we're gonna chill out a bit, talk a little bit about what happens.
Me gusta más el dinamismo de los otros presentadores. Estos están como medio guadones.
Quick little game. I believe it's Gen G's Rui and Team Falcons Mena's Nana who decided to play a little trivia quiz.
Hey everybody, welcome to MWI EWC 2026. Today, we're gonna have 2
Qué bonita entrevista. Esta me gusta más las
and
entrevistas.
Rui, they'll be going in a fierce battle up against each other of true or false. First statement, there are 132 playable heroes in MLBB.
True.
Ooh, it's false. Oh yeah, so you were close. I get why you said true. It's a point over to Nana. You guys ready for the second one?
Yeah.
Tamiz is Dairoth's mentor. 1, 2, 3.
True. Yes.
It is true. It's 2 points for Nana. Statement number 3. Melfic Roar increases physical penetration by 20%. 1, 2, 3.
False.
It is false. It's 3-0. Hanabi originates from the Monian Empire. 1, 2, 3.
False.
They both get a point. Hey, Rui's first point. There you go. It's 4-1 right now. Last one. Xavier is half human, half elf. 1, 2, 3.
True.
It's true. Yo, 5 correct answers. I did tell you.
Es que hay gente que solo juega, hacerte preguntas, o sea, de juego así, de que si esto, aquello, te dicen así como que... Yo no me sé el lore de nada, muy pocos. Creo que el único lore que me sé es el de Farsa. El de Carmila cuando salió, porque en el principio eso de que hubiera una pareja dentro del juego me gustaba, pero ya después así como que Carmila en sí no... Me gusta más de otro juego la pareja que hay, sí, sin duda.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Ah, qué bonito comercial. Yo estoy chuleando todo. ¿Mucho comercial? ¿O la pausa será larga? Si no, vámonos a esta. Ah, sí, es que tienen que esperar. Ya sé por qué acá hay pausa de 45 minutos. Es porque tienen que esperar el resultado de este.
Them also resorting back to that idea. If we want to ask it from Ashley, might as well do it for Sayori as well. Because Sayori has been phenomenal on the Valentina either way. So maybe they're just sticking with that because it's indeed such a crucial
Las Valentinas se han visto full y los Harley también en este.
So the carry option is still going to be open for Genji. They already also see the glue on the other side if they want to match that.
Personally, for me, I would go Baksha carry.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a good steal from Na'Vi and already a good matchup against Quad as well as Blue.
Yeah, Baksha carry. I think keep it simple. Maybe Rui on the Assassins is something we do want to see. But if they're still trying to figure out how the playstyle will be between an Assassin jungler and a utility type, then maybe it's best to just resort to the utility.
Because honestly, if you have Valentina, you're kind of showing that you want to fight very, very early, right?
Yep.
Valentina has a lot of bursts. What she doesn't have is that range. So you need gap closers. But instead, they want to go with comfort. They're picking up the Minotaur. As you say, they only really went with that one. And now showing the Uranus as well. Keeping the jungle as well as the gold lane open, I think actually might be pretty scary. Because we could potentially see a carry ban. But maybe Panda will go back to her signature on the qualifiers to get here into the MWI, which is that Harif.
Yeah. Sí, me gusta más
Even
acá
recently,
como que
she's
la
also been
presentación
playing a
te
bit
dan más
more of
dinamismo.
the Granger. So we're not entirely sure
Es que
if
Granger
that's
es un
going to
muy
be
buen
the
pick.
option, but I might want a bit more damage to come in from Genji because it's really just mostly the Valentina at this point. And again, the carry is likely to be taken out by Na'Vi from this point onwards.
This is one of those games, because there's a glue, it's not bad for a Lancelot. Because even if the glue is able to get on top of you, you have many dashes, you'll be fine either way. Because now that Arya is using a tank in the EXP, it means there's going to be a damage dealer. The real question is what? And I want an assassin that can fight at level 4, not at level 15.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're considering it, but I've seen like MWI teams play a Hanabi into the glue too.
It works because
It works,
just
right?
extra bounce.
Yeah.
And hey, you can't. Stream B, we only have 1 loss.
Okay.
I don't know about Stream A, but Stream B, we only have 1 loss. So it's a viable pick. Carry gets banned out here because Briggs.
Después de esto creo que ya viene la otra ronda de partidas.
This glue can make or break Gen G here, and now even the
Creo que es
Bruno
lo que ya
gets
es el
banned
lower.
out. So they're really
No.
what they're showing here. Claude wants to win the lane. They want to make sure that
Cuartos
all
de
the
final.
counters are out
Cuartos de
of the
final
picture. You
está
still have one.
Galaxy Phoenix,
Actually, you have 2, which is the Leslie as
Team
well as the Clint.
Vitality,
Yeah.
Which,
Helltech
because they have a
Cyber
Minotaur,
y
maybe not be
Regents.
a bad idea.
Yeah, maybe not, but it's just
Están
the spread
esperando
of
los de
damage.
ahorita
I feel that could be a
para
problem.
esas llaves.
Nice ban. That was a perfect ban.
Me gusta porque este día sí se fueron rápido, no se
So
fueron
much
tan
XP
lento.
later is taken out.
But I feel like a CC is going to come for
Navi
Navi.
ganó, creo.
She
Sí,
did use it
She did
recently.
use
pues te
it,
digo,
yes.
está
And it was also against the Uranus, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but she definitely has a CC in her pocket.
Yeah,
¿En
because she has
esta?
a lot of like XP laners brought out. The Masha, but that
¿En la
was last
pasada
paired
de
with
Navi?
a chip, so maybe
Yep.
not, because you
Creo
see
que
the
sí.
blue instead this time.
Pero yo un ejemplo te digo, ya estos 4 ya están.
So
Ahorita se
it's
supone
up
que
to
Falcon
not
se
Ayanavi
pasa
as
contra
well
Twismin.
as their
En la de
mid
Saeta y
lane
Virtus no la
to
vi.
pick up their heroes at this point.
Honestly, if they want, Azushi would be not bad. There you go. Azushi is picked up. It's a good counter towards the Minotaur as
Luego
well as the Uranus.
está
And it's an okay
Gatus.
ult for the Valentina to
Creo
steal,
que
but
sí, no me acuerdo
not
si
the
la
most
vimos.
game-changing.
Y ahorita el de, bueno, el de,
do they want to go
es esta
Leslie Clint
precisamente
and
contra
more
Natus
linear
y
type
la
of
de
damage for
Falcons. gana.
EXP or for gold lane
Entonces,
here and Panda?
solo
Or
falta
do they
terminar este
consider some of the
versus
more
para pasar ya a las
unorthodox?
otras.
Because this Uranus Minotaur, just by looking at them,
Yeah.
feels like you're meant to be
Okay,
safe, right?
Genji
Pero
has
sí
a
hemos tenido un
lineup that
montón
says
de
we will live
Valentinas
forever.
también.
Yeah.
Right? It will take us 1 week to die.
Yeah.
Right? They have a lot of heal. They're going to build Flash of the Oasis. If they haven't Hanabi, actually it makes a lot of
It
sense.
makes a lot of sense, right?
Makes a lot of sense. But the same as the Clint, same as the Leslie, heck, maybe even the Moskov. So they pick up a Suyo here, and now they pick up a Harif. So right now, Briggs, this is 100% comfort.
Yep.
This is less about the strategy and more about trust.
Yep, we're not even looking at hero synergy anymore, I guess. It's just really them individually doing their thing and being comfortable in the heroes that they use. So it's just the EXP lane for not Ayanami that we're looking at. Majority of them
CC.
taken out. CC is still there. The focus is also
Me encanta ese rojo que le ponen
Technically,
como
you
un
can go for
rojo, un
something like a
magento,
Lapo as well.
como un magento
There
más o
are a few
menos.
options. I feel like CC is the most right, but if you want to dive, there's still the Lapu.
Maybe not the Yuzhong because there's a Valentina, but
I think she would be brave enough to try, honestly. So they pick up an Alice. So it's going to be a dead lane in the EXP, but during the team fights, look at all the AoE
Suyo.
coming in from Navi. Navi is
Hardy.
looking pretty good. I gotta say,
Valentina.
Taylor,
Ojo con
Gen
el
G,
daño
they're putting
mágico,
a
eh.
lot of trust on the individual players here.
And I'm okay with that. You know, you just took a heavy loss. You know that your key is at risk of being crushed. What do? Go back to your comfort picks. So, like you said, LaFell, look,
Comfort
you don't have to
picks.
think about playing. You already know what your hero is capable of and what it can do. Now you can just focus on the game itself. Gen G going with the comfort picks. Will it pay off? That's the big question because Navi is knocking on the door of the knockout bracket. They want to reclaim gold. They want the championship. But will Gen G shut them down one more time? Let's find out. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Match point here, and Gen G trying to find the equalizer to turn it into the game 3. So far, Navi PH has
Se van
been
re
playing real
rápido.
good, but this draft has been interesting. When you thought they were not going to give a good ultimate
Primeros
to Valentina,
intercambios.
right at the very end, they get the Throne of Ruin.
Okay, that took quite of a U-turn here for the draft for Navi. But for Gen G, that is quite fortunate, right? You finally get something that is very useful in terms of flash laser for Sayori. And speaking of the comforts as well, sticking to what you know best, even with your eyes closed. Let's see if that will reflect heavily as well here for the playstyle for Gen G.
I want to see how this is going to play out, especially after level 4, I feel like there's going to be a kind of nothing burgers in the laning phase, especially both sides. And I mean, look at even Ayanami as well as Arya having, you know, a wet noodle fight here over a Lithal Wanderer as they lose EXP on the top side. One minion already gone here for the Alice.
Yep. It's all about who's going to find the perfect first blood here. And as you mentioned, we're not gonna be seeing a lot of team fights yet, or even 1v1s
Yo
here for
pensé,
not Ayanami
no, sí,
and
sí, sí,
Arya. It's
está
all
bien.
about roaming around
Pero yo
and
pensé que
giving
se iba a ir a venir de
vision
mid, pero creo
and
que Harit sí
assistance
fue un buen
whenever
pick
needed
por
here
el
for
hecho de
Navi
que
and
traen
Genji.
bastante dañito mágico.
But most importantly, it's
En
about
ese sentido.
maintaining the tempo. Both compositions kind of want to play the fights really, really slow. They're looking for the high
Cuidadito.
impact engages. An early rapid boots here from Mariah as we see the gank on top.
Okay,
Yo creo que sí,
that's
ajá, era el
going
tiempo
to
de
be
esta
somewhat
partida,
of a
creo.
mission, but not really enough
Porque dicen que hay un
to get
tiempo,
the first
hay
blood.
un
We
show
might
de
see
intermedio.
that on the body of Panda, but great assistance there for Ashley. Now, in a few seconds, it's going to be the turtle up in the mix, and it's Mirai finding her way already here to try and predict things on where members of Genji will be focusing their lots for.
They did lose a little bit tempo off of this. Mirai had to reposition as they are looking for
Yo
the
pensé
right
que iba a hacer
targets. And
pausa.
in this case,
Pero
it's
no
going to be
está bien.
Rui. Mirai did this the last time, right? Made Rui's life really, really difficult. But now that Rain is level 4, look at the positions.
Okay, it's Arya off to the backside. That took too much. And it gave Keishi the perfect first blood. Rain with a force crimson beacon. And assistance with a not Ayanami, resulting onto a kill. That's 2 members down. XP and room immediate takedown for Genji.
The chain CC was just a little too good. Arya couldn't even get her ult off in time. And now you see Rain down on the bottom side, getting hit by the gang.
Okay, Rui.
Buena,
Go for
tuvo
the
que
follow-up.
parpadear, si no, no hubiera
Rian
salido.
dashes out right in time.
Buen
Now it's 4 members
acompañamiento,
chasing them
1-4
down.
están
It's Rui being
jugando.
cornered out.
Pues,
But a commitment here for Navi. And
Buena
even
salida.
with a slam down spread and a grab, it all interconnects and results onto a kill for Navi.
They weren't able to find the trade. This is great for Mirai again. The battle spell difference creating this tempo, and now the dive.
Okay, they're forcing out a way to shut down Panda 1 as fast as they can. It's Mirai even tanking up most of the turret damages.
Oh boy, the shield from downtown right at max distance as well, and Sayori finally gets the Throne of Ruin as Arya looks to maintain control over that top side, but there's an interception about to happen. Keishi could punish
Navi
this,
está
and that
arrasando. Yo sí
concentration,
creo que gana Navi.
concentration isn't going to
Yo también
be
creo que
enough.
habías dicho,
The
¿no?
anti-heal,
Sí.
Arya cannot tank the damage.
Oh my gosh. This is kind of heartbreaking, especially for our
Es que tiene una forma muy agresiva de
like
jugar, pero
this
muy
onto
agresiva,
the early
entonces.
parts of the game. Could you imagine that?
She still survived though. She played it as well as she possibly could. Waited till the very last second, waited for Ayanami to try and commit to the Throne of Ruin before committing to her mobility skill, knowing that at any point Keishi could try to go for another shield unity. Either way is played perfectly well despite the scenario.
It's all about surviving first. Then we see a plan formulating for Genji. And as you've mentioned, it's all about the mechanics too on what Arya could maximize with a hero such as Uranus. This is quite different with what we're used to seeing for her. But let's see, for now, for Navi PH, also taking their time before the turtle responds, and Arya just goes in with a cut, same as not Ayanami. Now, they slowly make their way downwards towards where the turtle will be respawning.
Look at this. The rest of Genji now looking to kind of set this up, but Rui has been completely zoned off as Mirai. Nobody can really stop Mirai from zoning him out.
Ojito.
And once he gets his ult on him, even worse. And now I think that Genji just has to back away.
Es que desde los pixels ya sé, sí. O sea, lo digo, o sea, Harry traen bastante daño mágico, me explico. Entonces, en ese sentido, vendieron mucho el equipo. Entonces, en ese sentido, vendieron mucho el equipo. Traen mejor combo para TF también. Valentina no sé cuál, o sea, no le encuentro. O sea, no tiene el aguante y la resistencia para un Glue, un Baxia, una Aldi. Hemos hablado de desde ahorita está en meta o 2 atrás. Es full tanques. Creo que son dos atrás. Full tanques, full aguante, full resistencia. O sea, un ejemplo, ya ahorita para jungla no te sirve tal cual un solo, o sea, que sea un asesino, un papelito. O sea, te tiene que estar bien acompañado y por lo menos, o si no vas a estar bien acompañado de algo que te dé aguante y resistencia, tienes que llevar algo que sea de aguante y resistencia. Entonces, están un poco complejas en la parte de los picks. Pero luego dicen, ay no, pero es que norte, que no sé qué, ve las cosas que salen aquí, ve las cosas que salen aquí.
Multiple objectives secured, plus the jungle camp being invaded is just too much for Genji to handle. Although there's still a sliver of HP, as you mentioned, in the body of Sayori and Rui going hand in hand. But that is if they're not continuously being hunted down by Mirai or even not Ayanami.
Yeah, they're gonna get dived under this tier 1.
Whatever happens, will happen. And it's Ashley moving forward, not Ayanami again!
Ush, muy buena entrada. Y aunque estén bajo la torreta, sí les van a aguantar. Se pueden distribuir el daño. Se van a distribuir el daño y les van a seguir dando duro. Y la ventaja del Cloud es que el Cloud puede entrar y salir de la TF. O sea, se puede meter y bye bye. Entonces, aunque él no tenga la resistencia, tiene la forma de poder salir de los fregadazos. Entonces, Urano creo que es un buen pick de resistencia, pero no tiene la movilidad para poder darle la talla contra un Baxia, contra un Glow, contra un Alex, ¿me explico? Es muy lento en su movimiento. Tal vez donde ayudaría sería Nexo, Lord, o sea, objetivos claros. Pero está difícil, Estamos en 3 páginas al mismo tiempo, o sea, por eso. Exacto.
I think that unless they find a huge shutdown, and even then, it's on right now. The majority of the lead is actually onto Kenshi and Mirai. Yes, Mirai will give you just a little bit of. Oh wait, actually, Mirai is overscaling here, making a little too much money. In a matter of fact. Now the lowest gold overall is going to be Rain, so no more passive gold for Mirai.
No, because Mirai actually noticed, hey, I could be anywhere and everywhere. That's actually 100% KP for her, a 205. Like, imagine that. She's doing the right marks on the right targets as well. Compromising so much of Rui's jungle. Like, onto the level comparisons here, Rui is also being kind of locked down here against Keishi. And now we see a more proactive play with the Conceal even under the turret. They're going a bit too greedy here for Navi, but Rain as well. Committing even a Crimson Beacon. Just try and make things harder here for Rui with the dash blade surge.
Es que si no, como, o sea, la va a poder meter, pero mira, a eso me refiero. Está Urano. Valentina no le encontré como la lógica, me explico. Porque a pesar de que tiene buenos picks, o sea, buenas para hacer buenas copias, necesitas tener la habilidad con esos personajes para hacerla, ¿me explico? Si no, no tiene caso. Es como si yo me toca copiar, yo no sé usar asesinos, yo no sé usar ningún asesino, literalmente. No soy main asesinatador, la verdad. Y no sé usarlos, me explico, y sacan roles así, tú dices, ¿para qué entonces?
But she has to technically go in the front lines, find not Ayanami on this sort of a mess, and then commit to go for a setup. But that's not happening at all, because the moment that they're being shown on the map, that's an immediate kill here for Navi, and an immediate takedown of an objective as well.
They're going to take their time with this now. The next fight is about to begin as Mirai has already initiated.
Oh, now Ayanami with a catch here on the 3 members. Panda one with his Diamond Force, but it's backwards all over again here for Genji. And it's Ashley right now trying to find a way to escape, and she will. Mirai might be the sacrifice, and Rui finally gets a kill onto her hands. Now that was a quite bit of a messy impact here for Navi PH, and Genji got 1 out of the 5.
At least they were able to get 1, and honestly, that's a pretty big win for Genji at the very least. At this stage of the game, 10 minutes, and we still have some holy shieldings to work with. So at least for Gen.G, if they can just minimize the damage and protect this long lane, they might have a chance.
Okay, it's all about Arya right now, doing a lot of the heavy lifting here against Navi PH. The holy shield just might pop off. It's going to be a risk here for Gen.G, and right on cue. They were able to melt down the Lord, but a costly advantage here for Navi PH.
Oh, no, it's not over just yet. There's still the second wave of
me gusta la temática que sacaron. O sea, me gusta la temática. No me gusta cómo se ve para eventos serios. Ush, qué buena. Invisibilidad y vámonos para adentro.
For Patrick, going in with the conceal play as well. They just wanted to scare off some of the members.
Y con ese rosa sí parece chicle.
A base right out of Gen.G. Now Sayori is forced to somehow copy the Crimson Beacon for extra survivability if ever Navi decides to jump in onto the clash.
And honestly, I think that Gen.G could have taken advantage of the fact that they were going for the conceal, right? Because they should be aware that the battle spells of both Mirai as well as Ayanami were still on cooldown. So there was technically no way for them to catch them off guard. Yeah. Everything would have been telegraphed from the Throne of Ruins, or just Clue being concealed and walking up to you. Now, with the Radiant Armor already purchased on top of everything that they have, right? The Glowing Wand, Cursed Helm, Panda has got to be careful. Without that Examine Force to maintain those shields, naturally, without the Chrono Dash, she will burn.
And definitely that's the next target here for Navi PH. You mentioned about the timing of the battle spell, so someone has to keep track of that for Gen.G. That is quite the opening, actually, the small opening, but still, that is somewhat of a win if ever they be able to...
Ay, espérense, se lagueó tantito. Bueno, por lo menos yo sé que mi PC sí da para una producción de 3 streams al mismo tiempo.
Time those timings or the battles.
How does Gen.G, knowing that this might just be their last chance here, how are they going to win this fight? It's either they somehow steal the Lord or they annihilate Navi right now.
Okay, it's Arya falling down low here for Gen.G. She's from the back. It's going to be a nice setup here for Ashley, but not enough still. It's Navi PH chasing them all around the map. Panda 1 is not a position that you would want her to. And Mirai single-handedly zoning up 2 members in a row with a grab as well, taking a hold of Sayori. It's 2 members immediately down, which is kind of good, would be helpful in some way for Gen.G. They managed to survive for Navi PH.
Navi, o sea, 10 a 2 en kills. La diferencia de oro es casi el 10k de oro.
To totally tore her down. Ruby and Ashley are left to defend for their base, but I think this might be it as Navi PH goes in for the kill, goes in for the wipeout, and
exactamente, dicen ahí en el chat. 3 héroes y de counter sacaron a Baxia. O sea, era obvio.
A beautiful game, so tactical, so slow, but most importantly, no way for the enemy team to breathe. Congratulations to Navi. We're going to be soon having a talk with one of these players up on the stage, and I gotta know what is
Yo siento que pudieron hacerlo más feo, o sea, hacer la partida más fea para ella.
I wouldn't say the worst, but for some, a very dangerous day 1 and just the upward trajectory from day 2 onwards.
Imagine starting off your day on the verge of elimination, right? But now, they could finally exhale some of the nervousness or pressure.
Qué bonitas.
But so far, quite a sad day here for Gen.G fans out there. But let's take a look back here onto our STC replay on what happened onto that final moment where Navi PH totally ended that round.
Well, let's go straight to our stage here. We gotta see how these players are gonna go, because again, this is a devastating moment. Let's go up onto the stage for the crushing.
No me gusta eso como que te burles de tu contrincante o eso, así como, o no sé si está burlando o si de verdad se está despidiendo o algo así.
Hand on over your tournament key over to Navi. Thank you so much. You fought valiantly, and your journey ends here at MWI. Thank you.
Hay como tensión.
That was the exit
Se
vote
ve.
here for Gen G. Now, heartiest congratulations to Navi Philippines. You guys have clocked that ticket to the knockout stage. Congratulations. Now, with that being said, you guys were sent home by Gen G last year. So this is essentially a grudge match. How did you guys feel going into this match?
I think this time it's our revenge for them because we lost against them last MWI, and I think my teammates were so confident then we can beat Genji.
Rightfully so. Not just one game, but 2 games. You guys
Es que
were
qué
chasing them
tensión.
down. You were hungry and out for blood. Now, of course, the day is still young because we still have another elimination match coming up for the knockout stage. And you might potentially see Geltec or Team Ray Young. Who do you think you might be meeting there?
For me, any of the
Ajá, no
teams.
escaló. Harit no escaló, dicen.
Any of the
Exactamente.
teams, but
O
which
sea,
one
no
would you be
solamente
more ready
traían
for?
mucho Mau,
excited
no traían el Harit no escaló. O sea, fueron muchos factores. El Baxia.
Any teams, pero maybe Malaysia, Team Ray.
Oh, why?
I think we play good against them.
All right, so we're excited to see how that pans out later. But take your walk of victory and please claim your prize of this key that's about to be crushed. Take your walk of victory.
Last year's runner-up key is about to be crushed as Navi
Qué bonita la sala de espera. Yo lo quedé fija.
with it. It is time for another key-crushing moment as the dreams of the NA region are getting shattered and evaporated. As always, you know the drill. Or can I call this a drill if it's not a crushing moment itself? It is time for the key to be set and to be absolutely destroyed. Unfortunate for last year's runner-up, but Genji out of the tournament in the hands of Navi. It is time to go for the security check as always, as the key is now ready to be absolutely punched up. 1 key less in this tournament as we're getting close to our knockout rounds. Oof. Ooh, this actually sends shreds left, right and center. Another team out of the tournament, and of course once again congratulations to Team Navi. You guys will be back later in the tournament. We wish you the best of luck.
Déjenme ir a ver cómo va el calendario. Pensé que sí, ya está todo lleno. No, no lo han llenado. O creo que sí van a esperar la pausa de 45 minutos. No, pero ya casi son. Espérense acá. ¿Ves? Acá sí está la pausa de 45. Ah, no. Ah, sí, acá están haciendo como el resumen. Yo esperando que ya llenen los datos del otro. Estoy esperando a ver que ahora empiecen a llenar. Va, el del... Casi 10 horas. No te creo.
Lideramos en ciencia, tecnología e innovación al mejorar constantemente nuestros programas académicos e infraestructura para responder a las tendencias educativas y tecnológicas del mundo actual.
11.
And reclaim what they narrowly lost last year to Vitality, which opens up a spot in Grand Finals. Who's it going to be? Well, maybe Navi. An impressive win, 2-0. They have officially punched their ticket into the knockout stages. We talked about the hero selection, Gingy going with their comfort picks. I get the idea. Unfortunately, it did
son en
not work out,
simultáneo.
but what a titan.
Es que las otras son en simultáneo. Las que vienen ahorita ya no van a ser en simultáneo.
But talk about his
Van a
There's a
ser,
possibility of a 24 champion against a 25 champion in the grand finals. Not
van a
that,
ser
not that is
corridas
crazy,
las
but talking
4 que
about that game
vienen.
just now, we discussed how the previous series, that one mistake at the late game cost you the game. Unfortunately for Gen G, that one mistake in the early game where Arya was just in too deep in Na'Vi territory, and Na'Vi having that Boxia denied Uranus of that heal. That was the mistake that gave everything to Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's understandable. You expect the Uranus to just be very aggressive in the lane, potentially go for those early cuts, but it's different. Now you look at Na'Vi and their lineup, they're also very tanky dudes who are just prepared to fight you on in the early stages of the game. And it just snowballed into more and more kills to the most unfortunate targets. I think Rui followed next after that kill onto Arya. So these two anchors already falling down meant a lot for Gen G.
It was Na'Vi taking the win. Let's take a look at their path to victory through our first moments. And we're deep into the game at this point now, 10 minutes in. You can already see a goal disparity between the two. Na'Vi at this point already has a severe lead.
I would say this is actually very impressive by Gen G. I honestly thought they would have been wiped out, but somehow, some way, they were able to kite long enough that they're able to kill Mirai. And honestly, I think at that point, they're like, hey, maybe we can win this, but 7,000 gold is just too hard to keep up.
Yeah, Gen G had multiple instances wherein they just really worked together to keep each other safe. It's surprising, although that's not the kind of mid to late game you want to see from them, because again, evidently they were on a Suyo, they also had a Harith, which I think they also really thought hard about, because that's where their main carries are going to revolve around. But the fact that the ones who were supposed to protect their carries already fell in the early stages, it hurt them a lot and it was hard to come back from.
We have one more key moment to victory. Let's take a look, obviously, as Na'Vi starts to again close that vice grip, taking down Gen G. Ultimately, we're now 13 minutes in and the troops are pushing forward.
This is where Na'Vi was being very patient. They understood the intentions of Gen G, which is Gen G tried to take a surprise fight against Na'Vi around that Lord. Na'Vi smelled it a mile away and just waited for Gen G to expose themselves and then go in and then fight, because they know they had the advantage. At that point, there was nothing Gen G could do.
Yeah, it was a very honest lineup too for Gen G. You could see the kind of plays they would go from a mile away. You know that it just should be typically starting from Ashley. Sayori, most of the time, did get the Throne of Ruin a couple times, but it was just mostly just keep her teammates safe. And we didn't really get to see her play the aggressive type of Valentina that she successfully did in game number 1.
It was a blockbuster matchup for sure. Long-standing history between the two, not only in MWI, but also here, or excuse me, last year, whenever it comes to the knockout stages. And it is the revenge arc now for Na'Vi. They've already won 3/5 of the roster in 2024. They're looking to do it again. Did they show to you, LaFell, a lot of strengths during this matchup? Because, again, you mentioned their hero selection, their hero pool, right? They have a plethora of heroes that they can use. With that deep amount of hero selection, I mean, for me, versatility, that mentions, for me, I think a champion. I think Na'Vi could very well make a deep run.
They showed improvement, and that's very important, because they started off looking very shaky. A lot of their fans
Es que para saber cómo van, porque no me acuerdo cómo van ganando y contra quién les va a tocar enfrentarse más que nada. Qué bonitas son.
Day 2 of MWI. They started slow, but they got there. And today against Gen G,
se me figura mucho al personaje de Transilvania, la mamá de la vampira.
Gen G losing out on this means they don't get club championship points for that organization. But Na'Vi potentially does, and they need them, because last year they had a storied run. This year they want to do the same, and this is one step forward in the right direction for this Na'Vi organization. If you had to give an MVP to one of the Na'Vi members from those two maps, who would you give it to?
Easy, not Ayanami. Game 1 on that Freya, always give pressure towards the damage dealers. And then on that Alice, how many of those setups was like highlight-worthy, TikTok-worthy highlights? Those were amazing engages by not Ayanami.
Plus the game-deciding play also, which happened in the first few minutes of the game, was all because of not Ayanami. It happened in her lane. It happened towards her counterpart, which was Arya. So I think it's very well-deserved of her to get the MVP of the series, if ever we did have any.
Not Ayanami getting a lot of attention, not only in our content pieces, but also out there on the stage. And now things start to get real. Up until this point, it's been double elimination. But now we're moving moving into the knockout stages. What does that mean?
In the knockout stage, the stakes
Oye, qué
escalate with
bonitos se ven
every
los
single step.
diseños. Me
Teams start
encanta.
in a best-of-3 quarterfinal
Me encanta.
before advancing to an unforgiving best-of-5 semifinal. Teams who fall
Ajá.
short of the grand finals will be granted the opportunity for a podium finish in the third
Deja
place
voy por
match.
agua. Espera.
Finally, the top 2 teams battling for the title in the best-of-7 grand finals. In this single elimination format,
Espérense, voy
every
por
match
agua.
is do or
Espero que
die.
pase un
On the
pis
world
de
stage
comercial
where
porque me
dreams
va a
are
dar un algo.
shattered and history
En
is
serio.
made, a
Espera.
monumental $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points are on the line. But only one team will rise above. In the first of 2 MLBB championships at EWC, who will be crowned the queens of MLBB? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MWI at EWC 2026.
As a fully remote agency, Whiteboards let us collaborate in real time to turn our clients' ideas into a gripping title and thumbnail, a captivating script, and finally, a viral sensation.
Falcons Mena going against Foot Esports. Team Falcons Mena with a 2-0 win. Again, massive for the Falcons organization, who went back-to-back in the club championship. Now they've got 2 teams represented, and they're trying to catch up the first place, which is tied with 3 teams, one of those being 100 Thieves. Falcons Mena, strong team making it through, defeating Foot Esports. Is this an upset, a surprise, or should we have expected that result?
Honestly, I expected it because despite Foot having the upper hand or the upper foot against Falcons for quite a long time, I believe that after seeing their game in Stream B, I'm like, you know
No,
what?
se supone que lo van a jugar
They're
ahorita
kind of
todo.
like Navi. They started off slow. They were trying to figure out their identity, but once they figure it out, it's game over. There's nothing you can do to stop them.
I was supposed to say it's very similar.
Según el
Not because
calendario
of
que tienen
just the
aquí,
slow starts, but also
dice
because
que
of the veterancy, which
a
I
partir
think took
de
a bit of
las
download time before they eventually were able
2:45
to
de
flesh
ellos.
it out
Déjame
and
ver
really
qué hora
guide
es
the other
acá.
members of the team. Because again, if you would remember in Team Falcons Mena, they are really very experienced players when it comes to the international competitive scene.
Absolutely. Well, Falcons Mena get that big win, which means our knockout bracket is about to be at least drawn up. But until then, we have Rose with an interview with one of the players from Navi.
Hey guys,
A las
Keshi here
6:45.
from Navi. First of all,
Uy, lleva hace mucho tiempo
congratulations on
esperar.
qualifying to the knockout stages. We feeling good?
Yeah, thank you.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your journey
O sea,
in
ahorita va a ser
MWI
una
this
pausa
year. Because as we
de
can see from the first 2 days of MWI, Navi's
2 horas.
performance shocked everybody else because it looked rather shaky. So tell me, what did you guys fix in order to get a very clean win today?
I think we just adjusted our communication because
No sé si dejarlo.
the first 2 days it,
O ir a hacer
it was
otras
not
cosas.
clear, and I think it's because of pressure.
Pressure as the only sole representative of the Philippines, right? Okay, now I gotta ask you, would you consider this a statement match? Because we know, first of all, there is history. Genji ended your journey in the last year, MWI. And second, a lot of people started doubting you guys as the title contenders. So what do you think?
I think it's a statement, yeah.
Are you happy with the statement you put out today?
Yeah.
Proud of
Very
your
happy,
performance?
yeah.
How would you rate your performance today?
I think 10 out of 10, but there's still a game later, so we'll see.
All right, we'll see. And you know what, Keshi, since the Filipinos are in the knockout stages, is there perhaps anything you'd like to say to the Filipino supporters back at home?
Thank you for supporting us and continue supporting us for our game later.
Thank you, Keshi.
Ah, qué bonito. Y vamos a ver, pero déjame ver si acá van en algo. No, show. Vamos a pasar al otro. A ver, a este.
Nucci with his nocturne. This is painful. Kirmizi Beyaz. And at her hands too. Oh! Cold!
Oye, me chocan las tipas que hacen show, ¿me explico?
Nocturne jersey! Falcons, can I get a Nocturne jersey, please?
Oh, man.
I love the OG Falcons members, but Nocturne's my current favorite.
Yeah.
I'm a Nocturne bias.
She's brought fire to the lineup.
Flip that. Oh, man. Oh, so many
and
shards.
There's a short, sharp shard.
Oof.
Straight to the heart. He's proud.
Yeah, what a way to crush that key.
Qué pancheras. Decimos en México.
That's the last key crush on Stream B.
Oh.
Can they not close Stream B? Can they just keep it running? Can they just get the program Stream A and put it here?
Qué feos modales, eso a mí no me gusta. O sea, bueno, es que entiendo la parte del drama, o sea, en ese sentido, pero yo sería como una persona de, mira, o sea, hablar con el contrincante de, mira, oye, yo voy a hacer esto y esto, pero no es personal, o sea, mi total respeto, solo es por la parte del show, ¿no? O sea, para que no haya como esos malentendidos, yo soy como bien respetuosa para esas cosas. Por eso digo que no funciona como creador de contenido, porque hay que hacer como mucho ridículo y mucha cosa así que te dices, no, yo prefiero divertirme normal con la
I'm not
gente.
saying it's a downgrade.
A ver acá.
Going to me to report.
Sounds like an upgrade to me.
But
I'm following along.
I understand why some people might be like, hey, really? He's going to be reporting? Where's Rose?
Estos casi no me gustan como presentan, me gustan más estos.
Final day, it's hype. We love it.
Sí, este tiene
MLBB
como
doing
más
things
energía,
right
más
out here.
dinamismo.
Man, coming up though is going to be the knockout bracket. Super excited for this one, and it's unique and fun because the competitors themselves will be choosing who they want to play, and for whoever's not chosen, well, they unfortunately will have to play whoever.
Me encanta la
The
velocidad
other
que
ones
tienen
do
para
not
ir
pick. So
viendo y
starting off, it's
mantener
gonna
el
be
hilo todo.
Galaxy Phoenix choosing first. They ended up being the #1 seed because, well, throughout our brackets, all of our teams in the upper bracket finished 2-0.
Lower
We
and
needed
upper
a
bracket,
decider to figure out who would be seated higher, and it came down to time finish. Which Vitality now probably scratching their heads thinking, well, we wish we probably would have known that. I don't know if they did, because they went, what, 26 minutes? They could have had first pick.
En cuanto se juega, es que se supone, mira,
They're a bit upset with JG. JG
Acá
also
dice
made their game win a little bit slower. And
que
this, honestly,
la partida
if I-
terminaba, o sea,
right
iniciaba
now
la
for
otra
Galaxy
partida a
Phoenix,
las
they're choosing for
12:30.
themselves as well as Vitality.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like for the teams in Group A, they're like, please choose us. We don't want to fight against Vitality, which, I don't know, personally for me, I think if they were to choose anyone,
It's either Seta or Falcons ID.
That's right.
I think they would choose Falcons ID.
Falcons ID, Bree, I want to hear your opinion
think
in
that's
just
it.
a
Terminaba a
second,
las-
because we got a theory craft on which matchup would be better. But Moonton
¿Cómo?
is doing things right when it comes to EWC, and we have two incredible events, one
12:30.
happening now and one happening in just a week or a couple weeks' time. Check it out.
Se supone que este terminaba, empezaba a las 4:30, o sea, empezaba la última partida a las 4:30. Y ahora el próximo partido va a iniciar a las
Kami sudah membuktikannya.
4:30.
Tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2.
4:30, 6:40. Creo que sí se van a aventar una buena ronda de comercial. Unas como hora y media. ¿Qué horario ya? Las 2 de la tarde. O sea, es en la tarde. Mediodía. Se supone que las partidas están iniciando a las 11 de la mañana. Mediodía de allá. De allá. Sí, imagínate.
World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step onto the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini sekali lagi. Bukan atau tidak?
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Hentikan aku kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
It's MLBB for the next 3 weeks, and we love it, and I know you at home love it as well. MWI, we're moving on. Groups are done, and now it's all about the knockout stage. Single elimination, and I'm ready to theory craft. You kind of highlighted it, brought it up a little bit. Let's revisit it. Now, for the seeding, based upon timing, because they all had the same 2-0 record, Galaxy Phoenix will be the #1 seed. Team Vitality will follow. Geltec Cyber Team just behind them, and then Team Ray Young will be #4, which means Galaxy Phoenix is going to have the first choice. And they have a choice either between Falcons Indonesia or Seda Esports. Now, the scary thing is, the one not chosen by Galaxy Phoenix
no vemos que se mueva nada, nos vamos a mimir y regresamos.
Actually, now that I think about it, it's better for them to go up against Seda because Falcons ID, Vitality, they're from the same region. They have a lot of information with each other. So I feel like the smart move would just let them play because you would get so much information out of that.
Oh, that's true. And I believe it could be somewhat of a double-edged sword if you have very limited information about Seda overall. But at the same time, you might just want to risk the edge of having more experience compared to a newly coming region to the competitive stage of MWI.
And you got to think for Falcons Indonesia, though, if they are chosen, one of the things, Galaxy Phoenix matchup will be taking place first. Falcons Indonesia goes from matchup straight into matchup. Now, talking such a short time period, Lefel, how do you prep in that such a short time span? Because, man, you're going from a match on B stream straight in to the main stream.
Honestly, it's quite weird, but some players actually prefer it just for one simple fact, which is you got your warm-up. Because some players, if they play and then 2 hours, 3 hours of doing nothing, they just start to slow down. So some players is like, yes, we are good now, let's just go now. And instead of thinking about what your opponent is doing, just focus on what you're doing. And then after game 1, hopefully your coach can figure out what to do game number 2.
Yeah, at first it does not seem as favorable. It comes along with being in the lower bracket and having to survive through all those elimination matches. But at the same time, especially if it happens in the same day, might as well just keep the ball rolling because you've already started playing anyway.
Hey, the comms are flowing, and Sadia had a chance to get our listenings from day number 2. Let's hear what the competitors were saying during their matches.
Hey guys, Sayori here from Gen G, and she looks rather upset after the loss up against Navi. So let's talk a little bit about the game first of all. I know you guys came in rather confident, especially because you guys were the one that sent Navi home last year. What happened? What fell short in today's match?
Honestly, we did come in confident. We knew that we could beat Navi, but I think just
estamos en una pausa. Creo que va a haber 2 horas de pausa. Entonces estamos evaluando el hecho de desconectar y irnos a mimir.
And maybe communication was off and our play style because this was not how we usually play.
Vamos a pasar este. Pero es que el B es como muy aburrido. Ajá, o sea, solo van a estar en recap. Sí, no, te vas a quedarnos acá.
And you know what, throughout your journey, throughout
si no nos
all
vamos a otro juego.
MWIs over the years, what is the biggest key lessons that you always take home with you?
Honestly, I think the biggest key lesson is that, honestly, me and my team and everyone else can always push to be better. Since I saw during this MWI, there was a lot of upsets at the start. So there's not ever just one person on top. You know, anyone can take the crown. So yeah, there's a lot of contenders this year.
Yeah, nothing is impossible. So what's next for Sayori?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. You have to stay tuned. I'm very confident with my team. We are very close. We've been playing for a while, and with the addition of Rui as for this year, but it just really depends on the direction of everyone else. So yeah, I'm just gonna follow.
And you know what? I think to wrap this up, since a lot of people were definitely rooting on you guys as the title contenders, is there anything at all you want to say to your fans out there?
I just want to say thank you for supporting, and hopefully you'll see us next year playing other tournaments. But yeah, we'll come back way stronger.
I hope to see you guys come back stronger next year.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Sayori.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for the great interviews, getting the coverage out there with the players where they matter most. Gen G on their exit interview, still in high spirits, it seems. They want to come back even stronger next year.
Yeah, I always feel sad when I see teams have to exit without them playing their best game or without them being able to play the kind of play style that you know they're used to playing. And
Es que
unfortunately,
ahorita
it happened
creo que
to
todavía no
Gen.G,
terminó
but
su
I'm
entrevista y
glad
van
to
a
hear that they're just looking to come back stronger the next time we see them.
Yeah, we don't want to lose them, right? We definitely want to
Tomar
see them
mucha
come
agüita,
back.
hidratarse
It
no.
needs a
Bueno,
solid
mejor sí
representation,
hidratarse no.
and Gen.G is that
Que
good
tomar agua no significa que vas a
representation.
estar
Hey,
hidratado
like
a
I
fuerzas.
said, throughout day
Entonces,
2, there was a lot of great comms, and Sadia had a chance to listen in.
canta como suena. Me encanta escuchar a las chicas jugar.
Jessica. Nice go guys. Gak usah. Nih. Aku cari nyawa. Aku cari nyawa guys. Carry. Nice bro guys.
Vale, descansa. Feliz día. O sea, tarde, noche. Tarde sería, no días.
Nice one. Thank you Rotan.
Mon, udah setengah Mon.
Ayo gas aja Pets.
Lihat gue ya.
Hanabi. Udah IG Hanabi.
Sabar,
ulti 13.
Lihat gue nih. Gua ke Hanabi. Hanabi guys, Hanabi lihat gue guys.
Gua enggak nyampe sana. Aku yang bunuh Arlot. Mon, gas.
Yo le iba ahora. Es lo peor.
Enggak ada IG-nya deh.
Yo le iba ahora.
Aman. Yuk, Lord yuk. Nice. Kasih gua aja yang guys.
Thank you, Sadia, for the radio comms. That was
Padre
yesterday,
responsable ante
and it was
todo.
Falcons Indonesia. Given the
Como
good
debe de
comms,
ser,
man,
de estar haciendo
they
la
were
munición
talking
intensa.
away.
Yeah, as well as Team Raya. Let me just say, I understand both teams, and even I need subtitles because that was. I know the language, but there was so much, and I was like, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's when you know they're hyped.
That's when you know they're hyped. And good communication is when you hear one thing, and
Sí,
that's
a los 10
just who you want to
corazones.
target. Jessica,
Como-
and that's it.
That's right.
That's
Sí,
all you
acá se
need.
van a
I
otro
always love
comercial
listening to
larguísimo.
comms across multiple esports because it's chaotic and sometimes fun to decipher, as you were saying, LaFell. Hey, EWC's doing a lot of things right. Check out this EWC play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard stuck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous. You look short. Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Me encanta que se hayan metido en varias cosas para este torneo. Un ejemplo que está Choncho Roll, tecnología, de todo un poquito, me gusta.
One singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Creo que sí va a haber pausa larga.
Evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
O sea, de todo, de anime, tecnología, la jugabilidad obviamente.
The knockout stage draft is just minutes away from taking place, where the opponents get to choose their
Déjame ver si
opponents.
actualizaron.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and the
Ah, no
stare downs
actualizó.
are going to be entertaining for sure. Still, though, we need to discuss the other side
No
of the
actualizaron
bracket.
todavía.
We talked about Galaxy Phoenix, whether they play against Falcon Indonesia or Seda Esports. They have that choice. The other gets to play Vitality. But on the other hand, Geltech Cyber Team comes in. They were the number 3 seed, but because
Si
of
no,
where
nos
they were in the
vamos a
groups,
pasar a otro,
they
espérate.
get the first pick.
En la
Falcons
pausa.
Meta or
Nos vamos a
Na'Vi.
ir
Those are
para-
the two choices. I know, Bree, you look like you're in pain. I'm going to give you a second to maybe think it out a little bit. How about you go first?
For me, it's easy. So how about you go first?
I am having a hard time.
I can
For
see
you
that.
It's easy. I am having a hard time. Like, I do not know if I want Na'Vi to.
He's been able to cross between both Team Apex Gaming as well as All Gamers Global and survive for the time being.
Gotta play for placements now. Kutush calming with the rest of his team. He does have coins.
Para
He
este lado
needs
nos
that
vamos a
vending
ir
machine. Purgatory is one of the bigger maps we have.
Vamos a tener los
That
tres
makes
abiertos.
it very, very hard to navigate
Porque sí
with no
podemos.
vehicles. And we're out alone in the cold. To make things worse, AGAL still prowling nearby.
Esto solamente es con permiso, ¿eh? No puedes estar haciendo de otros juegos sin el permiso. Pero yo había pedido permiso para Free, para Mobile Legends y para Street Fighter 6. Entonces, el Street Fighter se inicia el próximo martes. El de Free Fire choca con el de Mobile Legends, con el Woman, por el día, exactamente el mismo día y exactamente el mismo horario.
That's how brilliant he is. And what a play coming in from Rahat here. A quick replay for Titan Esports Club. A quick drive-by, putting the player out, getting an extra elimination. Gun Dynasty, they have to find a lot more as such, as we just witnessed. But on the other end, it seems like Team Apex Gaming were about to go for a fight, but they're stuck in between two teams. On one end, we see DRS, on the other, that's Demon's Pride. So it's a standard situation. They have to get out of it very soon.
I think Paradox also switching it up. This is one of the few games that they are
Ilian,
able to
estamos en pausa.
really not get into any altercations
Estamos en
early on.
pausa.
Which is
Que
something
mira,
that we
ahorita va a
try
haber
to
una pausa
avoid.
acá
DRS in the crosshairs
y van a
of
estar haciendo
David.
replays como de
Very
hora y
good.
media más o menos.
Gotta hit harder, gotta be a bit more sharper.
Este ya terminó.
Missed opportunity there for Gun Dynasty.
Va a ser
And now
este.
having 6 out of
Y
8
ya son las
eliminations
partidas continuas, ya no son en simultáneo.
TEC gets full
Entonces
revive.
estamos esperando que inicien las partidas, que se supone que es como en una hora y media. Entonces, de mientras, como también había pedido permiso para hacer stream de Free,
Available and send Benel out there to quickly grab and make their way back. Gun Dynasty seems like communication in this game is coming into play. The precision as well with Benel performing in such a manner.
Sánchez.
However, everybody is
Vamos a estar
clustering
también un
right now.
ratito por
It's
acá.
only one team who are out here in Purgatory. 11 still surviving. 10 minutes about to be on the clock. And even Falcons are entering into the close compounds. It's a lot of teams clustering one after another. And we'll also soon see a circle shift. Does it favor any of the teams? It does. To those three teams we earlier pointed. The sandwich situation. DRS, Team Apex Gaming, and Demon's Pride.
Even Gun Dynasty has a very good chance. In fact, I think TAG are in the toughest spot in the center. We just see a knockdown early on. Recovery shouldn't be an issue.
no, Front se fue. Norteamérica aún sigue en vivo.
But I think even for
Se van a
DRS,
esperar
they have
ahí,
a
me
very good chance
imagino,
of
la hora y
holding
media.
back,
Pero es muy matado
not just
estar a
Gun
la hora y
Dynasty,
media ahí
causing some damage to
haciendo
Falcons
tiempo.
and
Es
Evos
muy matado.
if the rotation is right.
So crucial rotations as we are getting closer to the last few games of Group A. Everybody's trying to buy time. Everybody's trying to buy their own play. Figure out what's the best approach. While we all were thinking at the start of the day, hey, top 4 teams, they will be safe and sound. They do not have to be worried about. They're slowly trying to get worried. Except for Buriram as well as All Gamers Global.
Yeah, those two, I think, without a shadow of doubt, have already qualified for Saturday. And then they still want more. Can never get enough points. AGAL, double digits. 11, counting. Dinoculus used with the scan towards the southeastern side. Or at least the north side of fields. Should be able to rotate there. There's a small compound to work with, but better yet, high ground advantage. That puts them within range of proximity of Paradox Gaming. And I think the second Dinoculus have confirmed that. There is Falcons there though.
And Falcons are already busy in a fight. That's going to be against
No me
Paradox.
gusta.
Windy already down. Sneaky trying to fend off. It doesn't work. He'll also be taken down. One last player. He is closer to the vending machine and he'll quickly strike the revive button. And Drendrike will be brought back. Snipe. With that happening, Falcons have an idea of where he is, and Snipe will be sniped out by Limit X7. Nice shot. And that's going to be the 5th elimination for Limit. And this is what Falcons needed.
¿Siguen allá?
Performing, Limit had to do it. One of the rising stars a couple years ago. And since then, we know that Limit is special. Look at that, 2 more. No confirmation just yet. No utility dump. More than enough to cause a lot of issues there. Pressure onto AGL.
Vale, con cuidado.
Can they continue to deliver?
Que tengas
Kina now
bonito
getting
día.
pushed Sci-Fi in the forefront. Let's have the Cassie helping out. Meanwhile, full team on the Gun Dynasty has trapped lands a quad nade. But the pressure now mounts onto Limit. As attentions shift, Limit knocked down. And AGAL breaks the spine and the anchor of Falcons, and that should be it. AGAL once more coming out on top of this exchange.
They always do it. You give them a small inch, they take the whole ground. And Falcons, who are ahead of it, playing outside the zone, get hit upon it. Their sniper gets taken down with the damage on the zone itself, and All Gamers Global quickly act on it. Kiroro, can he do something different?
No me gusta que no pone miniatura.
Showing his own precision skills. And with that, Falcons
No me
are
gusta,
out.
no me gusta.
There's a possibility for a third Booyah with how things are going for AGAL. BRU hasn't really shown much action yet, much activity. Only one elimination so far.
Yeah.
So we're down to the last 18th. Paradox Gaming, Enrique perishes to the blue. Barrows actually getting knocked down by the play zone. Same as Cypher. Nameless getting it out of this one. DRS getting some free pickings. A hefty price to pay for AGL.
Yeah, playing it
En el otro sí se va a tardar todavía bastante.
We thought AGL were ahead of it. They knew what was about to happen. But DRS, they came in as a surprise. The real soldiers, they want their
Creo que ya
opportunity.
comenzó.
As Titan Esports Club are trying to close the distance, they do not want to give it away. Now they have another challenge that's going to be loud. If they're able to secure some more points, they will not get pushed off by Titan Esports Club because they're still surviving. Look at Trap making a jump, and that distraction works out. VZP with the AC-80 finds an opening. Now Trap with the Winchester from afar, already shooting bullets. And there is Nyx with the Max 7 and VZP with the M590 pumping bullets. Pratik and Stroix trying to hold the ground for the time being. And Takure, he has to help out. Two of the loud players are down. Trap is too far away, outside the zone. Damage being done. Gosha has to be the savior here. Pratik gets confirmations, but the sniper is not going to help out. His Trap is also taken down.
And Guaxa, can he make that clutch happen? That's going to be one. Two more to go. Cutting down the ranks. Find the isolations. Guaxa again. Down to just 50 HP. Takuri
Ush, qué buena.
secures it. DRS lives on.
You have to give it to Stroix over there. The way he was able to hold at the edge of the circle.
Bien encajonados,
And
están bien.
DRS still keep fighting, taking Loud out. Evo's on the other end, the 1K, the last man standing. And at this point, there's no opportunity. Boltmaker as well.
La tiene complicada.
Still fights for how
La
long?
tiene
No.
complicada.
Oh no, Buriram. The team who just held their front, get some points.
Muy buen
They
tiro.
find them out.
Sí, la
And
tiene
that is
bastante
DRS
complicada.
out
Se
and
vuelve el
Russia is
centro.
positioned
Sí,
to win. And
literalmente.
Team Apex Gaming, they get that elimination, make it to the top 3.
TAG have another chance.
Uy,
But
qué buen
guess
avance.
who else has?
Pero están muy
Demon's Pride.
expuestas.
Pakistan on the radar.
Y es que literalmente va a ser un...
With some help from
Ajá.
TAG, they might be able to get it done. And BRU
Va a ser
now
triangulado. Todos se van a concentrar en un lado. O sea, dos equipos en un solo ataque, obviamente. Pues todos contra todos. Pero dijo, buena distancia.
Once more, shot over the dash. Wasana is down. Kenny gone. He finds it, and that's a second for Team Apex Gaming. They get the second for India. A booyah!
And it pays forward. Once was not enough. They joined AGAL on that leaderboard for the second booyah. And I think at this point in time, Lucifer, guaranteed survival round. Guaranteed
Qué
a
bueno.
second life.
They needed this. This is what was in the making for TAG. Team Apex Gaming, the champs from India. They did lift the trophy in India, and now it's time they get closer towards an international stage trophy, and getting 2 booyahs in a single day is not an easy job at all.
You're so wishing to
Ahí
have
está,
a
creo que
slot.
ya vamos a pasar a esta.
Confidence in that
Oh, no, todavía no. Yo creo que voy a cortar y regreso en un rato, chicos, porque está complicadillo. Espera tanto.
Indonesian match with Vitality taking on Falcons Indonesia, but on that side it is enough as we have to move to the other side, and it's now Team Geltec Cyber Team going to pull up to select between Navi and Falcons. Mena and Rob, I've got to say, you and I love the drip. I absolutely love the Geltec drip.
Oh yeah, I need one of those fits desperately after this.
That is an elite fit. I've ever seen one. Yes, and we are immediately picking Team Falcons Mena. We do not want to face Navi just yet. Geltec picking Falcons Mena. Team Ray Young will be the one to face Navi, and Cheryl is with our players on the stage.
Now this is going to be a very exciting matchup. Now I have to ask Team Falcons Mena, is there any comments about this matchup? Are you guys excited about heading into this match?
Yeah, of course we are excited, and good luck for you guys.
Anything you want to say to them?
Nana.
Nana, okay. Fist bump, and we will lay it all over at the Land of Dawn. Fist bump. And let's go. Our next team for the knockout stage of quarterfinals. We have a Geltec Cyber Team going up against Team Falcons Mena.
This is what we want to see, and with these picks being done, all 4 matches of our quarterfinals are now set with the big bracket on display. And to take a look at this bracket in detail, I would like to send it to the studio. Taylor, with our experts in there, what are you guys thinking of that bracket?
Ooh, it's looking spicy. Hollywood Rob TV, Damascus Cheryl, thank you so much for settling the score with the competitors. Now we know what our knockout stage looks like officially.
Me encanta este
and it's a
presentador.
spicy one for sure. Let's start with the first matchup, Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda. It's going to be coming up first. What do we think about the opponents?
Well, first of all, called it.
Yeah.
Second of all, it's like, wow, we're so surprised this happened. But yeah, I really feel like this is good on both ends because Seda also showed quite a lot, and I believe Galaxy Phoenix have gotten enough information to know what kind of draft they want to use against Seda, but also because they force Vitality as well as Falcons ID to fight against each other, they need all that information to know potentially when they mid what they're gonna do.
Yeah, but it's an early Indo matchup that we're gonna see, and again, only one of the few, if not only representatives, to send out at least 2 teams from a single region, and that's gonna be, I think, one of the closest we could possibly see ever, because they know each other so well, and that is something that they could not really control.
So talking Galaxy Phoenix, they are about to play an opponent that they know, but they haven't played just yet, at least on the stage for MWI. And this team is incredibly talented, have gone through the gauntlet. They did, in fact, have some early struggles as a roster, but they ended up as Queen's Legend Season 3 champions. They also have competed in other leagues for the first time as an all-female roster. So they've got a lot going for them, including, of course, winning out their group.
I gotta say, Galaxy Phoenix, it's like they're masters of rock, paper, scissors because their jungler is able to play tanks, able to play assassins. So when they know who they're going up against, they're able to change either rock, paper, or scissors, and it's on to the opponents if they can fight back on their lineup.
Yeah, they have so much heroes too that not necessarily are out of the meta. So I think that's one really good strength that you can look at when you talk about Galaxy Phoenix is the fact that they have such great mastery over the heroes that are actually relevant in our current time.
But strength versus strength in this matchup, because let's not forget, Seda Esports was developed specifically for the MWI stage, which means they've done their research. So when you talk about a deep hero pool for the side of Galaxy Phoenix, Seda equally also has the same.
Yeah, but I feel like watching how Seda has been playing, once Galaxy Phoenix is able to control the first 4 minutes of the game, that's where they start to use their advantage, which is their experience. They know how to play from a lead, and they will maintain that. Compared to Seda, Seda doesn't always look that well when they're losing by 1,500 gold, 2,000 gold. So if they can get onto that first win condition, they're already looking pretty good.
You know who Galaxy Phoenix has, though, that Seda Esports doesn't have? Is Fa. And we were screaming her name. Fa was going off just a couple days ago. She's incredible, and Seda's got to deal with her.
Yep, Seda, especially as mentioned here by Lavelle, may not seem the cleanest in terms of the executions when we get into the mid portions of the game. So I think it's crucial that in this matchup against a team like Galaxy Phoenix, they're always remind themselves of housekeeping. Like, they cannot let go of the most basic fundamentals when it comes to the game.
Let me just say, Fa is a mercenary. She is precision as a person, because going up against Na'Vi, she only targeted Mirai until there's nothing Na'Vi could do. So as long as they know who's the right target for Seda, I will feel bad for whoever that is, because no matter the pick, either Guinevere, either Ling, Hayabusa, I really don't care. I think she will get her target.
Let's find out if she does. She's a serious competitor. I love that you call her a mercenary, and she absolutely is a mercenary. Look, Seda, though, again, not to be messed around with. They are truly phenomenal and absolutely insane. Obviously, that matchup is going to be coming up relatively soon and first, but the Vitality was just shown on screen just a second ago, and Vitality has to go against Falcons Indonesia. Another big matchup. Gotta say, man, I'm a big fan of Falcons Indonesia and the way that they continue to play and face adversity. But Vitality, come on, they are the queens after all.
I mean, like, not only are they great mechanically, but they can get into the heads of Falcons ID.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think the revenge storyline continues because Falcons ID in the recent qualifiers that they had for MWI 2026, I think barely got to get a game against Team Vitality. They went up against each other in the upper bracket semifinals, only to get dropped down to the lower. But the moment they meet again in the grand finals, they got the exact same result.
You know, I'm so encouraged, though, from Falcons Indonesia to improve from day one. When I was watching them as a contender, we set them up as the top dogs. And while they finished 0-2 defeat, I was like, well, that's not what I was expecting. But they've come back stronger than ever. But there have been questions about Vitality and if they still look as strong as they did last year. And a lot of that comes from that MIBR loss matchup.
I gotta say, even though I saw that matchup, but Team Vitality is like the final boss that when they die, they get resurrected, and then they have more layers of HP, and then after they die again, they go to the next phase, and then you're like, when is this going to be done? And then you're trying to get a health potion, and then they just take it away.
They just evolve.
And Bree, speaking of evolving, Geltech Cyber Team, they chose their opponents, and it's Falcons Mena they've got to go against. Now, Falcons Mena just came off a big win, so they're feeling confident going into their matchup. Later on today, mind you, we've got 4 of them. We're starting off with quarterfinals. We will finish them all here on this very stream. Falcons Mena is going to have a long day. The Celtic Cyber Team has been a big surprise in our tournament, and they have looked stellar.
I agree. The way that people have been awaiting this comeback, again, we have to remind everyone that Kyoei, I think one of the star players that we've constantly been highlighting, took a bit of a break from the competitive scene. I think that was exactly 3 seasons of Lady MVP before she eventually got back. And it took her exactly 3 seasons as well to get back here to the MWI stage. But that showed significant growth from these players.
I gotta say, Kyoei's Hero Pool is amazing, but this is where I want to talk about their coach, Osprey, because Osprey has been in the MLBB scene for both the men's division as well as the women's division for a very long time. If there's a Mount Rushmore in ECA, he's gonna be there. His picks are unorthodox, but on paper, they always make sense because he's like, this hero can counter this hero, even though it looks like it's a funny pick, but when you see it in action, you're like, wait, that makes sense.
I like unorthodox, though. I mean, it's tough to obviously plan around that. I think being unpredictable is definitely the way to go. Now, Team Ray Young, this team, I think, surprised the desk, at least on day one, based off their performances. Bree, I think you were also surprised. Like, Team Ray Young playing incredibly well, but Team Ray Young's got to go against Na'Vi. Now, that's not going to be easy, especially after watching Na'Vi dominate Gen.G, beating them 2-0. This matchup is stacked.
Yep, and if you have personally felt like a fan for Falcons ID and their story that they've been able to build here in MWI, I think I've been drawn to Team Ray more so because of their personality. Like, they're such a fun bunch to look at, and even their interviews just stand out every single time. I think I'll have my eyes on T-Boy just simply because of the way she just presents herself, and I think that helps boost her team's energy and confidence so much.
I would say part of that is because of Queen's experience back in the SEA Games, where I believe during that grand finals, she's seen her team when they are like so stressed, so worried about losing, and at that moment, they're like, you know what? Let's just have fun so that we can actually go into the game fresh. And I think that's the experience that she's telling her team. Like, yes, most of you guys are new here.
Bueno, o sea, es la presentación de los equipos que van a estar jugando ahorita.
If you're so worried, if you're so anxious, you're not going to be able to play your game. So let's have fun. Let's play rock, paper, scissors.
Ya actualizaron, ya actualizaron. Va a ser Galaxy Phoenix contra Saeta, BO3. Luego va a ser Team Vitality contra Falcons IT. Celtic Cyber contra Falcons Mena. Y Ray Chung contra Natus Vincent. Por lo menos los que son de América, que era el de Los y el de Chen, llegaron, o sea, avanzaron bastante hasta la, bueno, llave de lower. O sea, que serían octavos como casi. Ahí está. Literal. Helltech, Hello Team Falcons, Mena.
Here comes the knockout brackets though. So I'm wondering which goes first.
Yes. All right. Well, first off, we know it's going to be
es que acá están desordenados. Okay. Ajá, Galaxy Phoenix contra Saeta.
I'm looking at the future for semifinals, LaFell. I'm looking at potentially Na'Vi. Let's say if they continue to play
pero el horario es el de
well,
acá.
we could have a Na'Vi
Galaxy Phoenix,
Vitality
luego va a ser
Grand
Team
Finals.
Vitality.
Actually, hold on. Looking at this, there's a chance that Na'Vi could go up against
Luego va a
Galaxy
ser
Phoenix. Actually, and if that's the case,
Ajá, el 3.
I think Na'Vi
El
really
1, el
wanted
2,
that one
3
because
y 4.
Galaxy Phoenix had their number, and I feel like that matchup is gonna be very personal. It's like you made it look humiliating day one. I want that revenge.
Oh, more and more revenge storylines happening here, and we might just see one that will eventually replace one of the biggest revenge storylines that we actually had last year, because the underdogs then, Gaming Gladiators, no longer part of the tournament, just recently eliminated by Na'Vi. So now who is next to actually possibly be that seeker of revenge?
That's a great question. Ashley, she has been a big conversation. Unfortunately, her team was eliminated. However, her knowledge is still incredibly valuable.
Si no,
and
unos 30
she teaches you how to be a roamer.
no veo acción.
Hi guys, I'm Ashley, team captain and roamer for Gen G. And for those who don't know me, we're about to find out. I'm here to dissect some of our qualifier games. Taking you to our second game in the finals against Shira. So if you take a look at what's going on the screen right now, we have control of the H bush on the bottom side area, which we're winning, by the way. If you take a look at our lanes, both mid and bot.
Eso es de la clasificación.
The Claude is segregated from the rest of the team, and you're about to see the Hilda walk up with no support from her whatsoever, and our comp has a lot of poke, a lot of freezes, and a lot of rolling. So here we were able to burn the Hilda's flicker, and that was going to be useful for us since the Lord is coming up in 4 seconds. And what we're doing is we're clearing the mid lane, we're clearing top lane, and we see the Claude still bottom lane. This is good for us. You know, if they decide to come in, we can also just punish the Hilda. Knowing this, we're just zoning them out. We got vision of the Fredrin. As soon as we saw the Hilda coming up from the H bush, since we cleared it, and alongside the Claude, my Hereth was able to just keep poking him along with the Lilia, no flicker, and immediately she goes down, right? So once the Hilda goes down, I knew that this positioning was to our advantage since they're coming from the red side. Our comp specializes in just bunching everyone together. We have a spatial isolation from me that can just freeze everyone in and outside of the circle. So right here, Arya is getting into position to cloud ult everyone. She's literally screaming, let me ult, and I'm like, okay, this is perfect. I make a spatial isolation to predict the Eve's ult since we're already in a box. I knew Eve was gonna ult from the back line, and since I had my teammates frozen and them frozen, I went to just go be annoying to make a separation from the front line and the back line, which was favorable for us, and that is how
Muchos se
we
cruzan y ahí
dominated
valen
this
que
game. But you know
está
the
explicando
funny
un poco
thing
de la
about
forma del
that
juego.
game is more or less me saying that they messed up. It wasn't even that we were doing the right thing. That wraps up our dissection for my games. And
O sea, a mí
if
me
you
gustaría
guys
ver
would like to
equipos
see some
que si fueran,
more
o
gameplay,
sea,
please tune
centroamericanos,
into our
Caribe, me
MWI
explico, o sea,
matches.
algo más. O sea, cuando dicen es que norte, Estados Unidos, Brasil, Argentina. Me explico, si no Brasil nada más, o Brasil en tal cual. Y eso porque ahorita regreso, porque en sí, para otras actividades como ISF, GEF, etcétera, es Argentina. Entonces, algo más de acá, o sea, obviamente de acá. Ok, déjame silenciar porque esto luego me trae de potes. Listo.
Competitors chose their opponents. Did they choose an easy route to semifinals, or did they choose their undoing? We're about to find all that out and more as we head to the stage with Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, and Cheryl.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime here at the Esports World Cup as we are about to get rolling with our knockout stages. Right now, we are about to find out who is going to step one step closer to lifting up that trophy and being the best MLBB women's team in the world.
Yes, sir, Rob, it's time to be excited because it is the knockout stage right now. Every single match means tournament life on the line. So without further ado, let's welcome our first team onto the stage. They made their way through the upper bracket. Make some noise for Team Galaxy Phoenix!
Ah, no, la presentación del equipo.
Galaxy
Entonces
Phoenix
se va a aventar unas 2 horas en la
does
presentación del
not
equipo.
know the taste of defeat. This team has come here in their first international event, but yet they have not just looked like contenders, they have played like one of the favorites, of course, fighting out of Cambodia, and they are trying to make history here at MWI.
Now, I do have a few questions for you guys before we head into the match. Now, this is an incredible showing right here, being the first time on the international stage. How are you guys feeling?
Right now, I'm feeling so proud.
So proud.
Yeah.
And anything you would like to say to your fans back home so that they can cheer for you, you can say it in your language.
There's nothing else. Like I don't have nothing. Like I don't have a lot to say, but I'll try to fight for the nation.
National pride is on the line. Is there anything you would like to
No me
say
gustó
to
su
your
uniforme,
opponents
está así
before we head on
como
over to the
muy...
battle station?
I would like to. I just want to say that good luck with your match.
All right, good luck, and we will have another exciting matchup. Please head on over to your battle stations. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome to the stage their opponents, Saito!
The team representing China, the new project, they
Igual no
entered the
quiero terminar.
stage in an incredible way by the
Está-
big
está lindo,
upset,
está
sending
lindo, está
Falcons
diferente.
Indonesia straight to the lower bracket, fell to Team Ray Young, and then redeemed themselves against Virtus Pro. This team has been ridiculous, and when they win, it's always a 2-0. China's proud representative stepping up to the stage.
恭喜中国来到 knockout stage，有什么想要对你的对手说的呢？ Is there anything you guys would like to say to your opponents?
我没有什么想对对手说的，我想跟我的队友说，我永远爱我的队友，我们是最强的队伍。
Qué genial.
They said that they had nothing to say to the opponents, but she just want to say something to her teammates, and that is, you know, they're the best and they can do it. All right, so thank you, and please head on over to your battle stations. Now, this is a curveball that we did not see coming. Immediately after selecting their draws, they are going to play the match. This means that both teams are going in essentially blind, and this is what it takes to be the champion.
Ya quiero ver
here
cómo nos
at
van a sorprender con los
because
picks.
to be the creme of the creme
Estoy
de la
más despierta que
creme
ayer,
means
es lo
you have to
importante.
go in prepared as
No pasa
always.
nada.
And this is match 1 of the knockout stages. Over to you.
Cheryl, Hollywood Rob TV, Damascus, thank you for setting the stage and
Se lo
as
estaba viendo,
well
esto
for the
estaba
interviews. The
testeando.
players are ready to go, and they're about to get it underway. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda for our first best-of-5 matchup. It is single elimination. You only have one life. You lose, your key is crushed. You move forward, the championship is that much closer. We've already talked about these two wonderful teams. Let's break them down just a little bit more. Now, overall for Seda, biggest surprise we had, looking at the roster, Miss was supposed to be there. But Miss hasn't been there to my knowledge. It's been Fanwa who's been the sub. However, a sub that has led Seda to where they currently are. What do you think about that, Bree?
It's a very explosive sub at that. I think her being the roamer and being one of the main leads in the team has really helped a lot. The way that they've actually been confident enough to even debut the likes of a Tigreal in their first series and be able to do so in a very dominant fashion, that means they're very versatile in terms of their gameplay, because even when you think that they are actually more on the unorthodox end of their picks, they actually can show you some of the more meta ones as well. They also have a really decent usage and mastery of the Belleric, as seen in their recent qualification match, in order to make it here to the knockout stage.
I do wonder, though, now that you're in a knockout stage, is the wild card play to bring Miss back in? We don't know why, of course, Miss was benched. Maybe it was a strategy play, maybe something else was going on, but it has led to a pretty fun conversation.
I mean, like, because of the meta change, perhaps her hero pool just didn't suit the current meta.
That's a good point.
And by the way, can we just say this might be the start of a legacy coming in from both organizations, because they haven't really had much success so far in MLBB, but now they're in the knockout stage. Winning this one, every single win each organization has after this just cements their position in MLBB lore.
That's an excellent point. I mean, for both, right? Really the first time showcasing what they're made of as an org, as well as players here on the international stage. And this is a big moment, and I love that you set the stage with that very statement, because that's what the MWI is all about. And in fact, what the Esports World Cup is about in its entirety. It's about making history. It's about cementing your name, not only in the history books for the Esports World Cup,
Uf, qué bien pensado eso, que tengan el talquito para que no se te resbalen los dedos. Qué bien pensado.
This is just one of those road stops that they have to get through to the grand finals. Now, for Galaxy Phoenix, again, with those early struggles, one of the first things that I noticed is they've been working on their play style for years. Going into this matchup, that play style being worked on for years is going to pay dividends.
I gotta say, looking at their games, they have a very unique way where their jungler as well as the roamer is the one moving the map, where everyone else is just focusing on getting enough money to actually get the items and then eventually help everyone out. So they have a way of play that the speed is just something that people cannot get used to.
Yeah, you get to take so much of the opponent's attention with just these movements from their XP and their jungle. Whereas I think their gold lane has been very stable for the entire tournament. It's only been the claw that Winnie's ever used throughout all of their matches, and you really don't get to pay as much attention to it. It's just a very stable lane. She just really pretty much gets the job done, but majority of the action just comes from the other sides and the way that they move around the map.
Going to the EXP lane now from Gold. Jessica for Seda has been on fire this event.
Me encanta cuando tienen nombres así tan de
a
acá.
power matchup for sure. Jessica, I mean, talk to me about her, Lefel. She has brought so much to this competition for the side of Seda, not only from the hero selection, but just from the slayability.
Honestly, I gotta say, like, yes, we want to talk about the players, but this entire day, Taylor, whoever loses that EXP lane is super punishing, because you get immediate access into the jungle. And if I'm gonna compare between the both of them, I kind of feel like Jessica might have a hard time. Of course, it depends on the heroes, but I don't know. I'm actually leaning towards Galaxy Phoenix for this one. Their EXP lane is so strong.
Yeah, because their
lane is amazing.
Their hero pools are pretty similar, if it's just that. Like, they both use the Alice, they both use the likes of the no, it's actually just the Alice, I think, that they use both. It's their shared hero pool. But other than that, we see more flexibility from Ling in terms of how they're able to utilize it. Because if there's one observation we got to see from Jessica yesterday when they lost, it's the fact that she probably does shine a bit more on playmaking or heroes that just play for the team. There tend to be more miscalculations whenever you give her those less flashy kinds of EXP lanes.
5 players per team. All of them have to work together to win. But Fa is an absolute powerhouse. We mentioned her earlier. And from what I'm hearing, Lefel, she might be just one of the strongest junglers in our entire MWI event.
Honestly, I'm willing to put money on that one, because honestly, Fa is an absolute mercenary. It's one thing when you're good at one hero. It's another when you're the master of each element, right? If you want someone to be the front line, she can be that. If you want someone to dive to the back line, she can be that. If you want her to use a selfless hero where she doesn't need to farm, everything else can go over to the gold lane, she can do that. Like, that's an I would say that's one of the kind of players that each organization after MWI might start emailing her. It's like, hey, are you willing to relocate?
That's true, that's true. It's also because she's just very firm on these heroes that either the Guinevere, either the Ling, whichever she uses, it just feels like the mastery is on point, because I think we've observed that, especially from teams like, let's say, Twisted Minds earlier on. When you try to change a bit of what you're used to seeing in the jungle, then the dimensions of your gameplay, there are a lot of things that tend to shift. But when it comes to Galaxy Phoenix, it's just really them dictating majority of it through the EXP and the jungle.
One thing I do have to say before the draft starts, something about Galaxy Phoenix, they make it look easy. And that's pure talent.
It's not well, actually it's
Sus
incredibly
cámaras, o
hard
sea,
to
tienes
make
que
it
tener
look
cámaras
easy, funny
enfrente y
enough.
cámaras
You would think
laterales,
going
qué
in there and
pesado.
just making it look easy is easy. It's not. It's one of the most difficult things to do. And Guy, speaking of difficulties, Guy from Seda, even through defeat, she finds a way to still perform well. She's the anchor, if you will, for this Seda roster. Guy
O
is
sea, me
going to be the
encanta el
one
fleco,
I at
pero
least
no me
think
gusta
that
por eso,
Jessica,
porque puede llegar
Zhao,
a ser muy
Name,
molesto
Miss
cuando
Miss,
te
or
agachas,
Fan
que
One,
te
whoever
tape la
decides to
vista.
come in for this
Se te mete a
matchup
los
is
ojos.
going to be looking
O
towards
sea,
when
se te
things
mete
get
entre
rough.
las
I'm
pestañas
starting to worry
y
for
te lastima
her,
los
though.
ojos.
Like, if it does so happen that Galaxy Phoenix tried to go for the assassin route and we see another Ling gameplay, wait, is she taking a selfie?
Yes, and I actually saw them checking the heroes out as well. But I think it's less about the draft and more like, which skin do I want to use for this one?
Well, you have to really pick the best skin.
Yes.
You're already in the knockout stage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Some of the skins though are incredibly funny. Like Patrick, for example, running around.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine losing to a Patrick.
Yes.
Guy would be furious.
I gotta say, Patrick running towards you at light speed is one of the most terrifying things you could ever imagine.
And it's made a lot of Glue users happy, because Glue is actually one of the heroes with very few skins.
Yes.
And you get surprised because he suddenly receives a Patrick skin.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Vivian, I think from Vitality, uses Patrick's skin, which is like she already talks her trash and she's beating you with the Patrick. Just so disrespectful.
No creo que fuera a
So
aguantar el
many
tiempo de espera,
Only
la
in
verdad.
MLBB can you see Sasuke being afraid of Patrick. That's only in MLBB. The logic is a bit different here. Even AOT characters like Eren Yeager, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to face against Patrick.
I know. It's not like we get to see the Yin also played as much in competitive gameplay, but it's weird here, looking at Patrick just dominating over everyone.
But that's just MLBB, isn't it? It gives flexibility and the opportunity for you at home to pick your favorite skins and play the game how you want to play. Regional pride was mentioned during the interview with Cheryl and the Galaxy Phoenix ladies. Regional pride so incredibly important here. And, you know, one of the players from Galaxy Phoenix saying during that interview, like, I'm just so proud to represent my nation, to be on this stage. I know it's not enough for her. She wants to be a champion, obviously, but making it to the knockout stages, representing your nation, LaFell, that is such a big accomplishment.
Because if you ask any player here, their motivation for playing, their motivation to become champions, there's many different layers. You have layers on, they want to change their family situation back at home. They want to make a name for themselves in their own country, in this game. They want to help out their friends. In fact, some people here, they're not here for themselves, they're here for other people. So no matter who you talk to, there's many different motivations, and every single one of them is valid. And that's why when we see losses, all of those hopes get crushed. But that's the reality of becoming a champion. You don't win by necessarily making a lot of friends. You get to win by crushing someone else's dreams.
And at the same time, they had to crush the dreams of, I think, also one of the longest running representatives, if it's regional pride that we're talking about, because we're seeing a different lineup fielded here as representatives of Cambodia, and they definitely want to be exceeding whatever they were previously able to achieve. It hasn't been a significant finish in any of their previous MWI records, but now they're so close to exceeding all of that.
Building a home, helping your family out, $500,000 goes a long way, and $150,000 for first place. That's what is up for grabs. We start our first matchup, our first pick and ban between Galaxy Phoenix and Seda Esports.
Yeah, right now, honestly, this is a very interesting start here, Break, where Seda is first pick, and yet they're banning out the Marcel.
Yeah.
kind of not a great ban because you would want your opponents, Galaxy Phoenix, to ban that out. And now this is already a very big tell. They're banning out this carry. So expect a lot of front lines. I really feel like they're already building the draft just so that Link can have a good time in lane.
Oh, but Seda too.
This is a smart ban.
Yeah,
100% smart ban.
Respecting so much of what Galaxy Phoenix have already previously shown us too.
¿Quién era mi
I
Arcel
think that
carry?
Winivere is
Hemos
just
visto un montón de
a bit
carries.
too flexible of a jungler to hand over to GXP at this
Rick,
point.
I was watching that game where Galaxy Phoenix went up against Na'Vi.
Uh-huh.
That kind of
No
experience
dudo
makes you
que
uninstall
dejen
the game.
fuera
Let me just say that.
también
It
un
was
Beleric.
so devastating.
Yeah.
Do not let Fa on that Gwyn anymore.
Yeah, because it's like sort of in between.
So yo creo que tal vez un
the
Beleric
Ling or
también es
either
opción de que
the
dejen fuera.
She first builds the concentrated energy so she can 1v1 and she can also play for her team. That's why I say she can be selfish and she can be selfless.
Yeah,
Fue
there
que
are
es
only
algo que
very
hemos
few times we
visto
see the Gwyn really
bastante.
punished. I think it's mostly when it's also in Rome. Just earlier we got to see that also. But even the Valier being banned out, I know that Sophia has been very deep too in terms of her hero pool. I think she's the only one to play the Farsa in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, here's the thing. They're clearly showing they're going to have a very heavy front line. They're banning out all the anti-tank. So I feel like they're going to charge forward. They're going to dive. And they're going to say, Seda, you have nothing in your arsenal that can stop this charge.
Yeah, so I wonder what this Valentina ban is also trying to say. Because it's not likely going to be a sort of priority either here for Seita. There are a bunch of options out there. The Juicein's still there too, but it hasn't been as prioritized for first pick as well.
I feel like they need to take the Esmeralda because that's what Galaxy Phoenix is setting up.
Oh, right. They don't want anyone stopping the Esmeralda from just getting close. But does Jessica want to play that kind of hero? Or is she willing to just pick up another comfort pick similar to the Alice that she already shown us previously? But definitely not in this spot.
Here's the thing, if she does not take the Esmeralda, there is one other hero, well actually two heroes that can counter it still, which is the Lunox as well as the Balman. But also both are very niche heroes, and instead they go for the Harara. But I feel like Galaxy Phoenix, they are okay with this.
You know, the Harara has been a safe pick for Seda Esports since day number one, and I feel like that's one that they're trying to force super heavy, especially given the new meta coming in the buff. Jessica on Harara, she can pop off with this. It's a matter of how they're going to be able to count on the side of
la vimos
Galaxy
bastante,
Phoenix.
pero no la vimos bien usada.
It's still
Bueno, pero para
a
evitar buenos picks,
50-50
tal vez
in
acá es
terms of
diferente. ¿Y ves?
stats in terms of the win rate if you look at the Hirara, but it's a very considerable comfort pick if we're talking about Seda. Now they get the Claude. A lot of the roamers are actually available as well, such as the Atlas and
Vas y
Beleric if they
vienes,
already
me
want to
abandonas.
consider that. But knowing Galaxy Phoenix, it's been mostly just a Beleric, and there you go. They take it alongside.
Es que era Beleric.
Yeah, still very strong
Beleric iba a
opener
salir
coming
porque iba a
in
salir.
from Galaxy Phoenix. I gotta say, Seda on this Hirara pick. I think Hirara is a good hero, but she's not a win condition. She enables a win condition, so they still need to have that in the bag. And with carry gone, now you know you're going up against the Claude. What is going to be the pickup? I'm thinking if we're talking about meta, it should be something like a Moskov, but Moskov is a mid-range marksman, which is not great against the Beleric, so they do pick up the Bruno as well as the Esmeralda. So now it's on Galaxy Phoenix, and they pick up the Boxia, and again, carry ban, Valier ban, Eve ban. This is their strategy.
Bueno, últimamente he
from the
visto
very
mucho Bruno acá en el competitivo de la región.
Really trying to go
Esmeralda también la hemos visto aquí en el torneo
and
mucho.
force out the
Baxia.
fights, which I feel is very uncomfortable for Guy. Now that she's on the Bruno, I guess you would also want to consider maybe a potential pairing that could help her. The Matilda is also there. They have the Esmeralda on their side, which I don't think will be much of a problem. But does it get through the second banning phase?
My
Saeta
theory
contra
is Seda
Galaxy.
is thinking whether they want to fight fire with fire. But for now, Galaxy Phoenix, their fire looks a bit hotter here, especially because there's very little that Seda has that can directly counter what Galaxy Phoenix has been showing.
Yeah, and if they even do consider going for a utility roam, then most of the front lines are just going to fall on the Esmeralda on Jessica all over again, and not to mention the fact that they're on a Hirara jungle. So that means they will, or GXP would have much easier access to just constantly go for the chase because they will lack crowd control. So would they really want to consider that, or maybe opt for a roamer that also has additional layers of catch and crowd control to respond against GXP?
I gotta say, they at least need some form of knock-up.
Yeah.
If not, that Blazing Duet will just rip over your team, and that's something that they definitely don't want. One of the popular choices in MLBB is definitely the Cho, but so far MWI, no Chos have been picked up so far.
Creo que todos son tuyos.
The other choice is Minotaur, but again, is not having an amazing showing here.
I think Fanhua does play the Cho. It just hasn't been as successful previously, but again, into the backsha, into the quad, I think it will be a pretty decent option. It's not like you get to pair it with immediate burst, but you don't know what the mid lane pick is for Zeta anyway. There might just be a chance you still get to see them pick up a burst mage.
Here's the thing, Galaxy Phoenix can pick up something like a Kimi and just force out the early game because we see Farsa as well as Selena and the Valentina being banned. All three early
Están
game
peleando
mages
entre
having
tú
to
y
get
él
off
o
the table.
ella.
Kimi is still there. If they want skill, they have the Zetian still available, but actually, no, it's actually still a pretty good pick. Instead, they pick up the Gourd. Haven't seen the Gourd for a while here. So now Zeta, if they want to go loco, they could go for something like an Estes and just go for an Ube strat. But, you know, there's a Batsya there, so you're kind of already countered in that sense.
Yeah, the Mathildas, the Estes, they are, again, considerable options. But the lack of crowd control might be a bit of a
nadie me va a
problem for Zeta,
vencer.
because there's nothing that's just going to lock down
Yo pierdo
and roll
dos.
down GXP once they
Eso,
keep
eso es ser
trying.
latinoamericano o americano. No dejarse vencer. ¿Por qué? Porque no me van a vencer. Punto. ¿Qué ganas? El gusto de decir yo gané. Nada más. Lilia, ok. Dejar fuera a Valentina, Farsa, Selena. Hemos visto Valentinas y Selenas que nada más no. Entonces, no creo que hayan sido como las mejores opciones. Porque dejaron fuera Baxia, Beleric. Yo creo que eso sí lo hubiera baneado. De parte del equipo de Galaxy, tenemos Katoka, Carmela, Ibe, Valir, buena por el stun que podrían poner, o sea, que podrían llegar a molestar a todos prácticamente. No creo que tanto a Gord, porque las habilidades de Valir no traspasan como las de Gord. Ahora, Tigreal, de Saeta, Tigreal y Lilia. Me gusta tal vez la composición que pueden llegar a darse. Galaxy, Cloud, Beleric, movilidad y aguante. Ya son cuartos de final. Mañana creo que se juega la... La semifinal, veo 5. Las dos semifinales. Las dos semifinales de Lower, me parece. Y luego la final de Lower y de... La final de Lower y las dos finales, las semifinales mañana. Y las dos finales pasado mañana. Veo 5 y veo 7 nada más. ¿No sobra tiempo? No sobra tiempo. Ellos han dicho que todo corrido. Tengo un tic en el ojo. Que ganará el core. Contra la Lilia, depende. Si la Lilia es muy agresiva, o sea que se le acerque mucho, recuerda que las habilidades de God son un poco a distancia. Entonces, si la Lilia se le mete constantemente, o sea, se le acerca, le va a costar al God mantenerse. Pero si God es astuto, también va a poder retroceder y mantener la distancia. Muy bajo torreta, pero va a lograr aguantar. Pero todo va a tener que ver con la forma de juego de Lilia. A como la azotó ahorita, creo que sí sería el God.
We have seen a couple of teams actually, banning it out, but this might be first blood here as Fanhua forced the flicker away, losing an important battle spell prior to the very first turtle of this game. But coming back to the marksmans here, it's interesting because even Winnie recognizes, Guy is currently on a lane bully. Not only do I need to get the hybrid defense, Oh my goodness, but also the tenacity. Even so,
Que giraran, eso le va a dar la vuelta al Baxia tal vez, ahorita. Primeros minutos, terrible, dice. Síndrome, ya tiene el primer puesto ahora.
It's all about the timings as well. Remember, for the Balearic, there are certain conditions that has to be met before you actually go in with the Rat of Dryad. And all of that will be possible as well if Ling is able to back up right before a turtle take, and which in this case is going to be cornered or circled around by Zeta Division, and Joe is still keeps on forming and relaxes their stance. No asserted dominance yet, or no clashes being initiated yet here for Galaxy Phoenix.
And it's very understandable. After finding that first blood, they know for a fact that Fa is unfortunately not at level 4 at the right time. So this is pretty uncontestable, assuming Zo was able to find just a couple more camps to get to level 5. Even so, we're already seeing the first few movements, and
Okay, Ling is risking it all. It's Fanboy yet again being targeted, and this time it's Galaxy Phoenix taking in the kill. Joe with a counter setup kill here, but Ling when you take it down. Meanwhile, that's too messy. Jessica was beautiful summer onto the back lanes. They just have different targets here for Zeta.
Sophia, beautiful three-point shot with a Mystic projectile over the wall to not only make Fa's job easier, but now this is a winning position. They just need to deal with Jessica.
Okay, now they're hovering over here onto the turtle. It's Fanboy yet again with a position. She doesn't have her ultimate yet, so it's going to be GXP cornering most of the members here for Zeta, and Jessica with a jump will hit no one, but instead it's Ling hitting in the face here for Joe with a double kill, plus a perfect Mystic Gush to top things off here for GXP. They might as well just grab the turtle while they're at it.
Yeah, you can tell that GXP is kind of nervous, and even Zeta, both of them are playing very anxious this game. The turtle contest was also a little weird. It was a little 50-50, and honestly, I think it's technically in Zo's favor in the earlier stages of the game, having so many abilities.
Eso ustedes van a perder los dedos aquí. Nada más los dedos, cómo van cambiando. Están así. 31, 33, 34, 33, 29, 27.
GXP knows there's no pure fight yet. Meanwhile, for Zeta, the plan B in motion right now. Just let Guy play her lane. But it's Fanboy yet again. It's a continuous harassment onto her that makes Zeta Division, Zeta rather, had a hard time to actually initiate some of those fights.
But look at this, both sides are not wasting too much time. So made this similar invasion early on, netting them first blood. She's back here again just to slow down Fa even further.
Okay, now for Galaxy Phoenix, all they have to do is somehow continue this kind of dominance into the map. And speaking of which, it's going to be Jessica 66 being targeted here. That's two women onto her. And Fa will get the last hit. Even one of the backbone here for Zeta is having a hardest time against GXP.
Yeah, this is the beautiful plays coming out from GXP.
Es que sí, es que los picks de Zeta, de Zeta, están muy como que no hay sinergia, me explico. Así como que le falta un algo.
Even so, Ling is coming up big time. 3-1 and 2, gonna get plenty of money off of this. In terms of the side lanes and who's doing really, really well, it's Guy with plenty of money. It's Winnie with the EXP lead, but it's Ling really leading the charge.
She is the master here onto the XP. Meanwhile, that is not going to look good here for Jessica 66, and now Sophia initiates with a Mystic Gush. Lemons will with a follow-up right of Dry. There's going to be the taunt. Joe trying to run away with iframes. It will be enough, but sadly though, onto the top lane, they won't be able to try and contest their positions here onto the neutral objective.
Beautifully played.
Oh, okay.
Really, really well played for GXP's side. Zeta tried an attempt here, but they don't.
Tigreal ya no aguanta serie, no. Y es que no aguanta porque es el único aguante. Esmeralda también no está como para darle soporte. Un ejemplo, es literalmente, mira, o sea, está Tigreal solo. Prácticamente sí tiene que cuidar al Bruno, a la Lilia y a la Girara. O sea, no hay como. No se da abasto, pobrecito.
Getting a turret, getting
Nos falta más Tigreal.
already have the turtle as well. So now we totally see the importance of what it does to our XP laners when you're kind of bullied early facing into this game.
I mean, when you make back-to-back mistakes, unfortunately, in that laning phase, that's when it gets really, really rough. Especially when you go over to these neutral objectives and not find some kind of gold back for all of your contributions. Even so, GXP not going to completely let them go. Look at that, 1.6 to 700. But if we look at Guy's side, Guy, unfortunately, only 71. Not enough of a lead to become lethal just yet.
Yep, and that full responsibility of the damage will fall onto her shoulders later on. But it's also Galaxy Phoenix to actually try and corner her out. They're trying to choke out most of the damage or impending damage as Sera could actually go in against Galaxy Phoenix. But for now, Silpha on to Fanwa. We haven't seen a great implosion play yet because she is just continuously being harassed here by GXP.
O sea, es que están muy agresivos en la parte de bot porque obviamente que, o sea, ¿cómo crees que no?
Okay, it's Sophia yet
O
again.
sea, el Granger tiene para metérsela y salirse al Bruno sin problema.
Okay, falling down low air is Fanghua. No front
O sea, Bruno prefiere rotar en equipo y pierde la línea. Mala rotación también ahí, pésima. Porque Bruno no sé qué subió a la línea de mid. Literalmente no sé qué subió bien, por lo menos hubiera mantenido su línea. ¿Me explico?
GXP, they gotta be careful. Seda, they already found their set play as they look for the second kill.
Okay, Flicker was exhausted here by Sophia, but still, for Seda Division, that might have been quite an opening or a small window that they could totally maximize before they try and contest this big objective. But it looks like Ling already has it covered. It's Fanwa yet again that she sees Jessica from the back. Will they be patient enough to wait for the perfect timing to still play? But meanwhile, it's Ling taking down Guy. And now GXP finally gets a chance to actually shut down most of the damage dealers are supposed to be. It's going to be 3 members down. Chase down onto Jessica 6-6. You know, it's Fa and Ling jumping onto
Tienen como metérseles hasta la cocina, mira.
Go for the maniac, yeah, indeed. That's going to be a maniac kill for Ling. It's a queen for this game.
This is starting to get out of control as GXP have found their stride, and unfortunately for Seda,
Claudia se va a ir a despejar. Es que Bruno no tiene ni a qué entrar, Bruno no tiene ni cómo entrar. Porque Bruno es de distancia media. ¿Qué significa distancia media? Están muy to face como Carry, como... No se me acuerdo. Distancia media como Bruno, Cloud, Granger, y distancia ya bastante larga, como una Hanabi, como un Brody. Me explico. Bueno, Brody es medio y largo por la ult, pero Bruno es más medio y el Cloud tiene como entrar y salir, o sea, llegarle más rápido. Con el dash puede retroceder, pero
9 minutes in the game, jungle's already been compromised, and now Joe has to resort to somehow just clearing up the bits of the waves onto the sides, just so she could slowly build up her stacks.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think Nami should just said, guys, we need to, it's either we delay this or I recall back and get my mana, because unfortunately, even if she does decide to use the black shoes, it's too late to get all of that health and mana back, but now, Rapid Giants into combo.
Okay, that is just too much of a burst here for Galaxy Phoenix. Now they go in far onto Fanwa. Nami tried to run away. There's no black shoes at all to save her. And it transferred back onto the damage onto Guy.
Si no parpadea casi se queda ahí. Buena ejecución, buenísimo.
Most of those kills, just 3 women down.
Qué bueno que nos extendió. Eso fue bastante bueno.
Get a T2 onto the mid lane.
Oh man, they've set this up perfectly. They can guarantee an inhibitor here. They broke the holy shielding, and now they're gonna go for a little bit more. With this next holy shielding about to fall, they have perfectly set up the next potential fight, and it's gonna be. I guarantee you, they're going to get this Lord. If Seda can steal this somehow, that would buy them a guaranteed 6 minutes into this game.
They've waited for this moment. For Galaxy Phoenix, it took years for them to actually try and get the super team that they wanted, to put their faces, their team.
No, Galaxy se la lleva, o sea, deja de la jugabilidad que está teniendo el equipo. 35k de oro contra 27 y medio, o sea, casi 36k de oro contra 27.
GXP asserting their dominance. Looking at this one, of course, we see some
O sea, van para 8K, 9K alrededor de diferencia de oro. O sea, el equipamiento va a estar mucho más, obviamente, a favor del equipo de Galaxy.
Attitude here for GXP.
I mean, it's reflected by the score, 2-15 so far. It's just closing this game out. It's going to be a little bit harder than it looks, especially since Name is starting to scale and dealing with these waves well. So, fortunately, not going to get caught here, but they find Fanhua instead.
Okay, Flicker fortunately hasn't been activated here for Seda, but they have another task in here that they have to melt down as fast as possible. It's going to be the Lord that GXP has and marching onto the bottom. Very nice of them to kind of delay things off onto the mid lane, even onto the top lane. Now the pressure is on. Macro control here for Galaxy Phoenix.
Nuevamente Lord. Yo creo que tal vez con este ganan y si no, sí, es que Tigreal no van a aguantarle. Tigreal no va a aguantarle al Baxi, al Gore, el Beleric, el Sora. Ni de broma. Y más que ellos no se pueden acercar.
Galaxy Phoenix is doing it. Complete members marching in towards the base. It's Seda trying to fight for their life here. Jessica and Joe Guy will manage to do that, but still they're on the brink of losing here for game number 1. So close, but still they can definitely still survive for a few minutes or so against GXP.
Yeah, unfortunately they're not able to cut through absolutely everyone just yet, and the spawn timers is going to allow the rest to actually come back into this fight. GXP could have forced the end there, but decided to take the safe route. This could be a potential mistake if Seda is able to find a turnover fight, a complete wipeout against GXP to close out the game. I would say closer towards the 14 to 16 minute where the death timers are long enough for them to crush through 2 to 3 towers in one go.
And for that, for Galaxy Phoenix, they just kinda want more cleaner and clearer assertions of clashes here.
I think that if they're going to look for the cleaner and an assertive way to play, they gotta ruin the position of Sophia. But just like mentioned in the beginning, right, their plug-and-play combinations, now that all 5 of them can get involved, it makes Ling's job really easy. Instead of just, hey, I gotta go Cloud every single time. Not necessary if the combo actually lands.
And now, let's see if something will finally land here for Seda. But one thing's for sure, those bullets are gonna land onto the last bit of base hurt onto the top lane here for Seda. This is making it harder for them to go outside and try to somehow farm, even contest the Lord that will be spawning right on cue.
All right, now they're going to have first position here. This should be a pretty free Lord for the side of GXP. Seda, unfortunately, must play the defense. As soon as they start walking out, but more importantly, since their jungler is about to get revealed on the top side thanks to that top wave, GXP have nothing to fear. Now, Seda, how do we play defensive in a composition that just has so much counter-engage? If Fanhua decides to flicker forward, unfortunately, a majority of the important members on the side of GXP have some form of counterplay. Sophia will never be anywhere close to the front line.
No soy la misma persona en los torneos que yo cuando hago stream. Acá somos bien tranquilos.
Yep, and problems keep piling up here for Seda, especially Fanhua being the first to go down each and every clash. So for GXP,
misma dinámica, chicos, para el sorteo. Voy a hacer el sorteo de ayer, hoy y ayer. Es que de ayer no había dormido desde antier y ya por lo menos anoche dormí antes. Bueno, o sea, en la tarde dormí para hoy. Entonces, ahorita ya los tengo anotados en la ruleta, solo la voy a grabar y la voy a publicar.
It's about time, and you can see that Fa is already trying to pull the attention apart.
Okay, Lord has
to be melted down here for Seda. Now they're too focused on the setup here for Fanhua, risking it all. 10K de oro, ni de broma le gana.
But the damage just isn't there yet. GXP focus fires on the base, gets the game number 1.
That is the cleanest.
Hoy solamente hay 2 personas, entonces los voy a meter a los 2 en el sorteo de ayer, ¿vale? O sea, van a tener doble posibilidad de sacarse los $5. Es que $5, o sea, para 2 personas es mucho para 2 personas. No sé si se me explico. Y si están de acuerdo.
More win to stay another day and fight for their way onto the semifinals. Mino for Seda. Man.
They're going to have to hit the drawing board
ya venía a ver el abuso normal, sí. Estuvo feo, la verdad. Estuvo feo. Pero es que como lo dices, perdón, desde los picks se veía. Desde los picks se veía. No, el punto es tener todo eso, me explico, son $10. Pero lo vamos a manejar así, ¿vale? Yo voy al baño. En un par de minutos.
We might get about, I don't know, a 3-0. I'm kind of feeling it, but then again, Seda Esports has been known to come back and fight viciously in the future rounds after taking a loss.
Es que me doy vuelta y vuelta.
Vuelta y vuelta. Let's break it down because from what I'm seeing and from what I'm hearing, Lafel, it's Sora Day.
I don't know, man. Starting the very first game of today, the EXP lane has been...
Es que Sora ha sido un pick excelente y ha sido un personaje buenísimo. O sea, buenísimo.
Just one, and she got a maniac. She won a 1v1 against Gagai, against
Me encanta cómo la staff está cerca de ellas, que no es por ego, que no es por vanidad, que no es por orgullo.
Team Falcon's ID and Twisted Minds, but it just really keeps happening over and over again. And that's on top of the fact that there was barely anyone to stop her from just going in.
I notice it's all smiles on the side of Galaxy Phoenix. For the side of Seda, as we look in, it almost looks like misery and disappointment from that game number one. Nothing seemed to have went well for them. Nothing went right. They did have a moment in time towards the very end before the final push onto the base where they managed to at least stop Galaxy Phoenix at the 1-yard line. However, it only extended the time just a little bit longer.
Can I just say, like, I feel like going up against Galaxy Phoenix is like going through
es mi pick favorito. Oh, sí. Bueno, los dos son muy buenos.
I don't want to jinx it. I really feel like they can go all the way. I feel like GXP can go to the grand finals because as of right now,
es que es muy bueno. Y no vi, bueno, hace ratito no viste, pero ahí también tienen un estuchito que tiene talco. Se agarran, se ponen en las manos y luego ya empiezan a jugar y yo la atención a los detalles, la atención a los detalles hace la diferencia.
The Boxer can just jump in, and even the Sora, you can either assassinate or set up for your team.
But let's talk about our first action of the game, one of the winning moments at least.
Ajá, exactamente, pero te digo, son cosas que acá tú ni siquiera lo ves. Tú ni siquiera lo ves. Nada de estar usando guantes y que jalada y media, no. O sea, soluciones prácticas. O sea, lo básico, como en muchos otros deportes tradicionales, lo usan, el talco. Mira cómo se la meten. Es que no iban a poder aguantar. Ni Esmeralda iba a aguantar eso, ni el Bruno tenía cómo acercarse. O sea, para mí fue una muy mala selección de picks.
And she does find them. She does get 2 or 3 members every single time, but then what's next? They don't get to actually provide the follow-up. Ling has been always attempting to isolate the backlines.
And we take a look at our second one. Great breakdown. Let's break down another. This one's most likely going to be about 10 minutes in. We're just nearly there. Again, we go back to the mid now, even to the bottom right, and we start seeing another skirmish.
O sea, les pescaban al God, pero tenían como. Ahora, buen soporte que se daban, ¿eh? Porque en cuanto pescaban al God, el Cloud retrocede para cubrirlo. Buen trabajo en equipo. Insisto. El trabajo en equipo siempre es importante.
Yeah, and it's great because whoever starts to try and go for the fight and jump in, it's always them also being on the same page. Because sometimes you see people just trying to go for engage, but the targetization seems a bit off. Like they go for very different targets. But in this scenario, GXP, if Fao wants to go in, she jumps on a single member, then you could expect just everyone to focus fire on that before they move on to the next.
One more final moment to check out during that first map that we ended up witnessing. And this time we go to the 11:30 mark. I believe this was one of the first base attempts, and it was in fact Seda Esports who was able to hold them back, but only for a little bit of time.
Esa fue la entrada
definitiva. Kind of showing
buenísima.
how GXP they're able to win by taking out all the firepower, right? Just like how Brigitte has been saying, like you can have a good setup, but without the damage,
retroceden bien, pudo tratar de seguir entrando Cloud y no lo hizo. Retrocede y empieza a avanzar con el lock para salir el equipo entero, íntegro, completo, sin problema. Esa es la diferencia de juego.
Lafel, me and you will figure it out, okay? Bree, that final moment, though, casters were even saying it was one of the cleanest attacks onto a base they've seen.
In a way, I agree. But also, it's partly Seta putting themselves in that position because Fanhua again tried to go for something, and that's with the knowledge that the Belleric still had the Wrath of Dryad. You just always have to be aware that this is such great catch. This is such a great way to just intercept whatever you want to do, and it's so low effort. They barely had to do anything. Lima just had to wait so she could cast the Wrath of Dryad, and that's it.
Now, one of the things I brought up during the hero selection, breaking it down, is for Seda, they love that Harara. Now, you did point it out, LaFell, that's not a win condition, but more so a piece of the puzzle that Seda Esports is trying to put together. Felt like Seda tried to do this on day one. It actually ended up working out relatively similar.
Yo no podría traer nada en las manos ni en los dedos para jugar. Siento que me estorban las pulseras y los anillos.
This is also why JXP is so strong, because, like I said, they're the masters of rock, paper, scissors. They know the Harara is going to get picked, right? Instead of batting it out, they allow Seda to just take it so that they can have a draft that makes it so that Harara could not do anything. They ban out the carry, they ban out the Valier, they ban out all the anti-tank heroes so that they can have all the tank heroes, so that Harara come in and is like, okay, can you kill me? You cannot, then you will die.
Yeah, because we've been saying that you need to set up for the...
A ver qué va aquí. No sé quién es él.
Towards comfort hero or comfort picks, but for
creo que es un entrenador.
As fast as possible.
Now there are bigger things happening.
Having 2 total eliminations for Galaxy Phoenix, they had close to 20.
But those all happened in the early game, and that
Pues
was about
te
it.
limita, es que depende mucho cómo te acomodes, porque un ejemplo,
Yeah, that
yo
too, but most of it
yo
just
juego
really was
así.
when they could really take the
¿Me
Hirara
explico?
and
O sea,
take
yo juego
advantage
así.
of how
Así. Mi
mobility
celular
is
es
reliable,
muy
how the
ancho
burst
para
is
mis
slightly
manitas,
reliable,
entonces
but
no
everything
puedo,
else after
no
that was
llego.
just counter
Entonces a mí me cuesta tener cosas en los dedos porque me tengo que mover mucho así. ¿Me explico? Entonces tener un anillo me limita. Como tengo que mover mucho la muñeca precisamente por eso, para acomodarme, me molestaría traer una pulsera. A mí, por mi tipo de dispositivo y por mi tipo de mano. Tiene que ver mucho con eso más que nada. Entonces, digo, yo al hacer esto me sentiría que me estorba. Yo también uso, o sea, yo uso esto así. Así. Entonces yo lo meto ahí, así. Entonces ya ahí, si yo tuviera un anillo, me estorbaría para moverme. Y luego tengo que mover mucho el índice de atrás adelante para poder moverme así. Entonces en esto, en este roce, se me atoraría el anillo. Y en este movimiento precisamente, y tal vez la pulsera me estorbaría. ¿Me explico? Por eso te digo. O sea, depende mucho de tu dispositivo y tu tipo de mano. Hay gente que tiene los dedos, las manos muy amplias y los dedos muy largos y sin problema. Uno que tiene dedos de chalchichita, coctelera. Está difícil. Está difícil. Ajá, exactamente. Mis manos, muchos deditos de este tamaño. O sea, lo que me dieron de carácter les faltó de altura y todo lo demás. Entonces, ay, amo cuando está la nube. Dedos de oyucos. No sé qué significa. O sea, no, es para ejemplificar de que mis dedos son chiquitos. No todos son gorditos, pero es regordetes. Entonces, tengo dedos de salchichita coctelera. Entonces, y mis dedos de mis pies igual son chiquitos y gorditos así. Y yo, chaval, ta madre.
Then does reverting back to comfort also help them? Because their comforts seem to be really countered out well by Galaxy Phoenix nonetheless.
That's a good point, but we just witnessed Gen G try to do that. They went with their comfort picks, and they unfortunately ended up losing. So it's not a guaranteed, but it is something that I'll still stand behind. It does help, especially whenever you're feeling uncomfortable going into the next map after losing.
¿Qué significa oyucos? El síndrome ya más adelante de purrum pum. Oyucos son unos tubérculos amarillos. Tubérculo. Qué sofisticada palabra. Cuánta sofisticación en una palabra. Oigan, chicos, compartan. Con una papa con forma de dedo. Literal, una papa con forma de dedo. Es que sería como... ¿Cómo que sería? ¿Conocen las lunetas? Aquí dan besitos. Buenos días. Buenos días. Gustav, siempre damos besitos. ¿Cómo estás? No sé si conocen las lunetas, que son unas bolitas de chocolate cubiertas de caramelo, tiene una M. Se llaman M&M's o lunetas. Cualquiera de los dos, ese nombre. Entonces, también son como lunetitas mis dedos de los pies cuando me los pinto de colores. Es como lunetas chiquitas así, apiladas. Vamos por la segunda partida entre Galaxy y Saeta. Sí, pero es que estamos hablando de que, por ejemplo, ahí en el evento presencial en París, las jugadoras llevan su aceite y se ponen el aceite en los nudillos para masajearse, y en la mesa hay talco para que puedan ponerse en los dedos. Entonces estamos hablando de la importancia de eso, y a eso salió el hecho de que yo les estaba contando de que yo para jugar no uso ni anillos ni pulseras, porque en mi forma de juego a mí me estorba mucho. Entonces es lo que les decía, pero a eso salió el tema de que tengo dedos chiquitos y gordos, como salchicha coctelera, que son esas salchichas chiquitas, así. Entonces le digo, es que yo agarro mi celular así. Entonces, una, me estorbaría el anillo aquí y me estorbaría el anillo en el índice para moverme, ¿me explico? Entonces, por eso yo no uso ni anillos, y como tengo que mover mucho la mano por el mismo movimiento, tampoco uso pulseras. Salchicha coctelera, sí, son una salchichita. Entonces, yo les digo, mis uñas, o sea, mis dedos de mis pies son también chiquitos y gorditos, y son como M&M's cuando me los pinto así, chiquitos, de colores. Entonces, bueno, me los pinto de colores, ¿no? Una sola dirección. Sí, es una sola dirección. Acá full inglés. Full speak English. Pero espera, me cambié de teléfono. Vale.
So just hoping for a very big team fight win, but that's one of Galaxy Phoenix specialty, especially with that Bellary.
Gracias por compartir. No sé si te dije, pero gracias.
I hope Seda at least find some way to play opposite side of the map, because if they're just going really heavy on team fights and you're only forced to play slow, then that just really lessens your chances of being able to catch up to Galaxy Phoenix, because I just feel like Galaxy Phoenix are always going to step on the gas. They're not really gonna allow Zeta to play whatever game they want.
At this point, Galaxy Phoenix is riding an electric
M&M's. Es que son los mismos. Es que es M&M. Pero en la versión mexicana son M&M's. Ajá, o sea, nosotros decimos M&M's, pero son M&M. Entonces, ese síndrome. Bueno, un ejemplo, aquí en Guatemala se le dicen lunetas, ¿no? Que dice, oye, tienes lunetas, y que son la bolita de chocolate cubierta con caramelo. Entonces, bueno, ajá, porque la marca también se llama así. Entonces, porque acá hay mucho producto también nacional y le dicen lunetas. Entonces, por eso les digo, depende mucho. Vamos a ver los picks. Bien, tenemos ya casi baneos completos de parte del equipo de Saeta. En esta ocasión tenemos Valentina afuera, que les digo, no sé por qué Valentina, cuando que hemos visto que han tenido casi todos los equipos, o bueno, los equipos que han perdido, han llevado a Valentina y han tenido una mala dinámica con ella. El síndrome da 47%. Luego tenemos a Baxia, creo que es una buena opción, Sushin, Guiner y Marcel. Excelente, me gusta. Fuera de la Valentina, de parte de Saeta. De parte de Galaxy.
Actually not bad. Or fighter in the jungle.
Carry, Esmeralda, Paquito, Akai y Moskov. Paquito, Moskov y... Me alarma de que me levanto. Y Carry creo que han sido una buena opción. De los demás, así como que no lo sé. Ahora, de parte de Galaxy, me gustan los picks ahorita como vamos. Me gustan.
Okay.
Which is not bad if Seda wants it. It's not bad. It's good.
It's wombo combo everywhere.
Phobias kind of counters that Freya as well.
Yeah.
So like I said, Seda is walking straight, and Galaxy Phoenix is building a wall directly in front of them.
Yes. That wall is looking a bit too sturdy now, because Seda is just limited in options. A Bruno will be the option. It's very scaling right now for Seda.
And not a lot of wave clear. This is one of those games that either ends by 9 minutes or ends by 30. There's rarely any in between.
Okay, shoutouts to our casters who are casting this game. Let's see if it does end less than 9 or maybe 30 if they get to successfully defend. Because at this point, the Juicin option, it's just picked up by Galaxy Phoenix. They pretty much see what to expect.
A Suyo maybe?
Right.
Just so that you can be very, very fast? Honestly, they can pick up anything. It's like Hayabusa.
¿Cómo la piensa?
Yeah, the Nolan as well, yeah.
I think the Nolan too, just so you could just... Oh, they're the ones who go Yi Sun-shin.
So just in case if the game does extend long enough, they do
Yo casi
have
no soy como mucho de decir ese tipo de
Honestly,
expresiones.
this is a very good respect coming in from Galaxy Phoenix. They see that Seda is investing everything into the late game so that they just get 2 late game heroes. Honestly, that's a lot of respect coming in from Galaxy Phoenix.
Yeah, they were able to sense it from a mile away,
sé
but
por qué
Seda
no
are still
me
looking
da.
for their jungler. Well, we did float the idea of a Carmilla maybe being flexed, but maybe it's more of a roam pick if you're looking at the current setup for Seda, not unless they just really want to go full support and put all of their eggs in one basket and revolve around the Bruno Sicilian late game and go utility in the jungle. Or
Wow. Okay.
Bruno otra vez, no lo sé. No hemos visto buenos Brunos, la verdad.
Here because export makes sense against the Phoveus as well as the
No hemos
Belleric.
visto buenos
But,
Brunos.
hey, maybe it can work. Maybe it can work.
Maybe it can work.
Well, it's going to have to work for sure. Seda Esports built this roster specifically for MWI,
Me encanta cómo
and it's
presentan.
worked out so far.
Se
But
trabó
is
un
this
poquillo,
gonna
pero
be the end of the road? Well, they need to come back in
ganará.
the series.
Hagamos
It's a
nuestras
best of 5
apuestas.
after all, and Galaxy Phoenix is
Klaus
already well
contra
ahead of the
Bruno.
game, winning game 1 in
Sí, yo
such a
también creo que
convincing
sería el
fashion
equipo
that
de,
Seda
creo,
Esports now
Saeta.
has to go for their
Y
comfort
Galaxy
picks
creo que está de este
just
lado.
to feel alive in game number 2. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda Esports Map 2. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Thank you so much for reflections. And yes, LaFell, I will explain it in just a bit here because this is going to be an intense game. Not only were both sides looking for comfort picks, but Seda really going above and beyond in the second half
Ajá,
of the draft
Galaxy
to
y
shake
contra
things up
Saeta.
for the
Ah, no es
mid-trios.
Galaxy.
And I think that's where
Galaxy
this game
es
is gonna
quien
come down
trae
to,
el
'cause
Cloud.
level 1 is not
Saeta
in
trae
their
a
favor when
Bruno.
it comes down to the
Yo
wave
también
clear.
creo eso.
Now, they
¿Cómo
both lost a
dicen?
concussive blast
Buena
really,
kill
really quick.
el
That
early
first
para
motion
Bruno y
gives
olvídate
Nami
de
the
ese Bruno.
advantage that they were
No
looking for and
para hasta
avoid the
el minuto
worst part of
16.
the early game,
El
which
punto
was
es que
level 1.
llegue. O sea, el punto es hacer eso. ¿Me explico? O sea, ya hemos visto, o sea, hemos visto Valentinas y Brunos que se quedan muy cortos, la verdad. Entonces vamos a ver si en esta ocasión sí terminan sacándole jugo. Que ha sido bastante complicado, bastante complicado.
Now, here's the thing. When you have your mid-trios battling it out, it's really a 3v3. However, if you notice GXP's lineup, only Lima, unfortunately, is the tankiest person on their squad. Sophia's not going to walk up too far without Lima, and Fa doesn't want to get close at all. Now, here at level 2, this is where Sophia can get really, really aggressive, but Seda want to punish this. They are taxing the HP pool and also using the waltz so that Vanhua can get really aggressive and still walk out of safety.
Plus, the additional shield is really helpful for them when it comes to clutch moments, right? And it's all about surviving, not only here on MWI, but surviving the game first, okay? One game at a time here for
Este es los versos que quiero ver entre estos dos. Porque abajo Phoveus y Sora, ya sabemos. Pelea, enfrentamientos, o sea, sin fin. Ya roban la jungla, sí, tal cual. Es que para eso es un export. ¿Quién para un export tiene como 3 vidas? Tiene la vida normal, el escudo, y si le pones un revivir, fue otra madre. Y luego cuando revive ya tiene otro escudo, tiene como 4 vidas. Entonces, complicado.
I think step 1 for either one of these teams, they may want to go for this neutral objective, but they don't necessarily have to take it. Wait, turtle ball hits!
Okay, they're turning it into the bait. Name almost falling low. It's going to be a Faraga armor being pop up here, but the last Insanti zone with the first blood. It's Ling being the first blood against, of all people, now Seda. Semi-standard hard here, but Surprisingly, they let go of the turtle. They just focus on to getting that huge
Cuidado.
first blood kill for Joe.
That was actually a pretty insane fight there. Like, Jessica saved the day. Name was meant to die, and Jessica saved 2 lives with a single flicker and cloud shift. Now, we see Fanhua getting aggressive, but at the same time, they notice it. They don't mind.
Qué buen regresón.
She dies,
Eso es lo que me
only
gusta de
because
la,
Kai is going to be
de la
their late
Chuchin.
game insurance policy next to Name.
¿Que
At
pensabas
this
que te
stage of
ibas?
the game,
No, chiquito.
I would
Acá se
say that
regresa. Acá
Seda,
nadie se va.
again, they're going to contest basically everything, but there's no real commitment to it.
Maybe for now, because Seda just has to be really careful. It's all about picking in onto the lane and roaring for the free hits. Is going to be Name. Perfect bat speeds there. Getting a kill onto Sophia. Now the numbers are quite rolling and going onto the side of Name and Fanhua.
And this is exactly what you want to see. Some sacrifices from the side lanes that isn't in your late game scalers.
Yep.
The Phovius knows that later in the game, he's going to be a lot less relevant. So at this point of time, you see that Jessica is going to take advantage of that. You know what? I'll miss out one wave, but if I can set up 2
Pero es
beautiful
que
kills for
había
Nami and
pedido unos
speed
nuevos
her up, this
audífonos
game will be
porque
free.
mis cascos
Who
me
says that you
encantan
have
y
to
son
play
muy
the long
buenos.
game, right, to activate
Hace
the
2 días
Sicilian?
me tocó
It's all
una
about making
Explorer
it faster
Experience.
here
Yo
for
saqué
Seda.
Ruby.
And now they also have this great
Me...
vision when it comes to Name with the Sanguine Claws as well.
Sí.
When it comes
Es
to
que
checking out
una
if they
Ruby
never
que es muy
push,
face to
if
face
ever or
contra
whenever
un Export, o sea, como ese es el
Now,
problema
right
de los
now,
Export.
what's really
O sea, que si
uncomfortable is
traes
that
algo,
both Jessica
un
and
ejemplo,
Ling are really good at this
un
sort.
buen
They should
pick contra
understand
un
the
Export
mechanics well.
puede llegar a
Unfortunately
ser
for Ling,
una Guinea
they need to make
constantemente
sure
con el
that
salto,
Jessica
con el
doesn't
salto, con
really
el
get
salto,
out of
con el
this lane.
salto.
Ling
¿Me
needs to keep
explico?
Jessica
O sea, le
here for
saltas,
as
volteas y te
long as
regresas. La
possible
entrada y la
and
salida
taps
es lo
her
que te va a
life
ayudar.
total
Eso es
every
un muy
single
buen
time she
pick
walks
contra
up to
esa
that
madre.
wave.
Oh, but that's the thing. Sometimes Jessica
Que
just
tienes la
totally
movilidad
lets
para
go.
que no te queme
It
tanto.
doesn't
Recuerda que
even
conforme te va quemando va
so
subiendo la
much
tabla y más,
attention
más
onto Ling. She just wants
la
to be
cosita
there
esa
when
y
it
más
fight
te...
actually occurs here for Seda.
Más
And that might
te...
actually
¿Cómo
happen
decirlo?
in the next
Son más
few
dañotas.
seconds or so. It's Spa getting
Entonces, eso.
advantage here by the Pixel Bush. But there's the Sanguine Claws that we're talking about. Great advantage here for Name. This
Pero
position
tienes
here
que
for
saber usar el
GXP.
die rot, yo
They're
digo.
trying to dance around this neutral objective. And Jessica 6-6 is ready to rumble
Porque
whenever
hay
ready.
un
Mother
Paquito.
Shocker activated as well.
No, no hay
It's going to be a
Paquito, lo
blast here
banearon,
for
porque lo
Jessica
banearon.
6-6, targeting Fa of all people.
Porque lo banearon, por
Joe
eso no hay un
really
Paquito.
gets
Son
the
Paquitos
turtle
de
in
cualquier
hand.
partida,
The
Paquito y un
Batch
Sora.
Labs will be able
Madres.
to land in
No
all
necesitas
those
tanque.
targets. Bat speeds activated as well, where Name
Ojo.
and Guy will join in the
Bueno, sí
fight, but
necesitas un
a
tanque.
little bit too late,
Por ejemplo, con una
Seda
combinación de un
already
Paquito
got
con un Sora, yo me
objective
llevaría a un
and
Beleric.
but
¿Me
GXP
explico?
got a trade in return.
O una Matilda.
Now, already with the Clock of Destiny finish here, I think it's really unlucky because Fanhua just
Una de
could
esas
not
dos.
find a really good angle to get that Cursed Blood onto multiple targets, and the counter engage from GXP was just a little too good. This comes down to execution, and I think that right now, both lineups to a certain degree is going to be very even.
Literal,
towards
por
the
eso
later
miren,
half of
yo
the
no
game.
uso mucho
My biggest
personajes
concern
de
is
meta.
whether or not
Yo no,
Fa
o sea,
will be able to
¿en qué
scale
sentido?
in
Mi forma de
time,
juego, un
because
ejemplo,
Fanhua
magos.
is kind of unstoppable
Lo primero
when
que te
Nami
preguntan
is
cuando
not
quieren
too
que
far away
juegues,
from her.
¿usas Sushin? ¿O usas Ibe? Y yo, no uso otros. ¿Por qué? Porque siempre van a estar baneados o piqueados. ¿Me explico? Prefiero llevar otra variedad de personajes donde puedes tener muy buenos combos a fuerzas a usar el meta, ¿me explico? O sea, porque si te enfocas solo en usar el meta, no lo puedes usar en muchas ocasiones. Entonces, yo no estoy diciendo que no lo usen lo que no es bueno. Sí, lo tienes que saber. Pero, por ejemplo, yo no sé usar Sushin. Yo no sé usar Sushin. De ahí en fuera te puedo usar muchos otros magos, porque ya, pues, hay un chingo de magos. Pero Sushin no la puedo usar. Y ya así como, no sé usar Sushin, no puedo jugar de mago. Y así, güey, como es el único mago. Y como no hay counters, o sea...
They're looking to just, hey, match that energy. Don't let the EXP go to waste. Don't let the total go to waste.
Es que sí es cierto, o sea, me explico. O sea, un ejemplo, las jugadas, los metas están basados en las jugadas asiáticas. Las jugadas asiáticas están basadas en lo que ellos aprenden a manejar, no en lo que es el meta, y de ahí sale el meta, ¿me explico? Entonces es así como de... ¿Cómo te explico? Pero a mí me molesta que, por ejemplo, acá en Latam te dicen, ¿qué magos usas? Tienes que saber usar, y te dan un listado, tienes que saber usar estos. Y yo, mira, de estos, no te uso Sushi, te puedo usar Gore, te puedo usar Lilia, te puedo usar, no sé, Cecilión, Novaria, o sea, otros. Ah, no, pero si no tienes Ibe, si no tienes Sushi, pues entonces, ¿cómo eres mago? Yo sé. Habla con mi mano. Así, te llegan a decir, deténme mi bolsa, espérame, deténme mi mago, deténme mi Valir o mi Cecilión, espera. Así prácticamente.
that is exactly what Seda wants as well. That's going to be the
Así de
last
agresivos
turtle
acá.
falling
Uy,
onto
el
the hands of
síndrome ya le sacó un
Joe.
montón a
Ifakwa goes in with a plan B,
Purrumpum.
just split pushing onto the top
Pirrumpim
lane.
pensaba
And
que
as you
decían.
mentioned, they need to fight on 5-on-5 here for Seda.
Es que yo juego solo Q. O sea, y tú sabes que jugar solo Q no, pero jugar en equipo es bueno, pero es a lo que yo voy. Es de acople, ¿me explico? Porque te digo, o sea, para llevar un mago, es un ejemplo, cuando uno saca una farsa. Una farsa es codependiente de dos cosas, su ulti y de una buena compañía. Si tú dejas una farsa sin compañía, o sea, sin una experiencia, sin un recorrer que le esté acompañando, un super que le esté acompañando, va a costar mucho si se enfocan en ella, ¿me explico? Por lo menos que luego se juega 1-3-1, que se juega 1-4, etcétera, va a valer queso. Y más cuando hay una rotación tan agresiva, entonces le van a cortar la ulti, ¿me explico? Entonces tienes que saber acompañar muy bien al mago. Sí he aprendido a jugar casteando, pero la gente no se sabe. La gente es rarita.
Now GXP is starting to get into a starting to scale up into this match. Endless battle already purchased
Solo voy a
for
decir eso.
Yishin. It will be able to start sustaining and getting in and out of these fights more effectively while still maintaining high bursts. When we look at everybody else, Guy so far already with 2 very valuable items is looking to get that Malefic gun to extend her range, and then the composition is complete.
Yep, it's all about making Guy more dependable as well. Like compared to game 1, she didn't have enough time to actually scale up. Now she has advantage. She has the
Estoy
position.
totalmente
Now they
consciente.
destroyed her onto the top lane. Controlling the macro as well is one of Seda's
Literalmente,
weakest points
porque
from
era
previous games,
full
but now they're
molestar.
also focusing
Full
on
molestar al
combining
Bruno.
balancing out waves.
Cloud lo
And
hizo,
with
pero
Winnie
los demás,
weaker to
por lo
hand,
menos no
she
sé
just
qué
wants
están
to
haciendo.
focus or
O sea,
force
bueno,
out
los
the
demás
actions from
personajes,
Seda, but
a lo
no,
que voy.
they have
No
their own
los
plan
demás
in
jugadores.
mind, and that's to target Sophia. Still no
Pero mira,
flicker
Cloud
yet. They
sin
know that
ningún
this
problema.
just a
Ahora,
crimson
dejaron
beacon.
crecer
Now they
mucho a Cloud.
position
¿Cuál es
here
el
onto
problema
the
aquí?
objective.
Que Bruno dejó su línea, ya perdieron la línea y se dedicó a rotar. Ahora, que Cloud llegue puede hacer la diferencia. Ojo con ese desgaste, cuidadito. Exor ahí se mantiene, retrocede bien. Terminan asegurándolo. Y ahí está. Me parece que el Jason rotó muy poco en el early, confirmo. Pues te digo, es ahí una mala rotación. Solo aprovecha la línea de mid, se lo va a tratar de llevar, pero que si no se va, le van a hacer la kill. Listo. O sea, la torreta iba a caer, ¿me explico? Un poquito, lo hubiera toqueteado tantitito y se hubiera ido. Se hubiera ido hacia el red y de ahí va a quedar.
Okay, now they finally get something more out of messy teamfights, miss initiations.
Espérenme, chicos, ya vengo tantito, denme un
They were
segundito.
able to actually get an objective while they were doing so.
They're gonna keep on doing this, right?
Ahorita vengo,
They're playing it, right? I think that the mistake here is the fact that Ling didn't immediately flicker onto Guy and trigger that passive. They needed that mini stun to happen to allow a cleaner way
Esperen.
for Winnie to get in.
No se vayan ahí porque si se van, los reporto.
Gotta stack it up. So again,
En el juego. Espérenme, ya vengo.
Okay, they're approaching Fanwa with a Dark Right Inferno pursuit, but Jessica 6-6 goes in with a counterplay, but not enough to do so damage.
Espérenme.
But still, that is a kill here for Seda. Guy onto the front. They were able to take down Link in the process. That's a 1-for-1, but Winnie just doesn't want that to be a tie. Ensures a turret destroy onto the top lane. They're really good at their macro tank side here for GXP.
It's actually really insane how good they are at making these macro decisions, right? They're not wasting any time, and Winnie knows that Zoe's got nothing on her as long as she has BMI. The only problem is Guy, because every one of those auto attacks, while Claude needs to get like 14 in to get that big damage, and oh, hold on.
Okay, it's still Jessica 6-6 trying to somehow set up a play. Being forced out of their positions here is GXP, but still, Flicker activated for Sevilla just to try and survive.
I think at this point, Seda Getting a little nervous here. Ice Queen's wand being purchased from Zone. Now they can play the traditional front to back. The composition is already complete. They just have to fight 5v5, and it's the onus is on GXP to kind of break those boundaries. It might be a little bit hard, right? Because that Curse of Blood, it's just too dangerous. If any of the squishier targets like Winnie or Fa get caught by it together, I think that's game over.
That is super risky here for GXP, and that's why they're really being careful where and when the target is being caught in a crossfire here for the members of Jessica 66 and Seda. Actually wants to get a kill. Even the flicker for Name, but that is going to be an easy kill here for Fa. He definitely knows there's no more escape here for Name.
Beautiful, beautifully played by Fa. Looked for the flank angle, was really, really patient. Unfortunately, Ling might have died there, but they were still going to risk it, especially if they find that shutdown onto Name. The slower Name scales, the better it is for GXP.
Yep, with Galaxy Phoenix now, they're focusing their attention on the controlling out the wave and position when it comes to taking out the Lord. It's going to be a free Lord here for Galaxy Phoenix, and now great zone out by Lemma and Sophia against Seda.
It's looking really, really good here. But unfortunately for Seda, despite the score being 8-11, the Lord is in the hands of GXP with a 1K lead, looking to explode it into a 5. However, now that bottom side, no holy shielding both top and a bottom, it kind of doesn't matter. I feel like GXP has kind of conditioned Seda a little bit. And yes, look at that mid lane. Oh, what the? Bon just lost her ult.
Okay. Kind of a whoopsie here for Seda, but still, it's Jessica 66 with a great initiation. But Sati, though, members here from GXP will be taking the 1-by-1. It's still Guy coming up on top. As you've mentioned, it's all about the free hits here from Guy. She is the woman that GXP has to hunt for.
I mean, they could have gotten a lot more there, but then again, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. I'm pretty sure GXP saw the random Curse of Blood being thrown out and thought, force this, but they forgot about Jessica. That Cloud Shift works just as good as the main initiation tool.
Okay, now for Seda, they just have to be really careful onto controlling the wave as well. They have very good initiations, to be honest. All throughout their games, they're really dominant when it comes to clashes. They really know how to play the micro really well. But the problem is that most of the time, even not so in super long games, 15 minutes is considered mid-game, right? And they're already gotten their base turrets already destroyed, but most of the opponents that they play against. And that is somehow frustrating if you're Seda, because you also have to double down onto watching out the long lanes here, but Lemma instantly being bursted down. Okay, Fa was actually waiting for members here for Seda to actually exhaust all their ultimates. Last Insanity committed as well. It's Winnie being caught. Oh my gosh, they stayed a bit too long there against Seda.
They just didn't make a decision. GXP needed to start moving to that direction. They cannot just let it go. They could have just sacrificed the waves just to make sure that the rest of GXP can get out. And now their cores are in trouble, and Lima might be the next to fall.
Okay, even with the random giant, I think that won't be enough to survive. And it's still Name collecting all those stacks.
Oh my god.
Now it's Joe onto Fa, trying to run away. Immortality removed entirely. Last Insanity just to try and get away, and she will successfully do so. But Seda, on the other hand, will be punishing most of the members here onto GXP. Focus Fire and actually destroying a base turret in the process.
Okay, well, I thought maybe that flank was already looking so good, but the rest of the team, and especially for Lima, losing so much HP, just didn't have the right conditions. Now, both sides missing inhibitors. Seda needs to go back to clear up this wave and then look to contest the Lord. So right now, GXP gets first move to position for this Lord. Is nobody going to clear up that top wave? Thank God. Turnaround coming in from Lima.
Okay, and that's the thing for Seda. They have to think of the bigger picture. And with them thinking that they have to go out or go home to defend, it took what? Literally a few seconds for GXP to actually burst down and get the Lord.
Again, I was saying that Seda was able to match up with the macro of GXP, but it seems that now it's starting to slip. The fatigue from the 16-minute game where every single one of these moves could be the difference of extending the series or sending you right back home. And either way, GXP, they're the cool, calm, collected ones, yet we haven't seen a very clean 5v5 just yet. It's always somebody goes down a little too quick. Somebody isn't as committed compared to the others. Once GXP gets on that same page, Seida's going to be in a lot of trouble unless they once again forget about the two big ultimates. Cloud Shift coming up from Jessica66 or the Cursed Blood from Fanhua.
Okay, two things to check if you're GXP. And now, they're slowly approaching top lane here. Lema onto Joe. There's going to be lack of flare. Last Insanity just to clear off the minion wave that GXP brought onto the base of Seira. Now, it's going to be a defense, and they're not willing to risk it at all here, Gideon.
Why does nobody want to hit the turret? Just somebody, anybody at this point. And now they're pulling. Guy is literally pulling it because the mid tier 2 didn't break.
Okay, now they're talking. Seira just wants to go in for a kill, but Fanhua immediately melts down here onto the hands of GXP. And we have winning here with a Blazing Duet going for free hit. Sophia with a double. Now that's going to be a disaster here for Seira. They have to defend for their base. It's still complete 5 members here for GXP knocking in onto their base, approaching the mid lane.
Oh, this game just got extended for little to no reason here.
Yep.
And now the inhibitor's still being threatened, and yet Seida are going down as easily as you think. GXP, they got a little disrespectful there. They should have remembered, hey, you can't get the inhibitors without taking the tier 2s, so why did you hard push it on the long lane?
They were too focused onto taking down. Be sure that they forgot, wait, we have to go back to the basic fundamentals, right? You have to prioritize first on the turrets that you really want to destroy, then you go by there. Now, for GXP, game extended. This might be a pro or a con, depending on whether they get the Lord or will Seira even contest this one.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting, actually. We see that Fa has decided to go for the War Axe as her last item. Despite everything, usually people make the decision of maybe it's the Malefic or whether we go into the War Axe. Usually the War Axe comes in as your second item over the Endless Battle, but let's see this conceal first before we go any further, because Lima is really out of position and didn't see it in time.
And now they rush in. Immortality removed entirely just before a Lord take here for GXP. Although technically, she still survives, but for Seira, they have another layer of info that they have. But still, first things first, they have to clear off wave after wave before they try and position themselves into trying to contest this objective.
I love the fact that Seira are using these small little tricks. When you conceal, stick by walls because it's just harder to notice something changing when it is a fixed position. But even so, they're still contesting for this mid spot here.
Okay, it's Fanhua being covered here by GXP. Waltz in towards Name, and now they try and dance around this Lord. 9 minutes into the game, this might be the ending Lord that GXP needs. And oh no, Jessica6 is forced out of her ultimate. Wait, what? On the back lane, it's Fog getting the Lord, and when it goes in with an entry point of Blazing Duet, Jessica6 might fall down. Yes, indeed. And Ling on the hands out here, and Guy gets in with the multiple balls ahead, getting for the free hits. Seira is doing it. They want to survive, but wait, there's more. They have to go back. They have to defend their base, and it's Winnie on their back. That's 4 women across the map trying to find a way to go home safely to defend against GXP.
This might be the first time that both Seira and GXP have been put in this position. This is the sloppiest we've seen. So nasty as they 5v5 around this Lord pit. A steal from Fa, but yet we are seeing that Seira are coming out of on top in a lot of these scenarios. Both the XP's down and one chance to survive.
Okay, they still have the capability to extend this game. And an immediate shutdown onto Fa and Joe and the rest of the gang. They might just have it. They have it, what it takes just to try and survive for long. It's Sophia being targeted by 2 members. Even with the Lantern Flare, I think that won't be enough because they are locking their sights onto her. And Guy still alive, still deathless by the way, onto this 21-minute game time.
And there's a chance at the end of the game right here, right now. They got to deal with these waves. Let it push in just a little bit closer. They have to stop it right here at the inhibitor. If they don't commit to it, they're going to get cloud shifted.
Okay, if they play it just right, they might be able to equalize this matchup. It's Lang and Winnie with a Blazing Duet with their crown. They just want to delay things up, but Seira just isn't having any of it. A minion wave will cross over, and it's Seira taking in game number 2.
They extend it. They bring it to one chance, one more game to see Seda versus GXP. Holy. Both of these teams are pushing each other and are grinding each other down. Their plays are looking a little more sloppy, but at the same time, this is a new environment. No teams have pushed both of them this far, and they have so much to fix upon, not only in fundamentals, but just in the raw mechanics. It's a scary moment to be in here, because can you imagine the stress, the pressure, which is causing these consistent players to start deteriorating?
Fui para desayuno, o sea, me preparé algo de desayuno rápido.
We're going to be throwing it back over to Reflections at the studio. More MLBB action right after this.
Pero fue muy rápido la partida. Cuá, 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 cuá. Yo no sé si son comerciales propios o de otros. O sea, de la página. Ahí estamos.
What an unbelievable game with incredible results. It went back and forth for a full 20 plus minutes. In the end, it's Seda tying up the series 1-1. Bree, I thought you were going to lose your voice screaming. You were losing your mind.
Have I not? Oh, did you hear that? I feel like I lost a bit of it just because of what happened there in that game. It's, what, 20 minutes long? We didn't hit your 30 minutes, but we were close. We were close.
You know, it's funny, LaFell, you did say it's either going to be a 9-minute game or a 20-plus minute game. When I saw the 9 minutes, I said, well, we're in for the gauntlet.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, Cecilia needed 20 minutes to get there, and they got there, right? I feel like I cast a curse. Galaxy Phoenix just a little bit by saying they could go all the way to the grand finals, and then that just happened because, let's face it, Seda had an amazing game, but Galaxy Phoenix, a lot of misplays, especially from Winnie. Well, you're very passionate about that one.
He did put a disclaimer that he doesn't want to jinx it, but you know, Caster Curse might just be a bit too strong for today. It's a real thing. Sora is a real thing too for
Happy
today.
Sora Day.
Sora Day.
It's been, what, all wins for whoever gets the Sora here.
It seems to be the cheat code. My goodness, though. Seda at one point fell behind, and I was thinking, okay, we're probably going 2-0 here, but through resilience, they ended up fighting back. Talk to me about that back and forth, LaFell, because my goodness, felt like Galaxy Phoenix was winning at one point. Seda then took back over. Galaxy Phoenix had a very...
Regresar, sí, espérense.
Different layers of damage that you can't defend against. Number one, big burst magic damage. Phovia is one of the tankiest heroes in the game.
So
that's number one. Gagai,
big
burst physical damage, right? So that also deals with the likes of the Claude.
Yep.
And then you have continuous true damage coming in from the X-Borg.
Okay, so Galaxy Phoenix contra Saeta. Ya perdieron las dos, ¿verdad?
And look at Jessica. Even Jessica,
O solo
after
una.
that win, I feel like some tears there because she's like,
serious emotions, man.
That was a very hard game.
Serious emotions.
10-3-0. Sí, es que
how
te digo.
they did in map 1 Bree, right? I mean, just such a convincing fashion.
Denme resumen quién ganó 1-1. Ajá, yo de resumen si iban 1-1. Falta una partida, no. Pero se están yendo rápido, la neta. Se están yendo rápido.
Let's take a look at a couple of actions, and usually I set them up, and I kind of have a feeling where they're at. I'm not going to have any idea who's winning in this moment. We take a look at it, and it could very well be Galaxy Phoenix leading the way here, so it is a little bit later on. We're now down to the 12 minutes.
O sea, porque yo no me lo sé preparar y sabe feo.
Galaxy Phoenix leading, but just slightly.
Yeah, and it's where I think you start to feel the scaling come in. I know it's just a 12-minute mark, but Lemma and Ling were starting to feel it. If it weren't for those individual plays, I feel like Seda could have just went all in.
And looking at the second moment, LaFell, we get down towards the end, and I'm hoping they show the base push that ended up failing for the side of Galaxy Phoenix that then forced Seda Esports to come back. We take a look at it, and that was a huge turning point, obviously, throughout this series. Getting now down to the 13-minute mark, we do see a little bit of a middle battle, though, taking place.
Yeah, honestly, this is where we start to see the damage coming in from Name, the Sicilian, and that is why when they were about to push for the air, which maybe we'll see later on.
Tengo la autorización de ML, pero ML no da los permisos para la retransmisión de este, lo da solamente la EWC. Tenías que, bueno, lo que hacía Mountain es que te daba el formulario para que tú lo te registraras y lo llenaras. Pero sí. O sea, el punto es que lo puedas transmitir porque cuando te llega el correo de confirmación te piden ciertas características. Cámara encendida, una calidad de producción, bla, 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 bla. Entonces.
Until the very end, and they did.
They did indeed. Athena and Gideon were giving it their absolute all. We have a caster reaction. Let's listen in and hear how exciting they were.
Síndrome a la cabeza.
The GXP brought onto the base of Seira. Now it's going to be a defense, and they're not willing to risk it at all here, Gideon.
Why does nobody want to hit the
¿Y esos
target?
random quiénes son?
Anybody.
Son los de ayer.
And now they're pulling. Gaga is literally pulling it because the mid-tier 2 didn't break.
Okay, now they're talking. Seira just wants to go in for
Yo casteando, así literalmente estoy de no, quítense, y me acomodo como 20 veces.
And we have winning here with a blazing do it going for free hit. Sophia with a double.
Y todo está en inglés y en el Discord también tienes que ir a solicitar. Es un pinche relajo. Yo lo hice 20 días antes de que fuera 1 de julio. Y el correo me llegó un día antes del 1 de julio y no estaba completo. Entonces yo por eso no pude transmitir la primera semana. Hasta la semana pasada creo que estaba todo completo. Y hasta la fecha todavía no tengo los permisos en TikTok.
Same. Me and Briggs, like if there was cams on us, we'd also be like, we're very passionate folks, you know. We love MLBB.
Yeah,
we love MLBB.
And he's put a caster curse in game for 3 times straight in just a single minute. I don't know how that was possible, but everything just went the opposite way of whatever we said.
We need an analyst cam though on you, especially when you start losing your minds. I didn't know what was going on. I actually went to LaFell. I was like, what is happening? Like, what?
Honestly, you look like she was having a seizure. She never does that. You've never been this passionate.
I was screaming, yes.
Yes.
Galaxy Phoenix, she's backing them up, man, and she was excited to see them come back until it wasn't a comeback. Seda Esports, man, 1-1, all tied up. My goodness, do they look unstoppable.
But I have to say, after what we saw from Jessica and her emotions, we might really have to give it to them because they risked it. They risked it so much to go for a Sicilian Carmilla lineup to end or to get in that game. So like they went in with I think one of the strategies they've been trying to keep, but they were just forced to bring it out because they just desperately wanted to stay alive.
Si estás en el Discord tienes el rol y todo, y estuve escribiendo hace rato de no sé qué de TikTok o algo así. Solo que no escribo mucho. Solo para las dudas.
Sophia, funny enough, also did 105,000 damage, so that is quite a lot. But this just shows, as strong as the Sicilian was, a lot was on Gagai on that Bruno. So, and by the way, clever pick for that X-board because I did not notice there was not a lot of bursts from Galaxy Phoenix to destroy the Faraga armor. So I didn't notice that. So honestly, brilliant drafting coming in from Seda.
¿Cuál cinta blanca?
It seems like you're just so tempted to go
Ahorita me enseña. ¿Cuál? Es que no sé cuál es la cinta blanca que dices. ¿Cuál cinta? ¿La de la cabeza? ¿Los brazos? ¿O cuál cinta blanca? Espérate, déjame ver porque es que estaba viendo el disco.
But in this particular game though, Ling, I think a lot of times Ling was just doing what the Phovius would definitely do, but Jessica, for some way, found her way around it.
If we're looking at the goal distribution, it tells the story of the game here because we see coming in from Jessica, she took no goal from the jungle crease, meaning that she's always around the map, around the river. As
Ya lo he
well as
visto,
the lane.
espérame.
Whereas you see Ling have to take some jungle crease, meaning to say that she was losing, right? She needed money somewhere and one of the
Solo es
options
idea
there was the
mía.
jungle.
Pero yo creo que es porque a veces por la tensión a la gente le salta las venitas o algo así, como para hacerte presión ya sea en el músculo o en el brazo, cositas así, para poder mantenerte. Yo me imagino que tiene que ver con musculatura o algo así. Me explico en ese sentido de esa dinámica.
On our stage in its entirety. So this one could very well go the distance, and Seda finally gets some wind in their sails, and I think much needed after that Game 1 loss. Now, for Galaxy Phoenix, that's a narrow loss, but sometimes those can sting more than a blowout.
Honestly, reflections, I feel like Brigitte is so happy because she loves extended series. She hates those 2-0. So finally getting it, you can feel her joy.
Yeah, well, we might as well.
Pero yo creo que debe ser como la gente que lleva su frasquito de aceite para ponerse en los nudillos y eso.
Why are our casters doing this most?
No, the casters are looking at us. We're looking at them because here's the thing: we have.
Voy a probar esas estrategias, a ver si funciona, a ver si dan manos. El ponerte talquito, masajearte los nudillos y ponerte el parche ahí.
Physics. We are in a different reality than most people that we live amongst ourselves. So we share pain, we share joy. I'm looking at Gideon and I'm like, we've been at this together for most of our lives.
Porque mira, por ejemplo, una solo tiene un cuadrito, una lo tiene más arriba, otras un poquito más acá, otras más hacia el dedo pulgar, o sea, hacia esta unión de aquí. Entonces, tiene que ver más que nada como por musculatura, algo así.
Galaxy Phoenix Seda Esports all tied up 1-1. As you mentioned, it is a best of 3, so it comes down to this final one. Remember, guys, single elimination in our knockout rounds, okay?
Esta pelea de los corazones está más o sea, está igual de intensa que el 1 versus 1 de Galaxy y Saeta. Ajá, por eso te digo que son como, o sea, ligamentos, nervios, el músculo, cosas así como para contener, o sea, para mantener la tensión y cosas así. Entonces, en algún punto, en algo a esa persona en específico o a ellas les ha de servir, porque hay como otras que no lo usan. Por eso les digo, a mí yo sentiría que me restringen el movimiento, a mi persona. Tal vez si siento algunos como para tal vez sentir bien la presión en el móvil o algo así. Ajá, le te ver atención o para contraer los nervios. Ajá, exactamente. Por eso les digo que era más que nada, o sea, como para sientes como esa fuerza y te ayuda a cierto momento. Pero les digo, tiene que ver mucho con, depende de quién, o sea, la persona. Ah, la nube. Amo la nube. Gracias, Señor, por la nube. No le den calambres. ¿En serio? ¿A mí le darán calambres en las manos por jugar? Nunca me ha pasado, nunca había sabido de eso. Si alguien sabe de eso, que me cuente. Que no sabía. ¿Cuánto nivel se maneja ahí que hasta calambres les dan a las manos? No manches. Ya vamos a llegar a 5 horas y todavía faltan 3 partidas, veo 3. ¿Me explico? Yo también, o sea, yo también jugué voleibol, pero yo o sea, igual las usas aquí para recibir el impacto del balón, ¿no? Yo usaba un par de como vendas ligeras, algo así. A ti sí te dan calambres. Pero hay que saber jugar también. Tú juegas con las patas. No es cierto. No es broma.
Make sure that you snowball out of their minds just so enough that they couldn't really catch up, because in a way they just allowed the export to also somehow balance out Seta's lineup a bit more. They allowed for the Carmilla to get a bit of help, for the combo with the waltz to actually be a problem. So this time heading into this draft, hopefully they both were able to reset and that they get to bring out their fullest potential.
Full out. I'm thinking just go Assassins then. Let's get a repeat of that matchup that we had here on Group A. Like, that was incredible. Almost 40+ eliminations on both sides. It did not disappoint. I'm ready for it, and I hope you guys are at home, because this is really such a tremendous matchup. It comes down to this. One more map to determine it all. For Galaxy Phoenix, their first international LAN, and they are performing sensationally. Now, on the opposite side, for Seda, a team built specifically for MWI. They've had shaky moments, yes, but they continue to persevere and make it through against all odds. And both of these teams could very well be making a grand finals appearance. It's not going to be easy, but nothing ever is if you want to be a champion. We're going to have our hero picks in just a minute. And we've had 2 diverse hero pools between both rosters for sure. I'm just hoping for Seda they get that Sora pick, they're going to be in some good hands.
Yeah.
But Harara, that is also one of their defaults, and it didn't work out in map 1. So let's see what they do going into the pick and bans.
I want to see what the respect is because they had a counter for the Sora, and it was not enough.
I think it's also really more on the Sora now as a prio rather than the Hirara. Hopefully, if ever Zeta does go to blue side.
Sí, yo no digo que no.
I think earlier they were on... Were they on red?
They were on red because it was
No, sí, yo no digo que no, porque te digo, o sea, tenía que ver algo con la musculatura, los nervios, los tendones y cosas así.
Oh, but wait. Is Sora
Yo
really
hace unos años sí jugué
pickable, though?
fútbol americano y
Here's
voleibol
the
regional y
conundrum.
estudiantil.
Conundrum.
Big word, huh?
Entonces,
Say they get a Sora. And say you want to run that Sicilian again.
Mm.
Sicilian dies very fast to a
en mis
Sora.
ayeres,
The
antes de
reason why
conocer el
Sora
vicio de
has
Mobile
been doing
Legends,
so well is because
cuando tenía una vida.
teams know each other so well. Zeta knows Galaxy Phoenix.
No sé si voy a aguantar
Galaxy
todo el
Phoenix
tiempo, se lo
knows Zeta.
juro.
I know
Ya
Gideon,
empiezo a sentir así
right?
como que hay que
So
vivir.
they know that these damage dealers need some kind of
los
answer, and the answer is Sora.
Sora.
Deals a lot
Luego,
of damage and usually gets away with it.
Okay, so maybe, just maybe if they do go blue side, we get to see that a bit of change, and it's something that will definitely apply. You call it, I guess, the tournament meta, quote unquote, especially in this context. But there are also a lot of other things that we're yet to actually see prioritized. The Freya, I think, was disregarded this entire series.
Yes, I was very disappointed, but okay.
So I'm wondering what the plan is gonna be, because they definitely are thinking hard about this.
ahí sufre su botecito de talco. Es eso precisamente.
Meta for this current situation. So I feel like for Galaxy Phoenix, I think just
Una
go
taza de
back to
café
one of
cargado
the strategies that they
con
have
Coca-Cola
used
y
to
una
win,
botella
because
de Red Bull.
at this point,
Mira,
again, like,
mi
I feel
vasito
like
de
they're
leche
playing Galaxy
con
bad,
mis
not even
galletitas
global bad, right? It's
y
like
mi mi
we used
vasito de
this
Coca.
once,
Galaxy bad.
so never
No, es con eso yo me doy por
again.
servida.
Except the Claude, though. They never changed the Claude.
Con eso yo
You
me
feel
doy
like they
por
should probably
servida,
change the Claude?
literalmente. Con esa la armo.
There were a few times Winnie was in a position that a Claude should not be in.
Pero te digo, son buenas estrategias que sirven al final de cuentas, que no las ves acá en Norte, pero que sería bueno que en algún punto las consideraran, ¿me explico? O sea, porque por algo están. Por eso te decía, el aceite, los nudillos, masajearse los nudillos. Yo quiero, tú también quieres, buenos días. Masajearte los nudillos, ponerte talco en las manos, los parchecitos antidoping van a hacer. Entonces, todas esas cosas son cosas que a veces para alguno tú no sabes y te puede hacer la diferencia.
Make sure the minions don't end the game. It happened like what? 6 times minions almost ended the game.
Yeah, and they... Well, I don't know if it's a good thing they're not as reactive, like they're not just quick to decide
They
to
trust
send
their
someone
base.
back. They trust their minions.
They trust their minions.
They trust their
They got
base.
King Bob on their side.
Yeah, but at the same time, is it really the right decision?
Y uno aquí
at
tomando
times?
avena con
Well, it does reward them.
chocolate.
Sometimes they kite them long
El
enough
chocolate
that
rico, la avena
even
casi no me
GXP
gusta.
are not able to
Me da
recall,
como
to
raro. ¿Cómo
reset,
estás, Nero?
but
Bienvenido, buenos días.
at most, it
Bienvenido.
really puts their base HP down to a very dangerous level.
Well, going back, why didn't? I mean, realistically, Galaxy
Ya
Phoenix,
desayunaron, ya
closed the door on
desayunaron,
Zeta during
ya
that one
desayunaron.
phase push, because
Ya
if
no
the
aguantaba
cast
el
was
hambre,
like,
por eso
this
les
was
dije,
your
espérenme
opportunity
tantito.
to push forward. Why did they break away?
They were spread out.
Un ejemplo, hay gente que puede jugar con el fleco. Yo no puedo traer nada en la casa. Yo tengo que tener toda la caja libre para poder jugar. O sea, que nada me estorba, que nada se molesta. Un ejemplo, si ustedes ven, varias juegan con la silla y las piernas hacia arriba y eso así. Yo no puedo. O sea, yo necesito estar sentada así bien y concentrada. Tener, un ejemplo, esta silla no me gusta porque las abrazaderas, no sé cómo se llaman estas cosas para los brazos, son muy bajas. Entonces yo necesito, es que estoy chiquita, necesito algo más alto para poder recargarme bien y estar cómoda. Entonces necesito estar así como así, si no, nomás no funciona y la cago mucho. Entonces para jugar uno también tiene que estar cómodo. Y yo he hablado mucho sobre que en el competitivo femenino también hay dos cosas que influyen mucho, aparte de estas cosas, que es el tipo de ropa que están usando y si hace calor y se hace frío. Se hace mucho calor. Esta madre se apagó, ¿vieron? Y yo así como... se hace mucho frío, se hace mucho calor. Por eso, porque solo lo toco tantito y se pone así. Entonces, eso también afecta. Entonces traer ropa cómoda, si está muy complicado, si se te mete mucho, si es muy justo, si está muy arriba, si está muy abajo. La playera, si es de cuello redondo, esta es de cuello B, si es de cuello muy redondo, luego sientes que te asfixias, si es de los brazos muy apretados. O sea, muchos factores, ¿me explico? Que también tienen que ver con el desempeño de una jugadora. Casi acostadas. Yo no podría jugar así. O sea, yo sí tendría, sí, no recta, pero sí cómoda. Su cara de analizando.
Right, something that could potentially counter whatever GXP has, especially with that Valir ban. You kind of know that Galaxy Phoenix will have a tank.
Me dieron ganas de ponerme mis
Probably
lentes,
thinking like
mucha luz.
save the jungle pick to be one of those heroes that can deal with the
Ahora
tank.
sí ya soy
It's
intelectual.
that, there you go. They're like, you know what? We're gonna take the boxy away.
Yo y mi
So maybe Galaxy Phoenix does have to
intelectualidad.
take the Akai.
Ay, lo siento, chicos, ya no ni hablo bien, ni furulo bien, ni nada de eso. Casi 5 horas en
I
este.
mean, they can take it later, or you know, Barat's Matilda if they have that.
Matilda is actually open.
Up Sora. So do they win?
Y todavía faltan 3 partidas, veo 3. Mañana van a ser 2 partidas, veo 5. Y pasado mañana una veo 5 y una veo 7. Y yo, hijos de la chingada, que piensan que uno no tiene nada que hacer. Nos vemos dos. Y yo sí, ahora me pongo a pensar que necesito una silla gamer. No, la verdad es que no. Yo no te recomiendo una silla gamer. Yo te recomiendo que te compres una silla ortopédica o que sea cómoda, verdaderamente. Las sillas gamer, fuera de la palabra gamer, muchas veces no son cómodas. Yo tengo 2, esta y la otra que está allá. La otra sí me gusta porque sí era un poco más alta y está cojinada, pero era perfecta para mí, o sea, me encantaba esa silla, pero pues tiene 1 año y medio y pues ya, o sea, se les compuso una parte de la llanta y la tengo que ir a reparar. Y está esta, que usualmente casi todas son como esta, con la brasa. O sea, lo que me gustaba de mi silla es que tenía todo el de este junto. Y este lo tiene cortado. Entonces yo me voy a los lados porque me queda un poco grande en unos lados, así. Entonces, fuera de lo gamer, ¿no? Yo te recomiendo que te compres una silla de oficina que sea cómoda, que sea confinada, así, más que nada. Esa sería una recomendación, la verdad. O sea, no todo lo que diga gamer vale la pena. Es un balde con un cojín. Me gusta. O un trapo encima, ¿no? Y te con todas las nalgas marcadas, un círculo de la cubeta y el nombre de la marca, ¿no? De pintura.
By the way, for Seda specifically, this is the first time they've
Ya
ran
que
Moxie,
tengo,
Claude, and Eve. Those 3 have
yo
not been
me
used in the
acuesto en mi
previous
cama,
2
luego
maps
me
that
doy
we've
la
seen just
vuelta,
before
me
on
siento,
Flying Cloud.
me
So they're
pongo
going for
cómodo
something
y
totally different and fresh.
yo intento jugar boca abajo, boca arriba y no me da. Incluso puedo decir que cuando juego sentada en la cama me pongo un cojín encima para poder recargar los brazos. Siento que eso es como bien importante para mí. Para mí. O si no está recargada en la mesa, así, eso, o sobre un cojín, o si pues sí tengo que estar recargada para poder ver. Es como soy chiquita, que es lo que hablábamos, todo me queda así como grande. Factos. Factos, nada más decimos.
I mean, you guys have seen it once.
Yeah. And against the Ling, maybe, but I don't think it's
baneos.
going to complement.
Ojo, que de parte de Galaxy,
much. Like you don't really get to see
Valer, Phobios, Alice, Carmilla y Carry. Me gusta de parte de Saeta. Creo que los baneos todos están bien. Que están piqueando. Hemos visto mucho Beleric, hemos visto mucho Sora, hemos visto mucho Hirara, también hemos tenido bastante Hirara. Mago Ibe. Creo que es lo más que hemos tenido. Por ahí tenemos, hasta esta partida hemos visto Baxia, Cloud y también Ibe. Me gusta de parte de Saeta. De parte de Galaxy, el Link no sé. Solo voy a decir eso, no lo sé. Harit, creo que está bien, creo que tiene la movilidad para poder ir contra el Cloud y contra la Ibe. ¿Me explico?
Pushing gold lane for Galaxy Phoenix. However, they stick with the Harith, so they might just want to take on team fight. before those, or rather than the likes of the Moskov. Satan now, again, you mentioned the Atlas. Yes, it is going to be available. Anything that can just really interrupt the Harris from freely using the Zaman Force, and maybe the dashes from the Ling, since the Phobius is also out. The Gatot is actually still there too, but they go for the high loss, a quick stun.
Not the kind of idea I would think about lockdown. However, I do have to say the Law and Order is a very easy click stun. So able to stop the Ling long enough if they have the damage, which if 2 items honestly should be enough damage to, if not kill the Ling, make sure the Ling is no longer there. And the Benedetta does get picked up to deal with the Sora, so that's more of a skill matchup if anything.
Yeah, so maybe more on the Benedetta actually being the help eventually later on, but mid lane for Galaxy Phoenix. So far, it's been a very flexible hero pool for Sophia. But considering this lineup right here...
Don't you wish you had a Valier?
No, they took it out.
Yeah, but, that's what I mean.
I agree.
Valier would have been perfect here.
What is it there? There's a Lilia?
Honestly, Lilia is probably the best pick. It's just that Eve counters Lilia quite hard because the burst is quite a lot. So they go for the Farsa here. I gotta say, maybe not the very best,
por ahí
because
tenemos
Benedetta
ya
high loss as well as
Ailos
squad deals
y
with you. But hey, if you kill people
esa
early, then it doesn't matter.
Yep, it's a Farsa Ling. It's been a while since we saw this lineup. Really heavy burst damage too. Hopefully they get the early game that they want.
And Seda Esports for the first time goes with an entirely different hero pool for the third
Es
and
que
final
nos, o sea, ya estamos en un punto en el que ya tienen que empezar a hacer baneos también personales, me explico. Gracias por dejar tu corazoncito. Ya llega un momento en el que tienen que ser los baneos tienen que ser conforme también lo que se banea a los contrincantes. Me explico, ya no es como que puede ser puro meta.
Both of these teams are fighting for tournament lives. One singular game could push them even further for not only their own region, but for their organization. Let's jump right into the Land of Dawn here, because this is going to be another Ling game coming up from Galaxy Phoenix. And the last time we saw Ling on Galaxy Phoenix, we were looking at 30 points worth of kills coming up from Fa.
And that's exactly what they want to somehow manifest yet again. To get the kills rolling, be dominant as ever if you're Galaxy Phoenix. And you're right about the reflections that map 2 or game 2 might just be the nightmare if they don't get this last point against Seda.
And now they're taking advantage. Oh, Sophia stole away that one camp. Now Jessica has to give this camp over if they steal it away as well. And
Hay veces que se emocionan que yo digo ¿dónde? Pero solo intercambios, ¿no? Yo así como que está muy expuesto el backside. Sí, se metieron mucho. Y
they saw the chance, they took it, and they might go for a double, but no, it's going to be Fa yet again changing her mind. Fangua, just little bit of a defend there and preventing from
no sé qué piensan ustedes. Yo quiero leerlos a ustedes, su opinión.
Both sides. The instant invade, the set play to try and take both of the camps. It was so close for being good, but unfortunately, GXP responded very, very well, noticing, hey, wait a minute, these motions are a little weird from the side of their mid laners, and especially their supports. Now, as this game continues to progress, and more importantly, looking at the emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary. This time, we have to keep in mind that Sophia is going to scale really, really well with that Weapons Master for the later stages of the game.
You could definitely expect a change of facing here for Sophia, and they have this plenty of burst. So for GXP, it's all about the kills later on, and Seda has to really watch out for those kinds of setup here. Lemma with the Balearic as well did a fantastic job in the previous games as well. So for Seda, it's all about setting the faster flashes here for Fanwa, and Sophia goes in with a feathered airstrike taunt as well. Definitely an easy kill yet again for Fa, and Joe taking out in the process. Now they smoothly transition onto taking down a neutral objective.
Beautiful layered play coming in from GXP, but Jessica, Electro final blow and even petrified to try to get a trade.
Okay, that's too flashy of a move, but still, that is an easy turtle, a secure turtle here for GXP. Now, we might take a closer look later on onto the Benedetta of Jessica.
Exactamente, pero yo creo que él solamente lo intentó solito y ya.
GXP They're gonna have to try their best here. Zone now trying to set up another gank on that
pick.
top side. Without Petrify, it's gonna be a little bit
Creo
harder.
que es un buen pick porque va a acompañar a la IB. O sea, creo que lo que se puede hacer con el Baxia y con el Ailos es esa rotación tanque jungla. ¿Me explico? Como tanque jungla en el hecho de que ambos pueden irse acomodando. Últimamente veo mucho Beleric. Es que Beleric es muy buen pick. Puedo decir que a mí me encanta Beleric como tanque. Y ahí los dos son mis favoritos. De tanque son mis favoritos. De ahí en fuera me gusta Baxia tanque también. ¿Qué otra cosa me gusta? Iba a decir algo, pero yo de nada vulgar.
And now looking at how this game is starting to progress, this is not going to be too great. Seda
ahorita no me gusta. Fuera de la ulti no creo que sea... Bueno, en la segunda, pero luego te dices saber colocarla.
Just enough of a tower hug to prevent things from escalating against Seda.
I do want to come back to the point that this is such a high-stakes game, and the emotions were so incredibly high as well. Like Jessica, after game number 2, was already shaking off.
La partida está muy reñida, ¿eh? O sea, está muy reñida entre ambos.
It's not like Sora where you press a couple of buttons and you feel good about yourself. Benedetta's timing needs to be precise and sharp.
Pero entre Baxia y Ailos pueden aplicar rotación para dar apoyo. ¿Me explico? Entonces, en ese sentido, ambos son tanques de aguante y también tienen una cantidad de daño importante, entonces...
Set up play here for Seda. But for GXP on the other hand, I do understand there might be some kind of a frustration. There were so many missed moments. And for game number 2, it's now or never. There's no more turning back, no more lower bracket.
Gustavo se quedó muy callado. ¿Qué pasó, Gustavo? ¿Por qué tanta seriedad?
They focus far out of the objective, laying onto the front line, targeting Zoe, forcing out the transformation here, while Name plans in the RWM. Of the GXP members here just try and take their time before they go all in with a feathered Ursak. Ling with a follow-up with Lema as well. That's the Blades committed just right on track here. And Joe can do nothing but try to run away as the very passive here for Sophia will ensure that kill.
All right, pretty interesting. There was a couple of moments there. I was thinking whether Ling wants to weave in some auto attacks onto the Hylos to build up some charge. Maybe could have turned that around a little bit sooner, but even so, they can't win this per se. They don't have retribution. Jessica on the chase against Bob might actually get him, but there's no Petrify.
Okay, she's facing Sora.
Sí, no, sin duda. O sea, pero te digo, por ejemplo, contra Sora, creo que es bueno el pick de Ailos con la curación y la salida. Pero lo que no creo tal vez que haya sido una buena opción bueno, va ganando con el Link. Yo iba a decir que el Link.
Now, despite it being a 2.5k, Seda still has a great opportunity of actually turning this around.
Vale, mucho éxito, cuidado.
And even though Zoe has died 3 times, it was at somebody else's expense. Sometimes even Fa made a mistake in even dying.
Si no hubiera sido una Benedetta, no sale de ahí, literal.
GXP now want to take the initiative. They don't want to be passive.
It's all about his skills right now for Seda. And definitely, it's evident that Jessica has that. But now, it's all about maintaining and trying to take control of the situation. Plus, also not letting GXP corner them out with the macro yet again. And now, it's all about balancing out the waves. And Winnie is winning on the gold team matchup. That's 4 members of GXP targeting Fanwa alone. Girls Pathway just to try and disengage. Now she comes back. There will be quite a stun here, but Ling and the others will just slowly retreat back.
Unfortunately, Ling doesn't have her flicker up just yet. I think there was a moment where they were thinking, if maybe I get the dash down, I could maybe flick onto like Name or maybe even Gai and try to trigger something, but didn't have the battle spell, don't have access to it. Fanwa does lose not only her ult, but also the Revitalize, which is pretty important because in the next 20 seconds, the next turtle is going to spawn, and she's going to have to wait another 23 seconds or so to get it back up in the middle of that fight. So unless GXP recognize that timing, they could maybe try and force this, but Seda want to take first position.
Okay, it's all about them trying to capitalize on what Joe can do here with the backshot, right? They have this beautiful setup. They just can't seem to do it right for now. But for GXP, that is somehow let's see if they were able to somehow compose themselves. There were a kind of a bit of a messy initiations from Lemma. And speaking of which, she's going to spot on Fanwa here. It's going in. Okay, there's going to be law and order. Sophia with the feathered earth strike forces out Name out of position. Lemma with a front of Giant. Laying targeting two members of the row and
4%
just
4K. Ojo.
Name on the back lanes with the Tempest of Blaze. Beautiful play here, chased down by
Insisto,
GXP.
Benedetta
Now
no
we're
creo que haya sido un buen
talking.
pick.
Now they are very disciplined and have this plan in mind. And the plan is to kill before taking down an objective.
What an outplay coming in from Ling. The Wrath of the Dryads as a follow-up
No
was
creo que- yo
already
creo que
great,
había
but that
otros que
wombo
pudieron
combo
ser
is what
mejores.
GXP needs to secure this Lord right here, right now, to start a bigger advantage. They were 5K ahead.
Baxia no
Now
está
they're going to
rindiendo,
turn
está
it
jugando muy
closer
solo a
to
pesar de
7
ser
to
el
8K,
jungla.
depending on whether or not Zeta
Y esa parte está muy bien
this
acompañada.
pressure, stop this momentum. They will
Eso es a lo
lose
que
some
voy.
outer turrets for
Está
this,
siendo
but
acompañada
how much
bastante bien.
gold will they bleed?
For now,
Creo que aquí en esta ocasión tiene que ver más con el desempeño de trabajo en equipo. Creo que ese es el punto, o ese es el problema.
Somehow a tricky part here for Zeta that could actually reach the backlines, but the problem is that they also have to ensure that someone is ready and willing enough to somehow clear off the last bits of the lane.
Yeah, what a build. Hyper burst build. I haven't seen this in a
Creo que son ellos los que
while,
están
in a
hallando.
long while, as a matter of fact. Heptasy's on top of the endless battle, making sure that if Jessica does find that backline access and able to close the distance, they might be able to one-shot target.
But the
Hold
ones
up.
closing the distance are GXP! With Ling yet again with a miracle Zeta winning and able to get those chrono dashes, the synchrovisions in. Now they punch in from the air. Fire goes in with a perfect timing. Tempest of Blades, getting gold of those blades.
Creo que tiene que ver acá más ejecución, que o sea, trabajo en equipo y ejecución que los pixels.
Holy shields will be
La
popping
verdad.
off bottom and
Qué buen
even
movimiento de
under
Link,
mid lane.
brutal.
GXP
Ajá.
has their
Qué buen
eyes on
movimiento
their
de Link, la
prize.
verdad.
Clear the
They
wave.
want to clear off the wave. They want to ensure a victory, and Jessica 66 has the proper kits to actually prevent GXP from actually ending up this game number 3.
And that's a good thing about Benedetta actually building
Les
a
digo,
lot of
Benedetta no
damage.
creo
It's
que haya
moments
sido un
like this,
pick
yes,
muy
I can
bueno
actually
porque no está
deal
haciendo
with the
push.
waves more effectively rather than
No
having to
puede dar
wait for my
soporte al
war axe to
equipo.
give me the stats over time. I can clear it
No
right
lo
now.
sé.
And that's what Zeta needs. Instant impact.
Y no
GXP
puede
on the
porque está el
opposite
Beleric
side,
del otro
they can
lado,
take
me
their time a
explico.
little bit because they're still waiting for the big ultimates from the side of Zeta, the RWM, maybe even the Glorious Pathway, but notice that they're putting a lot of their attention onto Zoe and Fanhua. Without that front line, you can
Okay,
tell that
dormida.
Zeta kind of lose direction of who really is the anchor of the
Si
team.
me quedo
And keep
dormida,
in
no,
mind, it should
reporten
be
el estreno.
Name.
And
Se ha
so
detectado
far,
inactividad.
Name
No,
is
estoy
having
aquí,
a
estoy
really
aquí.
hard time landing those beautiful boxes
Ay.
where
No,
she
no,
could
no, no.
catch most of the members for GXP. Sophia is actually doing a
Ano es
stellar
este?
job. In
Es-
contrast with her feathered air strikes, really right on cue, hitting the right marks, plus an additional finishing move from Fa.
No sé si a
right?
ustedes también les
All
suena
she
la
needs
alarma,
to
pero hay
do
una alarma
is
que
come
dice,
at the
se ha
leader
mostrado
time,
inactividad, que como
finish
estoy
off,
así
get
quieta,
those skills running,
detecta
for
que como que me
GXP,
quedé
it's
dormida.
kind of
Dice, el
going
stream me
more
acabará en tanto
smoothly
tiempo.
compared to what happened onto game number
Y
2.
yo,
They
¿por qué me
looks
quieres
like
cortar
they
las
got
ganas
it
de
all
vivir?
together for now.
For
Yo también
now,
quiero.
the question is when
Yo
is
te
it
ayudo.
going to be enough to overtake it? It's 4-14 still with an 8K lead. The economy is in GXP's side.
No me
Third
sale,
item
no, pero a
already
mí sí de
complete
este
from
lado
Winnie,
me
so
sale una
that's
alarma
her
y un
power spike
sonidito
right
bonito.
here.
El sonidito suena
Unless
más como
Guy
alarma de
has
buenos
3
días.
items, I don't know how
Entonces
they're
me
going to
gusta,
compete.
me gusta.
Let's see. Because for now, the action is, or maybe the plan is just to survive for now and just let Guy
¿Cuánto tiempo llevamos?
get last bits of
Ya
the
5
minion
horas.
and try to buy enough time for their items to slowly catch
Yo creo
up
que
from GXP.
termina esta partida y me voy a ir a dormir,
Two,
chicos.
but for
Porque me tengo que
now,
levantar a
it's
las
all up
12.
to
Entonces
Jessica
me voy a dormir como a las
also
8 y
to
media,
pull off some
9 y
insane
media, 10 y media,
backline
11 y
maneuvers
media,
against GXP
3 horas y
to
media.
try and shut down most of the
Entonces-
damages coming here from Winnie or either Sophia.
Oh, this is
Creo
interesting.
que sí.
Zeta wanted to deny information. They end up showing down on bot side, and instantly GXP decide to rush it. Good informational play here from the side of GXP. And I think that Zeta, they also recognize that this is not exactly the most contestable position. They don't want to group up against GXP. There's just way too many things going on with their composition. Lots of AoE CC, lots of way to finish them off, lots of way to hurt them before they get into the fight. So it's better in
Se vio
Sada's
lagueado.
mind, hey, GXP, you come to us rather than the other way around.
Yep, it will save them a lot of time and a lot of heavy mistakes, if ever. Because if they force out and they make a slight mistake, that might be the end of it, right? A 12-minute game time, almost 9k gold lead. Jessica 6-6 being spotted here by Sophia. Now she's forced to back away. With the dashes, it will be enough. But for GXP, this game is just starting to get even better. Now Fanwa, half an HP left as well. There's going to be the stuns here from Sophia and Ling as well. The Lord will be melted down, but this ensures a quick entry point onto the mid lane by Galaxy Phoenix.
Good play coming in from Jessica, trying her best attempt onto Winnie, but Winnie one step ahead, already buffering in, taking advantage of the new patch and its control system as now the next fight occurs.
Okay, they managed to actually go out of the range of the crossfire here for Guy,
Whoa,
and now
whoa.
they go in. It's Ling yet again, finding
It's
the
good.
right angles.
Me
Now
encanta
they're
cómo lo
working
dicen.
it all with the heart of the air, but far.
Pero es que todos sabemos que eso iba a pasar. La verdad.
Making it a triple kill for Fa.
4 of them already low, put
gracias.
down to 20 or 10%, and yet Fa somehow taking turret aggro manages to survive through all the pain. It's not over
Voy a
just yet.
tomarlo
Another
de acá.
feathered airstrike as this is the endgame scenario.
Looks like Galaxy Phoenix
O sea que no
willing to
vienen
risk it all
solamente por
here
gusto de
to
estar
end
acá.
up
No,
making it.
qué
They want
modales.
to take this game, but
Qué
Jessica
feos
6-6
modales.
together
Yo pensé que
with
te ibas a ir a
Johnny want to
pensar o no sé
extend
qué.
this one, but Fa and the others just want today this game to end it to their favor, and they will successfully do so. It's Galaxy Phoenix taking on the win.
Es Ángel.
Galaxy Phoenix.
¿Ves?
2-1, what a game! We finally get to see
Vale.
the full
Que te vaya
extent
bien en
of
tu
this
pesca.
team when they're behind, when they're ahead. But with competitors, always comes the crushing defeat. And it hurts my heart seeing Seda, who put so much on the line here today. Blood, sweat, and tears, and yet it still wasn't enough. These last moments, they realized really quickly they staggered us too much.
Perfecto.
The death timers are too long. The impending doom is near. And my God,
Igual,
are we
Ángel,
going to
cuídate
have
mucho.
some great
Hasta la
competitors
próxima.
for our upcoming battles. But I can't wait to see these two teams maybe showing up next year once again to bring up their regions.
Definitely
Olympus
a
Esports.
very nice and a very proudest moment here for Chinese MLBB to be put
Si
on
quedas
the
en
map for
octavos,
MWI.
¿en
All right,
cuánto
let's
te
throw it
llevas
up
de
to the
premio? ¿Hay un
stage
premio para
here
octavos
to see
puesto?
the crushing.
¿O solo cuarto? ¿O solo top 3? ¿Saben? ¿Alguien sabe?
Have our winners of Galaxy Phoenix. Congratulations, and of course, Seda. So we will do the key handovers. And thank you so much, Seda. That was an incredible showing. You guys fought valiantly, but your journey ends here. Thank you. Thank you, Seda. So now, congratulations to Galaxy Phoenix. You guys have risen to the occasion and, of course, extending that tournament life. How does it feel?
La de Saeta se ve bien
holding the
estresada, bien así se
of
muerde el
Seda
labio,
in your hands right now?
parpadea
Oh,
mucho,
we
baja
feel
la
so
cabeza,
excited
no mantiene
and
o no
happy
hace contacto
and
visual.
happy. Early on in the interview, before the match started, you guys said that you're proud to be here and proud to represent Cambodia. And I think, and I'm sure that they're all very proud back home. Is there anything you would love to say to all of the fans out there? You can say it in Khmer as well.
លទ្ធផលមួយនេះខ្ញុំនឹងសន្យាថាខ្ញុំនឹងយកឈានទៅដល់អាចនិយាយបានថា Grand Final ជូនទៅអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
One step closer to the finals, and this is Galaxy Phoenix. Now the next one, the potential matchup will be against Team Ray Young or Navi Philippines. Who do you think you might meet?
I think is Navi.
You think you might meet Navi?
Yes.
All right. So hopefully in the matchup later, you might actually see them. Congratulations once more to Galaxy Phoenix, the best
Yo fuiste a
showing
buscar
so
quién gana
far
qué.
right here. And of course, take your walk of victory.
Va a ir a romper. Es como que, ¿qué tengo que hacer?
Okay, Galaxy Phoenix, phenomenal performance yet again. Their first time at an international event, and this is how they decide to show up. You cannot make it up, ladies and gentlemen. This type of performance representing Cambodia, a region that some people might not have known how godlike, how phenomenal they are in the world of MLBB. Oh, it's about that time, yeah. Gotta be heartless with it sometimes. It's about wins and losses. Be careful. Okay.
No se escuchó el
She didn't push it all the way through. Okay, we giving a little bit more or no? Oh,
ahí está.
Oh my goodness. Are you?
Se asustaron. Es que suena muy fuerte.
Key crusher. It was so much right there. But ladies and gentlemen, that type of energy right there, that's what we saw in the gameplay as well. Congratulations again to Galaxy Phoenix. Let's go ahead and check out our highlights.
Los replays.
One singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
On their very first international stage, Galaxy Phoenix gets the job done. It wasn't easy, however, it was our first ever third match in a best of three here on this very stage, but it was entertaining nonetheless. And one name that was being screamed, Bree, was Fa, the mercenary, making it happen.
My boy Fa.
So talented, so talented. This jungler, I am now agreeing with LaFell when we say that she just might be one of the best that you have to watch out for here in this tournament.
The mercenary, man, like she gets the job done, but shout out to Seda as well. That was an amazing play. Like we can feel the emotions even though like we're quite a distance away.
Right.
True wins, true losses. I hope they come back next year.
You know, they were built specifically for MWI. They joined the stage. They made it to the knockout stage. That is a huge accomplishment to finish 5th through 8th, and one of their first appearances here on the international stage. You've got to give credit where credit is due. And you, like you said, the emotions, you could feel that from Jessica, especially after that Game 2 win. She really wanted it, but at the end of the day,
el tipo de rostros. O sea, me encanta ver también el tipo de rostros que hay. Con flexiones, todo.
Shout out to Seda, Galaxy Phoenix, and shout
Tanta
out to
variedad.
Sora. It's Sora Day, and Sora gets the win again.
100%. How
Me
crazy
imagino
that
que ahí se
is. This is,
equivocó.
what,
Está
almost 5 hours
I know.
of our show, and every single time Sora sees the Land of Dawn, he wins.
More
and how many flying clouds have we had?
That's three here in the series. All three. More than the Esmeralda even, right? You were expecting, like, because of the adjustments, the Esmeralda to be the XP laner that's really gonna shine. I mean, she did a couple times, but today, why has it been always
Yo
Sora?
sí pego en la mesa.
Sora has been making waves,
La
the
verdad.
setups have been on point, and the matchups, they are always winning it out in the EXP lane.
Seems to be the case. Sora, grand finals, you're a champion. That's really what it takes, right? Again, looking at the players' emotions, still feeling
Vale,
so
chicos.
much.
Tengo que retirarme. Yo sé que vienen otras, todavía faltan otras 3 partidas y no creo ya poder estar tanto tiempo.
Playing so incredibly well and getting this roster to the main stage, but Galaxy Phoenix continuing to move forward. They are looking
Entonces nos vemos
unstoppable.
al
Yeah, for
ratito.
sure. And I feel like
Vale,
even
la
though
noche,
they lost
más al
in
rato,
game
o
number
sea,
2,
voy a estar ya
I think
porque
they already
ya
took
son
some
las
notes on
semifinales.
what worked and what didn't work. Right?
Las
Because
semifinales
if you want
empiezan
to become
a las...
champions, honestly,
ahorita les
getting
digo
1
que
or 2 losses
empiezan.
here and there is going to be very beneficial because if you keep on winning by grand finals, if you
Las
did lose one
semifinales
game, you have
empiezan a
no
las
idea how to recover.
There's no better way to discover more of what could be improved
4
than
AM.
before the grand
4 de la
finals.
mañana,
And
de
they
4 a 9
said it
AM.
themselves, they think
Bueno.
it's going to be Navi. They want to go up against Navi in the